Oh my gosh, it is SvenStreams, a little earlier than normal. How is everybody doing? Can you hear me properly? Please press a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. We got Ken, he says shout outs. Brian Beach, Mo is here, Jake, Theon, Space Ghost 444, T-Zone's here. Bob Danilou, Makinita Silva, great artist, he's here. 4205, Ecosystem. Austrian guy says, 1, 2, Polizei, 3, 4, Brigadier. We have Noit right here. Stinky Pirate, hey, what's up? RT, Judy Tester. Oh my god, the chat is filling up. TK is here. My N. And there's Liz. That means we can officially get started soon. And Chris also here. Jesus Louises. P. Psillicin is also here. Damaz is here. Art Frog is here. Jesus Louise. That's so cool. Thank you guys for showing up. Please go tell all your friends. Hit like. Hit subscribe. Hit the bell. Okay? Don't forget to hit that bell to get notified when we go live in the future as well. That rhymed. Yeah, let's play a little song, and then Ashley will be here with me in about 5-ish minutes. Probably, something like that. Nothing too long, all right? Stay tuned.
I rise off the fire, leaving ashes and dust. I ain't going out without a fight. I will ignite hardcore dynamite. Dynamite.
Starting very soon. All right, 5-ish minutes. We'll be right with you. Stay tuned, please.
Extreme terror!
Oh my gosh. Ashley Butterfield, are you there with me today on this wonderful day? Huh. And then I was met with utter silence. Ashley Butter. Oh my god. That literally actually startled me. I was going to do a whole thing. So you're here. You're here with me right now today.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. If you could talk a little bit, maybe talk about how your day was today, and we can fine tune our microphones, because I think people said mine sounded okay right now, and then they can tell us whether or not yours does.
Yeah, it should sound better than last week or the week before.
Yeah, but we had Liz on the other day, so then I had to do a little bit of tuning, so I need to level us out, you know what I'm saying? So if you could do a little bit of talking, you know, then maybe people can tell us whether or not you sound okay. All right, thank you so much.
All right, yo, Demar's, yo, Sober, yo, RT, yo,
Actually, it's a little bit blown out. You see, that's how we do it. If you can keep talking, just sing a little song or something. I don't know, maybe talk, tell us about your day.
TK says, Ash, tell us about F1. I forgot to watch it.
Yeah, okay, guys, so how is that? Does he sound a little bit better right now? Yeah, what is your favorite thing about F1? Is it the cars that drive in circles?
Yeah, that's the best part.
That's one of the better parts of it. What else is there about the F1 that they go super fast? Probably, huh?
They do go incredibly fast, yeah.
That's another pretty cool aspect of it. And then what else is there? What else is there to F1? Formula One.
It just seems like a fun lifestyle to be a Formula One driver.
Huh. Yeah. You know what's weird? I was at the gym here the other week, and there was like one of these gym songs playing, like EDM. And I was like, what are these lyrics? And I think it was like, Max Verstappen, Max Verstappen, right? That's the guy, right?
Yeah.
The new guy. They have like...
Yeah, the best guy. Yeah.
They have like songs celebrating Formula One drivers that play at the gym in Southeast Asia. Like, that seems pretty odd to me. That's how big these guys are.
Yeah, they're massive. The whole world watches Formula One.
No, not me. I'd rather hit myself in the head with a hammer and watch the little birds go round and round my own head than to watch that nonsense. Okay, anyways, let's press this button. Sting! Hey, what's up, guys? It is SvenStreams. We are live a little bit earlier than usual. I have not slept. Ashley's made out of clay. It's pandemonium. It's mayhem. My camera's flickering. What's up, Ashley? How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
It's a great intro. Thank you. Did you write that?
What?
That intro that you just said, did you write that out beforehand? Because that was beautiful. Beautifully said.
All week. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you did really good. Thank you, sir. Why is my camera like going zip, 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 zippity, zip, zap? So yeah. Anyways, I just started to start drinking just to get a second wind going. Hopefully, usually that happens with me. I drink coffee all day. I get tired, but then if I need to do something, boom! I have a couple of sips of beer and I'm ready to rock.
Yeah, that works for me sometimes. Well,
Yeah,
I need to have like maybe a can in me to actually do anything.
Do you have yeah, it's like your lifeblood type of thing.
Yeah.
Do you have any cans laying around that you could maybe reach underneath your couch, see if there's some full cans there you could crack open?
You think I ain't got any cans? What made you think that?
Oh, you know, I thought you ran out. I don't know. Sorry for assuming, but anyways, guys, SvenStreams are here. Ashley's here, and you're made out of clay. Do you have to chat in front of you? Everybody's going, whoa, oh my God, Ash, you look so great.
Yeah, thank you. I've had an upgrade.
Yeah, upgrades. We're doing upgrades. Liz already had her upgrade. We saw her the other day. We did a stream of Cosmology of Kyoto. If you're just tuning in, it was a pretty good stream. It was a fun game to play, really weird. So go check out that stream on our website, SvenStreams.com, which is back up and running. Fingers crossed. I talked to the... Yes,
All the
yes.
archives.
Nope, not that. The web server's back up and running. You know what I'm saying? I have another meeting next week. It's hanging by a thread. Hopefully by next week, everything's going to be solid. And then I can start working on the archives. Because if I start working on it now, there's a chance that this goes back offline again and I've done everything for nothing. You think that's funny?
It's so hard for you to have a website.
This is not just a website. This is basically like a platform, okay? Now we had a rogue developer, and all this stuff had to be brought to a new development team. New GitHub response. Actually, let me ask you this. Have you ever had to make a GitHub repository?
No.
Yeah.
What
Did you ever have to invite developers to a GitHub repository?
No, that sounds
exactly.
like a massive headache.
Yeah, especially since GitHub doesn't even have an interface. I have no clue what the fuck is going on. I'm bluffing because, look, you can't just give these guys everything you have because who knows what they'll do with it. You know what I'm saying? They'll build back doors into this. It's a major. Just trust me, it's a major pain in the fucking ass, this website. God damn it. But we're back almost. Thank Lord Jesus Christ in heaven. Baby little Jesus. I don't need thanks, guys. You know, I don't care. I'm done with GitHub for today, for this week. Let's see what we got in the show notes. We have a lot of cringe today. I had a lot of cringy stuff. I went through my Instagram. I hoarded all my Instagram stuff because usually at the end of my day, I tend to go to Instagram to wind down, and my Instagram algorithm, my Twitter algorithm is as Anthony. Did you see that bit that Anthony Cumia and Jim Norton did? Well, it wasn't a bit. Jim Norton goes, "Well, my algorithm, it's all bees," and he's talking about the insect bees, and then Cumia goes, "Well, mine is all ends." It's hilarious.
That was a good one.
Yeah, my algorithm on X is similar. It's all ends. But then my Instagram is a completely different algorithm. It's fine-tuned to cringe. Do you use Instagram?
Animals. Yeah.
Animals.
Yeah, like animals called like dogs and stuff.
I'm gonna try and fix my. Or is this is kind of a cool vibe? My camera kind of glitching in and out. It's kind of cool. I'm too afraid to fuck with it.
Yeah, I think that makes it better.
Yeah, it almost looks like I did it on purpose, but trust me, I'm not. Everything's falling apart. Legitimately. Everything's legitimately falling apart. Okay, let's see what we got here. Yeah. Yes.
But everything, like, is that thing's actually a mess right now?
No, just the website and my life. No, everything's fine. Everything's fine, actually. Okay, has everybody gotten their Butch Killigans in yet? Let's watch that trailer one more time so that it didn't make this for nothing.
The world that doesn't need him anymore. Waking from a coma into Ultra City's sissified dystopia, Butch finds his role as a DEA detective erased.
Let me open another
In this
beer.
degenerate future, all drugs are legal and peddled like candy. All but one. A shadowy forbidden substance tied to his vanished wife is still run by the underworld. Now, with nothing but his fists and a taste for vengeance, Butch carves through a world that mocks his very existence. Battling malformed monstrosities, corporate zealots, and drug-fueled freaks to uncover who's responsible for his undoing, find his wife, and exact his revenge. Each book is 120 pages of raw cyberpunk mayhem, savage satire, and brutal action. Limited copies available now at Iconic Comics. Visit the link and secure yours before they're gone.
Yes, so there is some surplus available still at the Iconic Comics web store. So if you did not get a chance to back the campaign, there's still some books left in limited quantities. Be sure to grab your copy. Also, if you are not interested in getting a physical copy, I don't know why you wouldn't be, but you can get digital PDFs as well for cheap. Ashley, did you get your copy yet or no?
No, it's not come yet.
All right. Yeah, I think in Europe takes a little bit longer because it's overseas shipping. I'm seeing a lot of guys.
Yeah.
It's trickling in. I think most of the US has already gotten it. Now Europe are starting to get it slowly but surely. And yes, guys, if you got your copy, please leave a little review or leave your thoughts on X and tag me in it so I can retweet it or answer your questions or whatever you need. B Key was legit. 4205 says, yeah, Butch has arrived. Thanks, Sven. My pleasure. Hope you liked it. Sven Seizure says, you guys just gonna have to deal with this. Liz had hers. Yeah.
You know when you're drawing your backgrounds for Butch Killigan, do you just like Google like city landscape and then just draw something similar to that?
Well,
or do you just
yes, I have a reference folder. I literally have a reference folder for everything. So his apartment, I have a reference folder. All the landscapes have reference folders, and then I do a technique that I learned when I worked at a game dev studio, and it's like you have like look if you use like Photoshop, but I don't use Photoshop anymore. I use Clip Studio. You have several different brushes. So I'm not sitting there drawing every little window. I have a window brush. You know, and I can draw all the windows in one stroke, basically. That type of stuff. I have a bunch of brush sets that I created, and it's called like photo bashing. So yes, you can take elements of pictures and kind of like mash it together. It's like a mixed media type of thing. You draw over it. And the thing, you look for when you do like a detective noir style story, there's a lot of black strokes and stuff like that in Butch Killigan. You know what I'm saying? So for me, what's the most interesting thing for me is it's the character action, the character emotions, and the acting. You know what I'm saying? So for me, the characters are more important than the backgrounds. I've always hated drawing backgrounds.
Ultra City itself is part of your story, isn't it?
True. But then still, so you have like the backdrop of all the dirty buildings as just rough brush strokes, and then the lit up ads are on top of that. You know what I'm saying? So it's more. You're right, but you know the ads. Like you didn't even know. Like I have a folder where I made a gazillion different ads. You know what I'm saying?
Cool. Yeah, man.
I have a folder with all the kinds of ads. I have a folder with like neon ads. Like I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah, you need to look at all the ads in the background of Butch Killigan because it's ridiculous. Because you forget about that. You write in your script. You write. And then there's a dome with a gazillion retarded ads. And then when you get to that page, like, oh, fuck, now I have to make a gazillion retarded ads for every panel that this city appears in. Shit.
Yeah. you don't want to just repeat the same drawing over and over.
No. And by the way, some of the things are some of the weird dystopian products that you see in Butch Killigan. You might think, oh, this is just a funny one-off gag, but some of them actually are setups for shit that's gonna happen later. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's all world building.
Yes, it's all. So book 2 is a lot of world building. Book 2 is Butch Killigan waking up in the dystopian future, Alice in Wonderland, crazy, weird, fish out of water type of stuff.
Cool.
And yeah, it's a lot of, and it's basically about Ultra City. We're setting up Ultra City. Okay, so that's Butch Killigan. People are getting their copies. You don't just drop in three assets. No, we're not Ripiverse. I thought Ripiverse had another fuck up. It's one fuck up after the next, it seems, over at Ripiverse. We're not going to get into that today. I'm sick of Ripiverse.
I know what Ripiverse is.
Yeah, Ripiverse is that black guy. What's his name? Eric July. That whole, you know it, Eric July. Yeah. So I was on Ethan Van Sciver's stream not too long ago, and Eric July, he misprinted. So you have, sometimes in these books, you have double page spreads, right? Let me show this to you guys. Okay. Butch Killigan #1. Let's see if we can find a quick double page spread. Oh my God, there's some sticker sheets left. Bear with me. Do you have the chat in front of you, Ashley? You could read once in a while. That would be nice.
Yeah, man.
Oh.
Yeah, Lisa, she's got it. Everyone's saying they've got theirs. A lot of, probably all Americans.
Yeah.
Shake says iconic comics is great. Mine came quick.
Yeah. Okay, so look, so for instance, here is a double page spread. So in Butch Killigan #1, Butch Killigan finds this weird, mysterious coffin-shaped case at the docks. And then I kind of played with your expectations because I was thinking about, like, what's the MacGuffin? And I was thinking about the movie, like, Pulp Fiction, right? In Pulp Fiction, they open the briefcase at the end finally, but you never get to see what's in it. It just has this glow, this golden glow, and they're just mesmerized by it.
Yeah.
And I sort of thought, like, I want to do something similar. So he opens the case. Then we actually do show you what's in it. It's this thing. But no matter how long you look at this, you still will not be able to figure out what the fuck it is. Because it's an eldritch weird...
I had that exact thing when I was looking at it. Oh, I can't work out where the top or the bottom
You
is.
see, so that was by design. The whole thing is I reveal what's in the coffin, but you don't know, even when you stare at it, you don't know what the fuck this thing is because it's an eldritch abomination. Now, this is a double-page spread. It's like you're looking inside the briefcase, you know what I'm saying? Boom, and it's like the... right? And what Eric July did, they had a misprint. So imagine this side of the page would be here, and then the other half of the monster would be on the page flip. That's basically what happened in his book. And then instead of going, damn, son, we fucked up, brother, he said, nah, we were trying to actually emulate. This was a creative decision where we were trying to emulate a camera pan. He was like, you know what? It didn't really pan out. But, you know, just a heads up, you know, it's like he's just trying to bullshit people. He's claiming that he was trying to emulate a camera pan by fucking up the double page spread.
But you can tell they were meant to be next to each other.
It's fucking obvious, yes. Yes. It's completely obvious that he just fucked up. Anyways, this is Eric July. Let's see, what else do we got here? Oh, we have some American Man by this some kind of collective that's... creates these great American Man comics. Have you heard of this? American Man?
Yeah, I've heard the team behind it, like a bunch of genius, like...
Yeah, they're really great genius legend type of guys. Have you seen this one yet or no?
No, not seen this one.
All right. Okay, so look. We have the first panel, American Man standing here. There's like a big hellish portal with some kind of a guy here with a cube on his head and a tefillin or whatever that's called. And he goes, American Man, God made a mistake and sent a good friend of mine to hell. Could you go down there and bring her back? And he goes, yes, sir. And while I'm in there, I'll be sure to give Hitler a piece of my mind as well. And then he's gone for a while, and he comes back. I looked all over, and I couldn't find Hitler anywhere. Yeah, this collective is really funny.
Late, we probably like comedy. That's funny.
All right, here's the next one. So this is John Eagleston, American Man in his regular human form. As a kid, years ago, in the 60s probably. And you have two little Jewish kids, it seems. They go, hey, John, what did you get on the test? And he goes, oh, you mean the scamming people as an evolutionary trait to avoid honest labor test? I got an F. You can read this for some more details. And then they walk by proudly. Oh, they got an A+. This collective, man. All right, here's another one. John Eagleson, he's at the eye doctor, and the eye doctor goes, all right, we're just about done. Have you noticed anything off about your eyesight, Mr. Eagleston? He goes, I don't see color. I only see the content of character. And he goes, that's the problem. You can't see color. You don't meet the sight requirements to have a driver's license either. And then the next panel he goes, ah!
So he was literally colorblind all along, literally.
Yeah, this is the first time he saw a black person. And it startled him. Poor John, people are saying. So yeah, this is we hit 7,000. This account has been completely throttled, by the way. It does not get any new audience. So if you're a fan of American Man, you got to retweet every single one of them because there's no way this is going to breach containment anytime soon. Although X was getting... What was happening with X today? Did you notice that? It was just... Or since yesterday, nothing's loading. I don't know what the fuck's happening at X, but...
I did notice that yesterday. I had a look and it weren't loading.
Yeah, today, no messages loading. Even DMs weren't loading. Just one big, giant fucking disaster over there. Okay, here's some breaking news. We've gone over this guy a couple of times. Carmelo Anthony, the guy that stabbed, what was his name? Metcalf or something? Am I getting that right? Well, he got charged with first-degree murder as an adult under Texas state law. So I don't think the black people are going to be happy with this one. Are we going to see some burning buildings? Huh?
Well, charged don't mean he's been
he's
admitted to jail or whatever. It means he's gonna go to court, I think.
Oh, all right. Okay then. Well, I guess the burning buildings and the looting is going to have to wait for a little bit still. I guess.
Still.
Do you think it's going to happen or no? Do you think black people kind of like they're if you had to gauge society, does it seem in your perception that blacks have really calmed down? They're sort of like really adjusting, integrating properly, they're kind of behaving? Or do you think, what do you think? Or is the opposite happening?
I think they are kind of aware that the bullshit they've got away with for a very long time sort of don't work as the same way it did before. The vast majority of people. But I don't think that'll stop them from burning anything down. I think they just
you don't think so?
Doing that. No.
All right. So, well, yeah, they call it African fatigue or something, or Negro fatigue, or an even word, a nastier, angrier word that I would never, ever say. But it starts with an F. And fatigue, and you keep seeing more and more of it, of that fatigue happening. People kind of being sick of it all. Well, we'll see. I don't know if looting and burning down buildings because a murderer got convicted rightfully and justice was served. I don't know if burning buildings in response to that is going to help with the fatigue, but we will see. Maybe this is, I don't know. Maybe it's 4D chess on the African Americans' part. They think maybe white people will finally appreciate them.
I don't think they have any goal in mind. They don't think burning stuff down and stealing is going to achieve anything. They just enjoy doing it.
So what you're saying is that they tend to act upon their first instinct and not really think about future consequences or anything like that? That's what you're basically saying?
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. Yeah.
So you're saying whenever they act upon their instinct, when somebody steps on their Nikes by accident, they bash their fucking skull into the pavement repeatedly until they bleed from the ears? They're not really thinking about the consequences, or they themselves might have to go to jail for that crime? You're saying they don't really have that capacity to look into the future? Conscientiousness, I believe it is. So you're basically saying is because they come from a land under the equator where they could pick a banana from the tree and they never had to plan for a harsh winter, they've never evolved to think about consequences of the future? That's basically what you're saying.
You picked up pretty much on what we're getting at, yeah.
No, that's what I heard you say, basically. But, I would never say anything like that because that's racist.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize that was too far.
You're not allowed to notice that.
I said any of that stuff. I'm sorry.
No, if you could please, in the future, refrain from saying such harsh pattern recognition type of things, and we should be good.
I should have never implied all that. We weren't.
No, really, that was really. But hey, what do you think? We should do a little drawing, a little prompt drawing. What do you say before I get too drunk?
I think it sounds great, but do you mind if I grab a can because you never gave me time before we got started?
Dude, go grab a can. By the way, today I leaned. You go grab a can. I'll talk to the chat for a second. I leaned too harshly on my tablet arm. Look, I have a new tablet arm. It moves. And the clam flew off, the tablet fell, thank God not on the floor. So I'm really not vibing with this fucking ergonomic arm. Look, I was talking to another artist about this Reagan Lodge, shout out's really great artist. He's like, yeah, I love it, it's really cozy. He says you can pull it onto your lap. He says, but I do have a very soft touch. I'll demonstrate, where is it? I had 2 pens. I literally grip crushed one of my tablet pens. I only had it for 6 months. That's broken. So now I'm on my backup pen, and when I'm drawing, I'm like not chill. I have no chill basically. So I don't know. This is not for me. It seems. Sven, did you see SvenStreams? He calls me. Hey, Blork. It says, SvenStreams, do you see about the plastic tofu in Indonesia? I did not see that. There is 2 Arabs going viral here in Indonesia. They're being beaten the living shit out of. And everywhere they pop up, people take pictures, post to social media, and they get the shit kicked out of them again. They were being rowdy. So that's how they deal with that type of stuff over here. Yeah, Furby Cloaca says, ergonomic stuff really isn't made for us poor folks with mighty tart strength, unfortunately, yeah. Mr. SvenStream, hello. Hey, Makinata Silva, thank you. I'm SvenStream. It's my name. SS SvenStream. Yo, what's up? Okay, let's do a little prompt drawing. Let's see what the prompt generator can spit out for us. By the way, if you're new here, this is the prompt generator. I'm going to press go. It's going to give me a prompt, and I have to draw it, basically. So you cannot get offended by this. I have nothing to do with this, okay? Basically. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Except
also,
for re-roll it if he thinks it's shit.
Yeah, when it's not funny, we can re-roll it. Also, guys, there is an option for you to send super chats. We prefer you do it through the TTS system at the bottom in the description. You can send super chats, and your message will be read out loud. Don't send them through through what's this called? YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here we go. Yo, Sven, you still good with Red Bar? Would be sweet to see. Oh my God, where have you been? Yeah, I'll be on his show next month. Actually, that's funny. You should ask.
Yeah, man.
I'll be there. Tune in. I'll be sitting right there.
Sven Week.
Yeah, Sven Week is happening again next month. It's funny that you should ask that. Shemale Baron Trump. Nah. Blackface Ethan Klein. Nah. Blackface Carmelo Anthony. Q-tard America Man. No. Twink Carmelo Anthony. What the fuck is happening? We're doubling up. Paused Christian. It's already. Emo Kamala Harris. Oh yeah, T-Zone says
That's
next
cool.
month's gonna be dope. You want to do that? Well, I don't know about that. But T-Zone says next month's going to be cool. Yeah, I'm going to be at the Texas Bell County Comic Con beginning of August. I'm going to fly out to the United States. So if you're in the area and you want your copy of Butch Killigan signed, come say hi. So I'll be in Texas in the beginning of August.
Is that where you went last time?
Yep, it's the same Comic Con. Bell County Comic Con.
Sweet.
Fran Lebowitz, Jeffrey. I don't know what Fran Lebowitz is even. I don't know what that is. Autistic Sneeko. We're not really getting any good prompts. Tumblr, Joe Biden.
Can we ask chat suggestions or something to draw?
Evil Butch Kill. We can do that, but what do you think is gonna? Okay, guys in the chat, what would you like to see? Give me. Not an adjective, but a subject first. Give us a subject. Who would you like us to draw today? How about we do that?
Yeah, suggest a guy.
Common
Mecha
writer. I don't know about that.
Jazza. Not a bad shout at all.
Jazza,
Always fun
okay,
to draw
Jazza. We can do Jazza. Tighty Tarifs? What the fuck is that? Jazza? Okay, Jazza. We got 2 Jazzas. Stu Peters. Bruce Jenner. No, it's Stu Peters.
Jazza seems the
Gavin
ones. Now we
McGinnis.
need a thing for him to do though. Or to
Mega Man. Sam Hare. Yeah, wait, Stu Peters. Which one? Is that the guy with the fucked up ears? Who's the... Oh no, I always mix those up. Who's the other guy again? The boxer guy. Anyways. Walmart Jazzy Jazza. Clayman. We love Clayman around here. Ken says, I kind of wanted Blackface Carmelo Anthony. Clog. Look, yeah, we all love Clog and Clayman and that type of stuff over here, but we're trying to get something funny going. Stu Peters is the conspiracy guy. Yeah, I know him. Who's the boxer again? Stu Peters is a right-wing Christ grifter. Oh, of course. Yeah, I've seen him. I've never tuned into any of that stuff. He's JQing though, I guess, but who isn't these days? A Boondocks character. Homeless Jazza selling his pen set. How about we do a pseudo Wudo Jazza?
Perfect.
We'll give him a taste of his own medicine. Okay, let's do that. Let me put. I need to know what Jazza looks like. And we need some Pokemon trap music. And if you could read the chat while I do this.
Yeah, man. Did you see Benjamin Netanyahu were on the news yesterday or today saying that saying free Palestine is the same as saying Heil Hitler?
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, they're still trying that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. No
Free
one's
Palestine is the
anymore.
same. Yeah, nobody's falling for this dumb fucking Israeli nonsense anymore. Okay, Jazza, what does he look like nowadays? Oof. And we're gonna draw him smiling or crying.
Crying because his shed is
Wait, what? Wait. I'm looking at pictures of him and I see a pictured thumbnail and the title is I don't like what I've become. Can we watch this real quick?
Video.
No, it's not new, but it is really funny because he's crying. Let's see this. The title is I don't like what I've become. Oh my god! What is with this guy, Ashley?
He cries every time. Man. He's always depressed about his job and what a shitty job he's done.
Yes.
Where his life is.
Every time that we go over this guy, he's like crying. Okay, let's watch this. Fuck it. Let's just enjoy this.
Really like, and I want to talk about that. All right, how are we going so far? We've got opening sigh, check, sad music, check, and melodramatic thumbnail and title and opening statement. Check. So I've ticked those things off. Now you should.
Okay, just because you're being self-referential, you're still doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, yeah.
You know what I'm
So
saying?
you're being a complete hack and you have prepared all these hacky things.
Yeah, it's like you're
But
sitting
just
on your
because you
knees sucking a
mentioned-
guy's cock, and all right, cock into my hand, jerking him off, mouth on the head, on my knees. Okay, we got it. I'm sucking off a guy. It's like, yes, you are. Like, what? You are sucking off a guy. That doesn't make it less gay.
Okay, I see. I've got my mouth around the cock and I'm grabbing the balls.
All right, we get it, guys. I'm filleting a man on video. All right, we get. Can we move on from this? Like, well, nobody asked for this. You're doing this. You know, don't blame me for this.
should be primed and ready to watch a video of me opening up.
By the way, opening up with his soft-spoken voice. But it just goes to show as well, he knows exactly how to manipulate an audience because he knows the structure of a fucking gay-ass video such as this. You know what I'm saying? He just revealed that. Yeah. The sad piano music.
Vulnerable on YouTube. And buckle up. There's a lot to talk about, so I don't want to bore you or drag you through anything you're not particularly tuning into this video for, so I'm just going to make it really straightforward and compartmentalize it for you. I'm dividing this video into sections you can see down in the time bar or the time codes in the description. You can skip ahead at any point.
We've never watched this, have we?
Let's do this. So, my channel's going
I don't
through
know.
what I feel is a bit of an
video,
identity
so
crisis that I've gone through before, and over many years on YouTube.
Oh, look, you see, he's admitting that this is another video where he's gone through a crisis. That he's gone through before.
The platform changes and you have to evolve your content. What's a little different this time is I've been adapting and trying different things, and sometimes I've been...
So Vladivostok says, I don't know who this is, but damn it, I can tell you. This is Jazza. He is an online artist who basically got captured by the algorithm by being one of the first guys to do it. He's like a pretty mediocre artist, and he's now doing like, he has no business doing tutorials or teaching anything, but he is because it makes him money. You know what I'm saying? So he's kind of captured by the algorithm. He needs to keep feeding slop into the bonfire that is the algorithm to keep it burning. You know what I'm saying?
Changing the content fairly drastically and then changing it again without explanation, basically because I'm trying to figure stuff out, and if I keep doing it without actually talking to you about it...
There's some background noise, Ashley. Is there somebody yelling at your door?
And rather than look for...
Yeah, there's people walking around there black. You wear them.
Yeah, is it like a riot going on? Whenever I think of England now, I just think of like riots, people rioting in the streets, protests. No, are they gone? All right, let's press play.
Alone or not talking to you about that searching process, I thought I'd open up to you guys because, look, I've been doing this for 8 years and many of you have been here for a long time and through a lot of changes, and I owe it to you to be open about it. Now, to add a massive dose of self-reflection and self-consciousness to this process, a few days ago in one of my random nightly Reddit scroll crawl things, I came across a meme. It was on the homepage of Reddit with now over 145,000 likes, with the meme being me building up the courage to unsubscribe from a YouTuber who I've watched grow and progressively become more annoying.
You thought this was about him?
Meme. I snickered and then went in to read the comments, and lo and behold, and a comment with over 2,500 upvotes. It says, sad to say it, but Jazza used to do awesome character design sessions and never really got art advice on his channel. These days it seems like all reaction videos and art challenges. Now, in the grand scheme of things, I could ignore that. I have over 5 million subscribers. My channel is not struggling for views.
Yeah, so this is the type of guy who just goes looking for negative feedback online. He's like Googling his name all day long. Like, oh, they don't like me anymore.
Things are going pretty well in the grand
He's
scheme
a very
of things,
insecure
but where in the
type of
past
guy.
I might see something like this and happily disregard it because normally I don't agree. In this case, I kind of do. So, I'm going to backtrack. Let's start off with
He better
a
fucking
bit of
cry.
a history lesson. I'll keep it brief. How I got here. So I'm going to divide the progression of my channel into phases, kind of like the Marvel
God.
Cinematic
So many
Universe.
YouTubers
So we start off with
do this.
Jazza
They start
Phase
saying-
1. This channel was
I've seen
formerly
magicians do it. I've seen mute people who make music videos on YouTube start crying because the channel's going to shit and making no money.
Yeah.
Food reviewers do it. They all do it.
It wasn't the news, but whenever you said magicians, it's funny. I saw a video on Twitter of Sneeko did this. They randomly got on the track of like Googling magicians' names and then going through their early life, okay? And they're all Jewish, like Harry Houdini, Jewish. David Copperfield, Jewish. Like you name it, they're all Jewish for some reason, magicians, which makes sense if you think about it. Like, how did we never think of that? But then, yeah, there was this big, it was in the news that like this, some kind of a, like a mountaineer travel guy, he quit YouTube. This was big in the news today or last week.
Oh yeah, I
think-
saw that. Yeah, people
Yeah,
were talking about that.
I had never seen that guy.
No, I don't. But I don't know how it showed up on everyone's algorithm that he quit. But yeah, I saw it
Anyway,
as well.
so here, this is he's showing one of his early tutorials. So this is him. Look at this utter garbage. I know it's harsh, but like he just thinks of drawing a cross. Like I've never drawn this. Like this guideline, this cross guideline. I've never in my goddamn life used that. You know what I'm saying? And he just thinks
What's
whenever.
that for?
You know, people say that when you make a drawing, you do your under drawing first. So if you want to draw a head, you draw this first, and then you have like a middle line. This would be your eye line, and then I guess this would be like a jaw or something, maybe something like this. This would be the side of the head, right? And then you have your jaw. So your eyes would be around here. Then you have a nose, I guess, and then you have your mouth.
Got you.
They don't even go that far. They just do
Opposite.
this. They just do this, basically, always. Never, ever use that guide.
So, do you always
But I guess
draw
you
the
could-
jaw off the circle? The bottom of the circle is never the jaw.
I mean, I think whenever I draw Butch Killigan, I'm just like, I have drawn this guy a gazillion fucking times, you know what I'm saying? So it's like,
Yeah.
I'm doing this really quickly. And I
You
hate
pretty much
this.
know exactly where everything should be at all times.
Yeah, I hate this fucking tablet setup that I have right now. It's wobbling when I push it.
Is it because you got it on that stand that's like can swing
Yeah,
around?
I have an ergonomic stand and it fucking sucks dick. It fucking sucks.
Are you gonna get a new one?
Am I gonna get a new one? No, because this is fucking expensive as freaking heck.
Well, you can just to cope then. Cope with our shit here.
Yeah, I actually Googled this. It says you need like a month to get muscle memory going or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But let's see. Webcam is geeking. Yeah, we know. We've covered this. We went over all this.
Jazza and started off with the intention from day one to become my job. I saw YouTube was growing and I saw a big gap in art content, specifically tutorials for drawing and animation. I filled that gap, art and animation tutorials.
Yeah, so
I was the guy who taught you how to draw, how to animate, how to have fun with art no matter your skill level, and that was a cool guy to be. So I did the tutorial thing and I taught everything that I knew how to share, often multiple times, because I felt qualified to share. If there's anything I saw.
Okay, let's just draw him real quick. Here's some music. If you could read the chat, Ash, because I cannot look at the chat, and we're gonna have to do this with this shitty tablet setup that I hate. Can I just put this down? I'm so afraid. When you were taking a piss, I was telling people. Today my tablet set broke. It broke off, and everything fell on the fucking floor. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no! What? Just from drawing on it?
Yes.
That takes a piss.
Yeah, I know. And I told people that I'm harsh. I'm like, I have like an iron grip on my fucking tablet pen. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not like soft to the touch.
Quite hard on it.
Yes, really hard.
But you don't want to change your technique at this point, do you? Like after your entire life learning one way of drawing.
Yeah, so I might have to just get a regular old stand again.
Yeah. I recognise this music. This GTA 4 or something.
No, this is Pokemon Trap. I think this is the spooky Lavender Town music without looking at it. So he's crying in this picture.
Ken says, Ash, did you see the meowing lion guy take down Mike? I don't know if there's going to be any more shows. Oh yeah, that little YouTuber. There's always a little YouTuber or 7 going after Mike at any given time.
Is this serious or is this just nonsense? Probably, right?
Yeah, of course it is. They come and go all the time.
Yeah, he wasn't actually taking down. Has Mike reacted to Kanye West respond or showing his video?
No, he's not. He does a show once every about 6 months now. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're all still waiting on his response to Kanye's tweet. Leaping Psychopathy says, I channeled you and told PTP that a new paint job doesn't make it a new character, and he didn't realise that I was talking about their variant paint schemes that they want to put on their toys.
PTP, I don't know what that is. I hear these names, right? So I'm like Comics Gate adjacent, I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't know these names. I don't know these people. You know what
you should know everything. You're like a proper comic guy now, so you should know everything.
At this point, I should know everything. How's your comic going?
I took a week off.
Still?
Space Ghost 444
we got a super chink.
tipped $10. Sven, there's a video that Jazza posted of him going to a Renaissance fair and the nerds asked him to make up a band name. The name, according to him, was anti-Semitic, so he bleeped it out.
Okay, we'll check that out. Wait, that's on his channel? Jazza at a Renaissance fair, that alone is fucking sick. We have to see that. Jazza at a Renaissance. What is with these Renaissance fair type of guys? Have you ever gone to a Renaissance fair? I guess England basically is a Renaissance fair if you think about it.
Right? You'd think there'd be more, wouldn't you? I've never seen one though, no.
No, there already is.
Somewhere. Yeah, there probably is somewhere.
No, I mean, the day-to-day life in England is a Renaissance fair. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's probably why we don't have any, because it'd be no different to just a normal town.
Yeah, right? There's a goat, there's like a guy, a brard.
Yeah.
What's a brard again?
A guy on a steed with a big thing.
Yeah, a guy in a communist jacket reviewing beef Wellington.
A jousting stick.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah. I quite like the Renaissance vibe.
Yeah. if you know what kind of people flock to that type of stuff, I don't think you would say shit like that.
No, I'd want it to be like the actual time it
Middle
actually
Ages.
made sense to do it.
Okay, I'm gonna give him a little bit of a reddish beard. Oh fuck!
Yeah, that's quality of that drawing.
It always reverts back to this.
Mech T says, I visit Slavic and Viking fair every year. Plenty of skinhead types with Svarog tattoos on backs and heads.
Yeah, well, that's because if they had a normal get-together, the police would show up, so they have to do it under the guise of like that type of shit.
Yeah. I've been to
No,
a few
we're doing a
big
Viking
festivals.
get-together. That's why we have all these. So we have runic symbols and stuff. It has nothing to do with, you know.
Yeah,
nationalism.
I've been to some beer festivals where they have like people doing folk music and stuff.
Pretty cool. All right, let's make him cry a little bit.
He says, why Ash not take part on X? I do, you know, I read X quite a lot. I just don't. I ain't got out to post.
Yeah, why are you not part of the culture war, dude? Fuck, why does it default to gray? Here, there he is. He feels very sad about a lot of the stuff. That's Jazza. Okay, can we watch Jazza at the Ren Fair, whatever it is?
Hell yeah. But weren't he meant to be a pseudo Woodo?
Oh yeah, shit. What does Pseudo Voodoo look like again?
Got just like a funny little stick body on it.
Pseudo Voodoo.
Maybe he's crying because he's lost the Pokemon battle.
It's a great idea. It's a cute idea. Okay, Pseudo Voodoo.
Wholesome, innit? This has
really
been a
wholesome.
wholesome episode so far.
Yeah, right? We know why that is, because we're not talking about J's and N's. I wasn't really planning to do that either today. We have some cringe coming up. We have a lot of cringe happening later.
Cool. T-Zone says, Ash can get blocked by all the big grifters in the alt media, lol. Yeah, I used to get blocked a lot when I used to post. So the only reason I'd ever post is to say something. When someone pisses me off, I just want to...
Yeah. That's on YouTube. I don't know. Has anybody ever ran into like rogue Sven in the wild posts on YouTube? Because I'm really mean on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
And it's mostly when I'm like, I'm trying to follow a tutorial whenever I have like a computer problem, and it's good that looks like this, blah blah blah, or the timing's off, or they don't get to the point, and I'm so fucking pissed. You know what I'm saying? Get to the fucking point, you cock-sucking fucking. Yeah, I won't say those types of words today, but here he is, Pseudo Wudo, Jazza crying about stuff. Let me see Jazza.
Yeah, man.
And if you guys don't know why we're drawing him Pseudo Wudo, I think that video is still up. You can still find it. We did a whole takedown of Jazza, and he decides to go to thrift stores to buy paintings of people that are more talented than him. And then he draws Pokemon right over them.
Pee Poo Poo tipped $5.
Pee
Hey,
Poo Poo.
Any
what's up?
advice for someone who's aspiring to draw his own manga/comic?
Don't do it. Don't do it. It depends. How old are you? I would ask you, how old are you? Is this really your passion? Have you been drawing all your life? Is this something that you have to do? Or is it just like a passing fad? Like last month, were you into like becoming an astronaut? Or like, you know what I'm saying? Like last month, was it a different thing that you were occupied with that you wanted to do? You know what I'm saying? Like, I wanted to become a pro skater last year. Now I'm doing this. You know, if
That
that's
sounds
the
like me. That sounds like me all over that one.
Yeah, there you go. So if you're that type of guy, just fucking forget about it. Just learn a trade or something.
I'll finish my comic. I guarantee that.
You just took a week break.
Yeah, everyone's allowed a week or two off.
No. Not if you want to finish a comic. You can't take any breaks. Crazy Cat is here. Shout out. She says, I've seen Sven's posts recently on Shane Davis's video about Eric July bungling his printing. Oh, I posted on that? Forgot about that. Debate Tony effectively carving. Okay, they're debating this type of stuff. Dutch versus Brit mentality. That might be it, actually. See, we have a lot more. We're a lot more strict. We have a lot more work ethic. We're on time. Where's these Brits?
I don't know. Everyone else I know is nowhere near as lazy as me. So no, I think it's more a me problem.
Maybe. But yeah, I would say. And what would look? Let's not assume the worst. Let's say he's been drawing a while, or she. What would be tips? And you've heard this a gazillion times. Just do it. I got this comment again. I think it was in the Discord. It's like, what software did you use to make this animation? Right? People always think like, if only I get the right software, or if only I get the right pen, or if only I get the right book or the right tutorial, then it'll happen. Right? It's never gonna happen by itself. You got to do it. You got to sit there and do it, and then you're gonna make your first comic, and it's gonna be shit. Okay, you're gonna write your first story, and it's gonna be shit. So I would say just do it. So this would be a good tip. Don't make it your magnum opus. You're not gonna finish it. Approach it like if you want to make a manga. Approach it as if it would be a one shot. You know what I'm saying? So. One shot is like one chapter that does like the character introduction, the world building. This is how they get like new comics to be published in like Shonen Jump and stuff like that. Mangaka will make like, I don't know how many pages it is, maybe 16 pages even, something like that. Very short. Make like 16-page comic that's like self-contained chapter introducing the characters and your world, and try to finish that. That's probably something that that's pretty good advice, I think.
And that's great advice.
They're saying, now do Dutch versus real German mentality. Now, here's the thing. When you go to Germany, this is funny. People think, me and my friends, we used to go hiking in Germany all the time. And this is the things that you notice when you go to Germany. In the Netherlands, even if you go to a remote tavern in the middle of nowhere on a hill, you know what I'm saying? They'll have a nice flat screen. They'll have Wi-Fi connection with high-speed internet. It all works, okay? Outdoors, it looks rustic, okay? It looks super old, but outside they'll have a electric car connectivity point or whatever, you know what I'm saying? In Germany, it's like going back in time to the 80s, all right? They have like big tube televisions everywhere. They don't know how to dress well. They dress like super old-fashioned. Sorry, Germans, but fashion game is not on point, you know what I'm saying? It's like a little bit more. That's the difference between the Dutch, I think, and the Germans. Honestly, the Dutch has a lot more.
They actually still have like old square TVs and stuff like that.
Literally every place we went to, it just feels like it's 10 years behind the Netherlands or 20 years behind. Yeah, big CRT TVs in the tavern and shit like that. Never updated their interior decoration. You know what I'm saying? It still looks super old. But look, here's the thing. When I go to the US, that's the same vibe I get. You know, when you go to the US, when I landed for the first time in New York City, it was like, oh, this looks exactly like the scenes from Die Hard. They still have the phone booths. They still have the same carpet. Like, it's never been updated. Every couple of years, you need to re-update your interior decoration and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Whenever I see like New York on TV now, it still looks the same as Friends. Like it's still the exact same. Buildings look the same.
Well, I'm not saying they should rebuild every building facade every couple of years, but interior decoration, that's not too much to ask. Dutch versus Luxembourg. I've never been to Luxembourg. Well, I actually have been to Luxembourg because where I live, there's a 3-land point, and you can hop between Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg. So technically I've been there, but I don't know if that counts.
Is there any need to go there?
And they're all the same buildings. Yeah, no shit, actually. There's 2 buildings missing. There's 2 big buildings missing, though, from the Friends era.
They have changed that. They've got a nice one building instead now.
Yeah, there's two buildings. Well, let's be honest, those were kind of an eyesore.
They did actually look like complete shit. And I don't know even how people worked in them. I'd be terrified every single fucking day.
Yeah, and it was they were termite infested, asbestos, which had something to do with their demolition or attack. Not a demolition, of course. I would never claim such a thing. No, wait, he's in a Ren Fair. Let's see. This guy has 6 million subscribers. This guy. I have 2,000, not even. Where is the Ren Fair? Where is it? Honest mascot? This should be funny. This should be funny. He makes honest mascots.
Do you remember when mascots used to be a thing? Like, I really don't think they're around anymore. But like back in the day,
6
McDonald's
million,
wasn't
not
just
one
the
less.
brand, it
Of course,
was the characters. Same with Burger King, Kool-Aid, Lucky Charms, Rice Bubbles. I think we live in a day and age where honesty, authenticity really matters most. Which is why in this video, I'm gonna be attempting to bring...
Which is why in this video, I'm gonna be a fake, phony, put-on cock. And be fake.
brand mascots back, but through the lens
Meaningful, this is his branding now, meaningful nonsense.
I will benevolently
That's his slogan, meaningful nonsense.
take on the
quite
role
dystopian.
as an illustrator, graphic designer,
Means
character
nothing, it's
designer, all of
dystopian.
these brands, and allow them to use these mascots however they wish. I had my team pick them for me, and I'm just gonna flick through and one at a time be assigned.
This is interesting because he has to do like honest mascots and he's gonna do a mascot for McDonald's. How honest are these things? It's just gonna be a fat guy?
My
Is that
lucky
it?
customers.
Or is this going to be
First
some
commissioner
actual
is
satirical critique?
McDonald's, there we go. We're starting off nice and vanilla. Grimace, Birdie, Hamburglar, and Ronald. I mean, obviously. Just a bit too goofy, a bit too silly. Also a bit confusing. There's just a lot happening.
I wonder if he's actually going to go full satire, corporate satire, going to make fun of these guys, you know what I'm saying? Goy slop. I don't know. I don't know what angle he's going to take.
This is what they want us to think of when we think McDonald's. They're building the community. They're helping the planet. The truth is everyone eats it, but honestly, I don't think anyone really wants to eat it, even when they eat it. It's the easiest choice and it's always there. And in fact, the constant presence of McDonald's tells me that the mascot needs to be ever present. And let's face it, McDonald's has...
Yeah, they do. The weird thing is they only have chicken. I don't think they have burger. I might be wrong about that though, but everybody's eating chicken. I remember, on the display, the ordering display, they might have ran out that day or something. But yeah, they didn't have burgers. They only had chicken. But it's really good though. The chicken's really good.
They have like the same menu items as everywhere else.
No, it's completely different. It's completely different. Yes, completely, totally different. A lot of chicken, fucking spicy. Just extremely spicy. Everything here is extremely goddamn spicy, basically.
I like it though. I fucking love spicy food.
Me too.
I think I love that.
Me too. I love it. And the chicken here is great. You know, everything is like fried chicken. My wife makes her fried chicken here at home, but she makes it in like coconut oil and with like the breading is like healthy stuff. I forget what she does, but it's like the healthiest version of fucking chicken with her own sambal. It's like the hot sauce. She makes everything herself. It's fucking delicious, dude. The food here is delicious. Yeah, man. Are there cows in Bali? Yes, there are. Bali is not like, I guess they're like, what are they, like Buddhist, I guess? Forget what they are.
I thought you should do a Muslim country.
No, well, that's Indonesia at large, but Bali, the island, is not Muslim. It's like, they're like, swastika. What is that? What is this one? I forget, Sanskrit. Or whatever. Cool. Whatever that is.
Has always marketed to kids because it's all the kids in the car that goes, let's go to McDonald's. If we can get the kids excited about Macca's, parents are going to take them. I mean, that's why they started the whole playground thing and Happy Meal. Sort of pioneers in childhood manipulation and worked really well.
Damn,
McDonald's is always sort of wearing a mask as to what they want you to see them as. So their mascot is wearing a mask, and it's a happy mask, and it's a simple mask. McDonald's itself is f***ing huge. There is no fast food restaurant that knows that there's any competing with McDonald's. Bringing all that together would be pretty simple.
I couldn't tell why you were looking at drawing. It looked like a face coming out of an arsehole.
This is such surface level
black shiny
nonsense.
business shoes.
Okay, look, let's find the Ren Faire one. Which one is that? Who told us that? Ren Faire is what it's called, right? Ren Faire? R-E-N?
Not sure, but why don't you
Hit
just
this?
type it in?
Wait, is it this?
This video is sponsored by Nightweave, makers of the ultimate functional and comfortable adventuring clothes. More about them.
Oh, God.
I have to say, I experienced and discovered things I'd never.
Okay.
This video is sponsored by Nightweave, makers of the ultimate functional and comfortable adventuring clothes. More about them later.
Adventure!
What is
I need to get
LARP?
them
Live
adventure
action?
cloak.
Just like his brother who makes who does like sword reviews. It is like this latent need for adventure and like well, you would think violence, right? It's like swords and knights, like they want to go back to that. But in that era, they would have been like not even they would just be like what is that called? Like a stable, a guy that would like work at the stable or something, maybe. You know what I'm saying?
What did they do with like retards and stuff back in the day?
Yeah, what do you think they did? They threw them off a cliff. They dropped a big rock on their head.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? When you have like leprosy going on, famine, there's no time to rehabilitate a retard. Yeah, stable boy. Yeah. Jazza and his brother would have been two retarded stable boys.
Yeah.
Probably. Like they wouldn't be in a heroic night.
No, definitely not. they'd have hated the knights.
They'd be picking potatoes. They'd be picking some potatoes.
Yeah, they'd be
Role play.
Yeah. What do you think you would have been, Ashley, in medieval times?
Town legend.
Not a jester? Look, you're a jester.
Well, yeah, it'd be that, obviously, yeah.
And wouldn't it be cool? I'd like to be the jester, just kind of horsing
Let's all
around.
be jesters.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that'd be pretty cool to be a jester type of guy. Or maybe I'd probably be like at the inn most of the time, drinking.
Yeah, that's why I imagine I'd be at the inn.
Yeah, I would be.
Or maybe
I'd like to be around the
village
inn.
drunk.
Because look, I'm a village drunk right now, but in medieval times, let's be honest, that time sucked. What are you gonna do all day? You might as well get completely fucking shit faced, and then get into like a sword fight or something. That would be cool. Just fuck it, YOLO. I guess it is kind of cool. We need to go to a Ren Faire. Why is it called Ren Faire actually, or is it Rem? R-E-M.
I'm not sure. Is Ren Faire like what does it mean?
I don't know.
Just like the same
I'm
as
asking the chat. They know. Our chat knows all about Dungeons and Dragons and all that stuff.
Games like Dungeons and Dragons,
What
but
the
played
fuck?
in real life.
Just
This
said it.
is what most people think LARP is.
Live action
Lol.
role playing.
Welcome to the fields of Evermore!
If you get hit in the torso, it's fatal.
So violent.
Let us gingerly touch our tips.
Like your hat. Thanks, my mom made it.
Here, that would be us. Okay, so he's gonna say he's gonna stick up for LARPing. He's like, actually, LARPing, live action role play, has been misrepresented in the media. This is like a hill he's gonna like die and he's gonna defend LARPing. I would love to hear his explanation because I'm thinking it's still gonna be mega fucking gay and cringe. Even after his explanation. If you
How could he possibly?
Remember we watched something? Because here's the thing. I always said to myself, I don't know what Dungeons and Dragons is, right? There is this. Remember the guy Projared? Projared, the guy that was like, I think there's another guy who's cock and balls, got leaked online, and he was like fucking little kids and stuff like that. So he basically fucked this other woman. They did like a live action role playing thing. Guys, do you remember what I'm talking about, chat? Because I want to pull this up real quick. D&D December. They did this like on a stage. Did they delete this because of the
Gold pieces, which you gladly accept.
Oof. Here, this guy, Projared. Remember this guy, Ashley? Have you seen this guy?
No, I'm not sure. Here, dude, I've got to tell you this because if I don't tell you, I'll end up shitting me then. I'm busting for a shit. I've got to go.
Yeah, go take a pee.
Sorry, guys.
I'm bossing for a shit. I've got to go. Can somebody clip that? I want to put that on a soundboard. I'm busting for a shit. I've got to go.
I've got to go.
Okay, please. Be quick. I'm busting for shit. I've got to go. I love that. Does anybody know this? Liz, do you remember this? It was that guy who used to animate for Game Grumps or something. He was part of the Game Grumps, and his girlfriend ended up cheating with Projared. And it was they used to do a live Dungeons and Dragons show. I know, yeah. What was that called? I want to pull up that live Dungeons and Dragons thing they did. And I think even Stamper was part of it, or no? Was that it? Yes, we wanted to do a D&D because, yes, we wanted to do that one time. But I'm trying to get someplace. I wanted to showcase this. What's it called? Does anybody know? There was a live Dungeons and Dragons show with Projared. No, it's not Sleepy Cabin. Crazy Cat says, I prefer Liz as a sidekick. She doesn't tell us about having to take a shit. Yeah, thank Christ. It's not Sleepy Cat. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. Projared live. What was that woman called? Maybe LARP. Projared LARP. What the fuck was this shit called? Did they get rid of this? Hey, here it is.
Because of the drama, let me explain who to start. In the past day, there has been a lot of talk revolving around the downfall of YouTuber Projared. And since I have Jared's own channel,
where's that
with
woman?
Others behind the scenes. But I think this will... People saw a few signs that there was a divorce from his wife. Shots were taken to back up his claims, and people pieced together that this secret relationship online personality most notable from Game Grumps. Screenshots were taken to back up these claims, and people pieced together that this secret relationship lined up with the end of Holly's marriage to Game Grumps' very own Rubber Ross.
Is this it? No. They must have scrubbed this from the internet. I remember them in costumes on a stage doing live action role playing. Does nobody know what the fuck I'm talking about here? Yeah, Aaron Hansen is Ego Raptor. They must have gotten rid of this then. Wait. Maybe this one? Yeah, they got rid of all of this. That's crazy, dude. What the fuck? Alright, what is this? Stable flip? Is that it?
A new fashion friend.
Enemy? The dude is just like decked out in denim and he's like,
No, I don't think that's it. Okay, I'm just gonna give up on this, I guess. We're waiting for Critical Role. Is that it? Okay, let's see. Critical Role. We're waiting for Ashley to finish his shit. What the fuck is this? Oh no, what is this?
You have your character created in a firm grasp of the core mechanics. Enemies who never move. GM
No, it's people on a stage with an audience. People playing Dungeons and Dragons on a stage, and there's like an audience watching, and they're in costume on a stage playing Dungeons and Dragons. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. Critical Role actors play D&D. That's not what I'm talking about, though. This was with Projared. Dragons in Places. Is this it? This could be really gay, though. I don't think that's it, though.
And actually, with the initiative order, it's going to be their turn first.
This is something that we've seen before.
Just screaming with a hand axe in the hand.
No, I did not dream it. This is literally Projared and that Holly. They were both in costumes on a stage playing. No, dude, they scrubbed it because that's where their affair probably originated and the whole drama came from. Trust me, nobody can fucking find this. I kind of wanted to wait for Ashley to come back to explain how Dungeons and Dragons is so fucking crazy. I might have to wait for Ashley to come back. We have to wait for... Oh,
Anonymous
super chat.
tipped $5. When was the last time you listened to Red Bar, Sven? And tell us why he sucks so much.
I have not listened to Red Bar since I was on the last time. So that's like 2 years ago, probably. I've seen some clips. People have messaged me like, oh my God, like you have messaged me just now. People have DM'd me some stuff. And I've watched some clips here and there, but you know, it's not my cup of tea. Why is my camera frozen? Oh man, this hacking flipping sucks. Let me get my webcam back online. Hello! Hey guys! Okay, we need to fit Wizards of the Coast's Dungeons and Dragons show dice camera action. Is that it? That sounds mega gay, so it could be right. Wizards. What the flick? Wizards of the Coast. It's not it, dude. Dungeons and Dragons. Yo. Did they do a live one? Actually really is taking his time with this shit. Okay, we'll watch some Critical Role then. Was that the last one that I was on? This? Which is the gay? Okay, which is the gayest one? Dice camera action. Okay, let's try that. Does this have Projared? Oh, yeah, there he is. There it is. But they did. I swear to fucking God, they did a live event on a stage with a crowd at a con or something. But this probably is it. Can we get? We're one step closer. Dice camera action. Oh. Wait, is that it? Ashley, dude, can you? He's like literally just taking a nice little shit. How can I click on this? I can't click on it, motherfucker. Yo 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 yo. Is that it? Yo! DK, my brother. I think this might be it. Oh shit! Oh no. Oh no. Actually, production makes it kind of less cringe because less of it is happening in their imagination. Oh no. Oh no. Oh God.
Welcome to our live show. But seriously, I'm Chris Perkins. I will be your dungeon master.
But seriously?
And your bad guy tonight. Thanks. Now, if you're in the audience and you have never participated in a D&D game or watched a D&D game before, there's something you need to know right away, and that is this. Okay, look, first, and I'm still not sure if I'm getting this right, okay? So I used to always say, I don't know what D&D even is. I don't know what that is, okay? That's what I used to say. And I assumed I didn't know, because what I thought it was, because I could have sworn that this is what it was, a bunch of people sitting at a table and then going, I'm actually like a super cool night elf with like a bow and like a super cool cloak. And actually, I can like double flip. And then the other guy goes, yeah, I'm a super cool knight and I have like a
cloaking ability. And then one guy goes, yeah, and then so I'm walking through the get this, I'm walking through the woods. I'm walking through the woods, and then I see a troll. And I'm like, attack, and I hit the troll. But then the other guy goes, well, the troll and they're just having a little fantasy together. And then I was like, that couldn't possibly be what's happening. That could not possibly be actually a thing that people do. So I just figured that can't be it. I just must not be understanding Dungeons and Dragons. Right? But I think that's what Dungeons and Dragons is. I think that is what Dungeons and Dragons is. It's a bunch of people at a table fantasizing about being, like, just doing little fantasy things. They roll dice. What do they roll the dice for then? Having a fantasy should be illegal, especially in public. What are you gonna do? And then I can actually come out, and then actually I save the day, and then they roll a dice. What do they roll the dice for? Okay, Ken, what do they roll the dice for? Where do the dice come into play? Is there rules? Because I figured it was just fantasy. And then this guy, the dungeon. Oh, there you are. Well, I just explained Dungeons and Dragons. We're watching something here. Dungeons and Dragons. I'll explain this real quick one more time. How was your shit, by the way? Was it good?
Yeah, so glad I went. Yeah, man, I can get into this now.
Solid?
Yeah, sorted.
No, not sorted. Solid.
Oh, kinda. I had some spicy food right before we started streaming.
Look, so I'm explaining this. I told the chat, I said, listen, I always said to myself, I don't know what Dungeons and Dragons is, because I could have sworn that what I thought it was is just a bunch of guys sitting at a table, one guy going, I'm a night elf, and then I'm running through the woods and I attack you. And then another guy goes, well, actually, I deflect that attack with a shield, and then the reinforcements arrive, and it's the Dark Lords with their super mana attack. And I'm like, that cannot be what it is, because that would be just insane and mega cringe. But that is, I think that's what it is, Ash. What do you think it is? Because then people go, no, they also have dice. Okay, how do those come into play?
I assume to make it random, so you can't just have one guy inventing what.
But what would? So I roll a dice and it says 3. What the fuck does that have? And then what?
Then there must be some options like 3 is this happens or 6 is.
Okay, let's watch this real quick. We're gonna watch Dungeons and Dragons real quick, and then we're gonna get back to Jazza's LARP video.
D&D is a game of shared storytelling involving all the participants. I, as the dungeon master, will set the scene and keep the
Ashley, could you know what this reminds me of? The level of cringe. I told this before. Okay, first of all, Ash, imagine you're sitting at a table and you're gonna go, you're just gonna fantasize with a bunch of guys. Oh, fuck, isn't that fucked up?
It's hard to imagine you could even.
I couldn't do it. I could not do that. Because and it reminds me of this. I remember I told people this before. I was at a party, a house party once, and I ended up in one of the rooms, and there were a couple of chicks there, and a dude picked up a guitar. Remember this story? Oh God! I didn't really know these people, and I was just fixing myself a drink, and I just sat with them a little bit, and the guy started.
Yeah, you told me.
A guy started finagling on a guitar like shillily, and then he just fuck, I can't do this. So then the guy goes like this. Sada sada. He goes sada ta sta sta sada da ta ta, and then one of the girls went. Fuck! She chimed in, and he's like, and then another girl went, or something like that. I'm like, and I'm like, this sucks. This fucking sucks. And I left the room.
Yeah,
that's what this reminds me of.
Red for him, weren't you?
Huh?
We were going bright red for him. That's the way I would have it. Gone red myself out of embarrassment.
Yeah, I was just, dude. I was like, is this a camera prank show happening right now? Because this is insane. That this is organically people are starting to hoom pop with the fucking guitar. Like that's the gayest shit ever. Do you have any self-awareness of what you guys are doing right now, you cocksuckers? But then this is 10,000 times worse because you're locked in for like 3 or 4 hours. Like making a fantasy realm with other guys? Like that's, I can't even imagine that's real. We'll have to look into this real quick.
Moving forward, but it's really the players in this escapade who will face the gravest challenges. And making decisions that will keep them alive as long as possible. Now, before we begin, I would like to introduce Ben Looms of Sirenscape, who will be providing today's orchestral accompaniment.
I'm fast forwarding a little bit.
And you like Lathander.
Oh, there's Projared, who I also always thought had progeria, the disease. But apparently he doesn't, but it really does look like it.
Ooh.
Oh, hello.
He couldn't have taken his hoop earrings out for the occasion.
Oh, hello. I'm the human bard that goes hard. Halton said.
Oh my god, he's the human bard that goes hard. By the way, this guy is cleaning up the convention center. All the nerd, he's raping. This guy's raping. That's what's happening at these things. People didn't notice before.
In this environment for all these nerd women.
Yes, in this environment, he's a rock star. He barely has the courage to just get up on stage. He's like sweating, he's pissing himself, he's shitting, but he's still trying to be like suave. And yeah, these nerds who are peaking, this is their peak right now on the stage. They're raping, dude. They're raping. They think, oh my god.
I come up with a joke. He's called Robert Down Syndrome Jr. Downey.
You thought you just came up with that?
Yes, no one ever. What? He looks like Robert Downey Jr. a bit.
Oh, him. Downs. You know what? Yeah. Okay, that's pretty cute, but I think I've heard Robert Down Syndrome Jr. a gorillion times, Ash.
All right. Okay. Well, it works for him because he kind of looks like it.
All right.
Descended from the Vistani, breaker of several fourth walls. And,
oh my god, look, so he's literally giving his fantasy back. I am actually Frastani the Bustari, and I have actually won several battles. It's like, what the fuck? Imagine having the guts to do this.
Former employee of this guy over here.
Oof.
I think the only time these guys feel any confidence, though, is when they're in character as a knight of the realm. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Or when they're raping convention goers. Look at Projared. Oh, this is fun stuff happening.
What do you know about Lady Esvele Rajnar?
Oh, well, me. Hello, everyone. I'm Esvele Rajnar, and that's definitely all that I am.
No, you're also Jewish.
And this is Diaz.
This is really is to do here. Let's just get it done so we can get out. This
But it's a party. We're supposed to be enjoying it.
All right, so now the role play has started.
Thank you. A while.
I just feel out of place.
Well, your hair looks nice.
Thanks.
Is that like your tagline? It could be.
Oof.
Cool. This is very exciting. I'm gonna find one.
Oh, okay. Is this okay?
This is just really bad improv, isn't it?
Just extremely bad improv by a bunch of amateurs with a YouTube channel. Like, what the fuck is this shit?
Honestly, yeah, it's like a high school improv performance.
Look, good improv is shit, okay? The best of it, the cream of the crop of improv is unbearably uncomfortable, okay? But then you have people who are witty, who can play off of each other. They know yes and
professionals.
Yeah, they can make funny scenarios happen. This is just a bunch of meandering retards who have no clue what they're doing.
And no social skills, so they can't really bounce very well off each other.
Oh, look, so this one, and this one, they had the affair. This guy, Projared, who I always thought had progeria, And then this one, who used to date one of the Game Grumps, they had like an affair and he was raping, stuff like that, allegedly.
The right tricks. We're supposed to be blending
like
in.
You may have,
I'll fix it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it.
Oh, God.
Oh, you'd have to rape with beauties like that everywhere.
Nice.
Yeah, they're the best.
Yeah.
What is this? Oh, they're fixing her costume.
Really, entertaining, delightful.
Yeah.
So this is Dungeons and Dragons.
This isn't, so whatever it is you need us to do, just let us know so we can be done with it.
Just a little heads up. Be sure to leave enough room for Lathander. Let's just go ahead and like scoot a little bit. There we go.
That's a plastic bottle. That's a plastic bottle! The plastic was not invented until 1930 after the Industrial Revolution! That's chat AI from the audience.
Probably.
You're breaking my immersion!
There kind of is a point though, isn't it? If you're gonna go to all this effort.
Yeah, shouldn't you have like some kind of a goblet at least?
Exactly, yeah.
The servants who glide past the doorways with their platters of wine look at you and don't stop and just keep on walking away.
Yeah, but I need that. No, please. I don't want to feel anymore.
That makes two of us.
That's a mood.
What did you
Wow, that's a mood. I don't think they said that in Victorian vampire times.
I have done absolutely nothing. Everything is great. But my family, some hundreds of years ago. I mean, it's
great, great improv.
It's practically forgettable. Nothing.
I know, yeah.
Bad.
Look, the
When
funny
every
thing,
sentence is a massive struggle for every character.
yes, and plus they keep saying stuff. Yeah, it's complete. I want to forget. Yeah, this is completely their backstories they're coming up with on the fly. They constantly keep saying it's forgettable and uninteresting because they don't want to be expected to delve any deeper. Like, no, it's actually quite forgettable. Like, okay, why am I here watching this bullshit unfold?
Perhaps a little issue with.
He's trying to alpha dog.
That we may have dabbled into. Yikes.
Well, either way,
Nobody's following what they're
not the only
saying,
one
though.
not welcomed here, so I'm not sure what we're
No, they're all on their own paths, sort of trying to seek attention. They're all on their own mission to hog the spotlight. She went from here to do this bullshit here. They're all trying to hog. She just said, me and my family dabbled in slavery, okay? That's what she just said. To try to bring some intrigue and drama, but they're all too woke and uncomfortable to go with this plot line, I guess.
I mean, we are putting on airs, and perhaps on this great day we could be welcomed.
Buddy, it's a party. Get litty.
Get litty? I don't think vampires said stuff like that.
Right? Right? Cool.
So,
See, they said
how
it,
did
right?
how did you two meet and get so
Oof.
close?
He crawled into my family window and scared my mother.
What?
That was your mom?
I mean, from what I heard.
And your mom's still around?
I'm kind of
Wow.
like a gray kind of. So this party though.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah, I'll just tell you what that improv was. She said a vampire came into the room and scared my mum, and he went, "What, it was your mum?" And she went, "Yeah, I think. I don't know."
Yeah, what the fuck is this? You're supposed to yes and you should be, well, yes, my mom, she gets kind of rowdy when she's had a couple in there. A little bit of blood. Or whatever nonsense you're coming up. She's like, well, no,
I think
whatever.
I don't know. I think.
Yeah, and this
Maybe.
guy is walking around like Trump on a debate stage. Like, can you just pick a spot, please? Okay. Who are you trying to intimidate? Sit down.
Absolutely amazing. In fact,
Look at this. She didn't get enough attention for 1 second.
What? Lovely.
I really wanted that back afterwards.
It's so bad.
You know, I was very much hoping.
It's funny because there's also like violin music or like this classic music in the background, but nothing's happening. But the funny thing is, so he is like the story lord or whatever. What's that called, guys? The overseer.
Dungeon master.
Yeah, the dungeon master, of course. So at some point, he's going to have to, whenever the content runs dry, which it seems like this would have already been an appropriate moment to intervene and give them some guidance.
Yeah.
But I just want to...
What really helps sell a story is when a lot of the actors face away from the audience, so you can't see the face.
Yeah, but that's probably... Look, when you are bombing, when you're massively bombing, and none of the things you said landed so far, you instinctively, shamefully, you try to turn your face away from the judgment of the crowd.
Yeah, try and blend into the background.
Good show here.
So going back to this window.
Yeah, why are you going through people's windows again?
Yeah, let's get.
Going back to this window thing, is that where you found a thing? Going back to this window thing, is that where you found a thing? This is going to be riveting stuff.
Back to that. Your mom is what? Still around, alive, living in your estate?
What?
Usually not this forward with me, okay. But there's so many good wine and good. Oh, look at, there's definitely someone over there who is asking for my attention. Here, hold this, would you? Thank you so much. I will definitely be back. All of you, don't worry about it. Go ahead, look around. I'm sure that now that I've left, you'll definitely get some service. But go ahead, have a great time, and I'll definitely be back soon. Don't even worry about it. Everything is totally fine.
That's my fireballer.
Nobody even knows what's happening.
Yeah, she's gonna she's gonna powder her nose real quick in the bathroom to get some extra confidence. Let's see what riveting new story unfolds. I just want to keep watching this until
me too. I'm into it.
Yeah, because this fucking dipshit, he needs to intervene and go, okay, look, here's the story. This is the point. You know what I'm saying? He's just doing nothing.
Something happening for you to react to. It's just rather than making up some bullshit.
Yes. And this guy's so autistically retarded and socially inept, he doesn't even understand that they're like suffering right now.
I don't like you.
He's like, there's no need to break this magic. Well, it's a good show.
Alone in the quiet library of the House Margaster, you hear the noise of the party all around
there
you.
he goes.
You're just talking among various nobles. It sounds almost like secret whispered conspiracies against you.
Against us?
That's it?
So it only seems. You reckon it's your imagination getting the better of you.
Are there any cool books?
Okay, so he just said apparently they're at a party and people are whispering about them. That's like the big intrigue scenario he came up with. They hear whispers of people gossiping about them. What the fuck are they gonna do with this? What are they gonna do with that?
Any specific gossip, just general gossip.
Yes, exactly. So what are they gonna do? I wouldn't know what to do with that. Like, all right, I guess I literally do not know. Imagine you're in this situation. You're Projared. You're standing there. Two people have already ran off screen because they're panicking. Where did that fucking cool guy go? Where is he at? No. And it's like, okay, how am I going to save this situation? People are whispering in the halls. Like, what are you going to do with this?
And action.
This is full of cool books.
I'm looking at all of them and not talking to anyone.
Put your fucking plastic bottle down.
My wine. You have been looking all over the place for the wine and have not.
Books.
This party sucks.
I'm actually agreeing with you, Paulton, on this one.
Well, I'm sure there's lots of this place to explore. We could try to find.
He said, I'm actually agreeing with you, Polton, because I guess this guy's Polton. He mistook her for Polton.
Find somewhere cooler to hang out.
The room gets very, very cold all of a sudden.
You told me to take my jacket off, and now I'm cold. I feel cold.
You
too.
feel in this large house a draft come through the room.
Is said draft familiar?
I was gonna ask the same thing.
What?
I would like you to make perception checks.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
So,
What
get these
the
to a
fuck?
dice station
Ooh.
Oh!
and roll your dice.
There's a dice station
Okay.
right here.
Here come the
I
dice.
have this rug in my house.
I guess we just dropped the old gossip narrative.
Yeah, look, there was a gossip happening. They didn't really know what to do with that. They said there's a droth that comes to the house, and then she said, "Is it a familiar droth?" The fuck does that mean? Stupid bitch. Okay, so there's a lot of number. I literally am intrigued. I have no clue how a die can help you out of this sticky situation. Like, how is this die gonna change any of this?
Let's find out.
It's 11.
21.
That's good.
But I have so many show notes to go over.
What? Oh, come on. Really?
The first roll and it's a nat 20.
What do you expect? It's a good cutscene.
Paulton,
Yes.
you come from supernatural roots, and something in your spine tingles as you feel a vaporous entity forming nearby. Spectral presence.
Wow.
As
Wow,
a ghost
what the fuck?
manifests.
Oh, so his stats leveled up? They can't even keep track of like a simple narrative about like something to do with wine or something. You think they can keep track of like him having 2 strength, dexterity? He has 2 intelligence. Like how does this ever come into play at all? I can't imagine.
No.
That
I
doesn't
don't.
make any sense.
He's got high charisma, but I've not seen it yet.
No, he's a complete douche and a rapist. I'm just gonna come out and say it. This guy raped like a bunch of 14-year-olds. Allegedly, that's what I've heard at this convention.
That one.
Yeah.
They're not. She's not 14. Oh, here's the. Oh, this was the. Look, he was trying to get this person to come in the whole time. He's like, "There's a whisper. There's a droth. There's a specter coming in." But they're just too stupid. They were like, what? Another person to share the spotlight with? I'm just going to keep ignoring this new character until she's forced upon us.
He got slapped.
That was I can't even.
Millennial humor.
I'm incorporeal. Or I thought I was.
It was that impactful, so kudos. I will.
Who are you?
Kudos. This is Millennial Core. By the way, we're going to get into some Millennial Core later. Have you heard Millennial Core? The new term, Millennial Core, actually?
No, it sounds awesome.
Yeah, I told you we were going to get into some cringe today. Whew. This is really millennial coded, by the way.
You were kind of turned off by the presence of a Rajnar in your life.
A Rajnar! A Rajnar.
Indecorum to present yourself.
That's what the Sims used to say when they picked up the phone. A Rajnar. Sorry about that.
That's me.
These are nasty.
Okay, I'm done with this. Okay, I think we got it. This is horseshit nonsense. But now that we know what LARPing is all about, yeah, that's blackface. You should be canceled. Look, by the way, actually, they did 141 episodes.
Wow. I'll go to episode 1, just out of curiosity, just to see what that looks like.
Yeah, but they're not on a stage here, I think. Okay, let's go to one where they have cameras. This is during COVID, I think, probably.
Oh, they just do it like that normally. Okay.
Which makes it worse, you know?
Oh, yeah, I could never follow that. I'd be so bored.
Imagine him going, okay, so, because now he has to, okay, so I walk into the hallway, and then I encounter a specter. And he goes, actually, no. You were drunk on blood because you're a vampire. Oh, but actually, I'm immune to the... Like, imagine... Fucking what the fuck, dude? That's so fucked up.
Yeah.
That should not be allowed.
No, I wonder what the limits on it are, because if you can just say anything, you could just say, like, and then I take the troll and stab its eyes out and defeat it, and then does that just mean it's over and you beat the troll?
Yeah, but then everybody's like, you're not really a good game player in our legion or whatever, in our fellowship. Yeah, you're cheating, I guess. I have no clue. I have no clue how this works. I don't know what the parameters are. It seems complete garbage. Artie says, Sven, take us on an adventure within our minds. Sven roleplay. Yeah, we wanted to do this at some point, but
yeah, I'd still like to do it someday if someone ever wants to.
But here's the thing: you need, because the only way that could work is for you and me not to have any clue how this works. We'd have to take it seriously, and you'd have to have a dungeon master or whatever it's called that is actually charismatic and knows what he's doing. We would have to get a professional. Because you can't have like a stammering retard.
Can you get one on Fiverr, do you think?
like a black guy from Kenya who barely speaks English.
And so you go into the jungle.
That would be so annoying.
It's just all these references to African stuff. And you have no water, so you have to walk many miles.
You shower with the urine from cow. You shower and drink the urine from the livestock. Like what? There's no wells here?
Medieval adventure.
Yeah. And then I went to the castle. There's no such thing as castle. We only have one-story building made of poo. Oh, all right. It's really limiting my imagination here.
There are many flies around. Many flies.
Many flies. Oh, and then there was a gargoyle. No. There's flies and mosquito. Dangerous mosquito. Malaria. Mosquitoes.
No, malaria,
AIDS and monkeypox. All right, let's go. So now Jazza was going to explain, or he's going to defend LARPing. Okay, so he showed us a couple of clips from certain TV shows that got it all wrong. We just watched some real LARP happening, live action role playing. So now Jazz is going to tell us all about this.
So what is LARP really like? That's what I've set out to discover in making this video. As a complete noob who never LARPed before, I created my own character and attended one of Australia's biggest week-long LARP events with my son.
It's a different thing to Dungeons and Dragons. Well, it's similar, but I think Dungeons
this is as fucking gay. Look,
it's as gay, but I think Dungeons and Dragons is in your head, whereas this is going to a field and pretend to be a jousting guy.
Yeah. Is it though? We'll see. I think it's both equally retarded and well, it's not exactly as retarded. Look, again, if you're just sitting behind your computer going, "Whoa, I'm imagining I'm in a realm," that's obviously more retarded than even being on the stage. This makes it a little less retarded, but it's still mega gay, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To see what LARP is really all about. And I have to say, I experienced and discovered things I never expected that forever have changed my understanding of what LARP is. There is a lot to unpack in this video, so I've organized the chronicles of my journey into LARP into the convenience of a numbered list. Part 1, my call to adventure. I wanted to start by talking about why I've been motivated to do this. LARP is one of those things that I've always been interested in or curious about, but I had no idea where to start or was too nervous or just didn't know how to get into it.
Thought it was too gay and cringe.
Immersing myself in and sharing
you've watched the famous
content
video
for over a decade now. And as for the live action bit, anyone who's watched this channel for any
imagine sitting there and watching. Oh my God, I can't. Like when I'm working, I'm listening to an audiobook or a podcast or like one of these comedian horseshit podcasts, you know what I'm saying? Which is not much better. But imagine sitting there on your secondary screen, you have like 3 people LARP, like Dungeons and Dragons singing. That's...
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
I can't even imagine.
Period of time knows that I'm a bit of a performer.
My name is French Jazza and this is my clip.
I actually met my wife participating in local theatre productions, and in the many years of running this channel, I'm pretty eager to find pretty much any excuse to get into a costume and goof around. So knowing that it would probably be a good fit for me, how was I supposed to get started with LARP?
Yeah,
the advice I found online says basically to
Jazza got the better end of the genetics, didn't he? His brother's like the Danny DeVito twin.
Yes.
One.
Yeah, but they're equally as gay.
Oh yeah, completely.
You find your
no, his brother is way worse than at least Jazz has some morality. He's nice. You know what I'm saying? Jazz is pretty nice.
and see what they're into. And if you're from Victoria, Australia like me, there really is one king of the local LARP, and that is Swordcraft. Swordcraft is a LARP group themed around Games Workshop's Warhammer setting and began...
Yeah, that's his brother's business probably. Look at this paper mache gay-ass retarded shield to this guy, man.
It's a Melbourne-based LARP group that has since expanded to many other chapters.
Melvin is like the cliche's nerd name. You know what I'm saying? If you had to create a nerd character, his name was Melvin. That's what their group is,
including Gippsland, which is near me. On top of that, for many years they've been running an annual week-long LARP camp called Quest, in which people camp in thematic tents and spend days role-playing and battling it out as their characters. This honestly sounded like my idea of heaven. I also saw it as a potentially...
That's his idea of heaven.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm thinking what it would take for me to spend time there. Look, I would go there, but I would just be hanging out at my tent, having some beers probably or something like that.
Yeah, I'd have a good time. I wouldn't get involved, but I'd like to look at every.
I couldn't possibly. In the same way, I was not gonna go da, 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 when that guy started playing the guitar. I physically could not participate in the fantasy. You understand? I could not do that. And I'm an artist. I draw stories and stuff like that, but I could not do that. You know what I'm saying?
That would be an ironic disattachment if I did try and get involved.
I would have to do this in a sense of I'm making fun of these people. It is ironic. Yes,
exactly. I'd be looking at everyone like, we all see how stupid what we're doing is, don't we?
This is pretty gay. We can all agree. But here's the thing. They're not agreeing with you. They're taking this very seriously.
Yeah, they hate it if you joked about it.
They are grim lore of the dark realm, okay? Don't fuck around with these guys.
A great opportunity to spend some quality time with my son, who is also himself very theatrical, if not more so than me. He is literally always in costume. Usually is his favorite video game characters, and he also has inherited my love of camping, which we do from time.
I don't know if it's a good idea to show this guy.
In our backyard. In short, I figured my son and I are a perfect fit for this LARP camp, so I signed us up to a membership and booked our tickets to Swordcraft Quest. After that, I realized I had no idea what to expect, how to behave, what the rules were, what to do, where to go, who to be, or anything really. So.
Spaz the Space Wizard in chat says, one game of D&D when I was 13 and it was okay. Well, you can be our dungeon master then, since you're the expert.
Yeah, Spaz the Space Wizard. Is that your character still? You still, you weren't able to let go of that? I'm Spaz the Space. Well, this is more of like a Victorian vampire. No, I'm a space wizard from space. Yeah, sorry, all right then.
I figured the best place to start
have to be from space.
I got myself some leather armor, tunic, gloves, pants, belt, and LARP-ready sword and shield. And of course, spent a month growing out my beard for the big event. And my son was
like Dark Souls. They just all want to live in Dark Souls.
I mean, I guess there's like this, what do they call it? Like DNA memory? What is it called? Blood memory of like when we used to fight for our homesteads and stuff like that. Yeah, there's like a yearning back to a time where you could be masculine and stuff like that. But here's the thing. Sign up to go fight on the front in Ukraine then. Put your money where your mouth is, okay? Because again, these guys, they'd be stable boys, all right? They were not a magic bomb throwing, magic beam shooting, cool protectors of the realm. You know what I'm saying?
It's kitted out in a handmade blue tunic, grey clothes, gloves, and sword and shield to match my own. But
I don't know about showing this little kid.
And let's not forget, there's Benny. Yeah, sorry, mate. You're not getting out of this. He's going to be coming along to film our adventure and our experience, but he can't just be a cameraman in plain clothes. He's going to blend in too. So we figured he could be some kind of wizard who would be following us around, wielding his staff of memory capture, which looks strangely like a modern monopod and camera, but they probably won't notice. It's fine.
Yeah, you're not allowed into the event if you don't come up with some lore for your modern equipment. You know what I'm saying? You have to come up with lore. They're like, all right, so you're planning to bring in your cell phone. What's the lore? This is actually the tablet of magnification. It was crafted by Lord Grimdor of the realm of fantasy. All right, okay, you're allowed in. I'm saying you have to come up with
Like,
lore.
just like, a wizard made it. Okay, and your laptop, yes, a wizard made it.
No, he wouldn't say laptop. He said, "What is this art device that can clap? Is that a book? Is that a tome? Some sort of a tome of mystery? What's the lore behind it, kind sir?" Well, this is actually... Yeah, this is an ancient artifact found deep within the catacombs of a long-lost civilization, actually. Not bad.
You must be a fine soldier to hold such a device. Come on in.
Yes, that's sufficient enough. Come on in. Come on into our round.
And tell of the tale of the scroll, the electronic scroll.
It's so fucking gay, dude.
From what I gathered online, a big part of the LARP experience is actually outside of the act of LARPing, and that is the creativity that goes into it. Not only coming up with an interesting character or a cool story, but also in how you bring that to life through their costume and props. And while most of these
potion.
Yes. Can be bought from different online retailers like we did for the...
This is some fucking BDSM sick fetish shit. That's another whole fucking aspect of this that we forget. This is some furry coated, sickening fetish garbage. Look at his little ears.
Yeah, I hate the ears. And girls put like pointy ears on.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Especially these, the tranny flag ears. Tranny flag colored pointy ears could be the worst merch item ever. You have like a little bondage thing here with hooks and shit like that. You know, they suspend people from hooks. They're like, no, this is a fantasy event. Yeah, your butt like they have like weird furries and shit in that event. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you think? Who do you think you're fooling here?
Foundation of our costumes. Most enthusiastic and longer-term LARP participants opt to hand make at least some elements of their costumes and characters, so that their characters can be truly unique and tell their own story, having an added benefit of often being much cheaper. So I wanted to properly participate in the whole LARP experience, which of course includes a little bit of this preparatory creativity, adding some handcrafted creativity to my character's costume, while I also use that time to figure out who my character might be. So let me take you back to the week before the big event, which I spent.
I want to know what character he came up with.
Now, I have to say, the foundation of my costume, I'm really happy with, but it doesn't feel particularly unique.
He has to show that. Look, so we all think Jazza is like this nice guy. This is what he does. So he has to go above and beyond. He needs to have the best outfit. So he's going to use his studio equipment to 3D print. So this is going to be his first time, and he's going to be decked the fuck out with like 3D printed skulls, realistic blades. That's Jazza, you know what I'm saying? He's not as innocent as he looks, this guy.
Proper try hard.
Yeah, fucking try hard asshole, basically.
Unique. So I want to create an element that I can wear on top of it that gives me a little more personal character.
A little more attention.
Speaking of my character, I don't have a lot, to be honest. The setting of Swordcraft Quest is based in the Warhammer Old World setting, and I really know next to nothing about the lore, but I want to start off by playing it safe and sticking to the more familiar.
Yeah, there is a little shad inside Jazza.
A former mercenary turned farmer who's looking for a simple life to raise his son and show him the ways of honest work, but it's a cruel world out there, and I want to show my son the truth of it and how to look after himself, so we can thrive and live and hopefully find some peace in the future.
And be gay.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking for my character's voice. I sort of want to pick a name that starts with a J, but I could be like, no, I'm blah, blah, blah. With a little bit of Googling, I came across the name Jazzrick, which is kind of perfect because it actually means protector of glory, one who safeguards fame and honor. So if anyone happens to come up to me and say, you're Jazza, I can respond in a friendly way with, no friend, I'm Jazzrick, but pleased to meet you.
Oh, Jizzrag. More like Jizzrag.
Really cool. I'm so chuffed. But
I'm Jizzrag the fag. Jizzrag the gay. This is my son, Rent Boy. I pay his rent. He does heinous deeds. Jizzrag the fag.
LARPing is about so much more than just characters and costumes. We have quite a bit to get to. Now we've got a solid start with our costumes and characters. The LARP is going to be so much bigger than that. It's a camp out. I'm going to be there for several days. So I've spent the last few months obsessing over finding things in vintage shops.
He has to overdo that
thrift
even.
Stores. This is authentic.
You see, look, he got authentic medieval equipment to stay in the, like, even the biggest nerd there, yeah, they bring a Mountain Dew and stuff for back in their tent. You don't actually have to bring, like, authentic medieval cookware, you know what I'm saying? Nobody was asking that of him, but he has to go extra, you know, to compensate for his lack of personality, to compensate for his lack of integrity and actually being a proper human being. He just needs to get props and
more props and trinkets.
Yeah, more props and trinkets and gimmicks.
God, we'll wash them before we use them. Then we have some things that need complete transformations to fit in with the vibe. So I am going to customize this table to feel more authentic.
Just fuck off.
Low trestle table. And we have this esky, which I'm going to get Amy's help to cut. Now I have an Amy somewhere. I don't know where I put it.
2 weeks package.
What the fuck was this? All right, I'm gonna take a quick piss real quick. I couldn't follow that at all. That startled me. That was fucked up. What the fuck? An old woman screamed in his face just now. Who anticipated that?
The whole time, just underneath there waiting to pop
While he was futzing around with his props, all of a sudden a woman jumped up and screamed directly into his face. I don't know what happened. I need to go take a piss, and then we'll rewind this real quick, okay? Yeah, guys, stay tuned for, what was it called again? Listen to Dude Man. Listen to Dude Man. But that's not the lyrics, but okay, here, enjoy. Piss and a Doob break. We'll be right back, 5 minutes.
Piss and a Doob man. Piss and a Doob man. Piss and a Doob.
Listen to Dude. All right, we're back. Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Am I muted or no? Wait. La 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 la. Oh, no, I'm still here. Ashley, are you here, my friend? Ashley Butterfield, are you here? No, not yet. Guys, if you're just tuning in, we are getting into the weeds of what it means to be a LARPer. We watched some Dungeons and Dragons stuff. It's unbelievable. I still cannot believe that this is actually what it is. It's just a couple of people pontificating and fantasizing together. There's dice involved. I don't know what they do. Have we figured this out? I feel like we still don't know exactly what LARPing exactly is, Ash.
No, I'm not sure what it is.
But we'll keep watching this. Yeah, go ahead. What's your theory?
I'm not sure if there's an actual like endpoint or goal to achieve. I think it's just fantasy, like you get to pretend to be someone else.
Yeah, that's actually interesting that you mentioned that, because I wasn't even really. I was trying to figure out the mechanics, because if it's just people sitting there at a table fantasizing, right? Adding that's retarded. That's crazy. But yeah, is there an end game or a goal? Because then you're thinking, okay, what's the point of this? Because I guess it's supposed to be entertainment, escapism. But to me, it's extremely cringe and like the most uncomfortable thing ever. It's like the opposite of entertainment. You know what I'm saying? To be involved in something like that and like a cringe act like that.
Yeah, I'd enjoy the camping part. I think that's the part I'd enjoy about it all. Like, oh, we get to camp out, and maybe when you stop pissing about in costumes, we can like get around a fire and have a drink.
Yeah, but then you could do all that without dressing up and coming up with a character and a voice and backstory lore.
Yeah.
Okay, is that what it is? Probably because look, you'd hang out with your mates and your buds, you drink, and you just be you, right? You just go when somebody asks, "Hey, so what have you been up to?" You talk about what you actually have been up to.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But I guess if you're a complete faggot ass bitch, you're like you've got nothing going on, or you're like so embarrassed about what a loser you are. So you get to say, "I'm actually Grimlord, the Lord of the Realm." That's what it is. I think we figured it out.
Can be like, when someone goes, "What has thou been doing?" You can go, instead of saying I've been sat at home doing fuck all, you can go, "I went out and slayed a dragon, and then I fought 50 soldiers and one."
Oh, so you're actually not a complete useless piece of shite. You're actually a hero. Me too. What a coincidence. I'm also a useful member of society. In fact, I've contributed lots. I've saved the village many times. Me too. What are the odds? We're all great heroes.
Everyone I've met today is an actual hero. It's unbelievable how many heroes there are.
Well, yeah, if you would take a tally of all their characters, how many characters are heroes? And how many go, I am Groldor, I'm a beggar. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there's many beggars there in this realm.
No, or cobblers, just someone with a normal job.
Just a boring old nonsense job. No, they're all heroes of the realm or dark lords or something.
Yeah.
Okay, anyways, there was a woman screaming right directly into his mouth. One second ago.
I have an Amy somewhere. I don't know where I put her. This is a...
What the flip? What the friggin' age is this? 1 second. I want to try this out on super slow-mo speed. Let's see how it looks like this.
I have an Amy somewhere. I don't know where I put her.
Millennial core. Yo.
Especially how she doesn't smile afterwards.
No. She was serious about this whole thing.
Yeah.
She's a true LARPer, this woman. That's his mom? Okay. I don't know. That seems kind of out of place, out of character. I don't know what that is, but I know what that was.
This is Amy.
Ozark, no.
No, never mind.
I haven't watched anything after Breaking Bad. I haven't seen anything after. I've watched the thing, Simulation, Singularity. What's it called again?
Severance.
Yeah, Severance. I've watched that. Yeah. But yeah, other than that, nothing.
Which is going to help me customize my esky to make it even more aesthetically appropriate. Now, to make this very bog standard trestle table look aged.
Okay, look, I don't want to. He's all up his own ass about making a mediocre prop. We're going to skip this to where he. Special World History.
The Special World History. I thought it'd be fun to first do a little bit of a historical recap as to how LARP became what it is today. Starting in the 1970s and growing in popularity by the 80s.
All the most horrible shit started in the 1970s. The worst era of humanity, the 1960s and 70s. That's where everything went wrong. Obviously.
We're still paying for it today, all this horse shit nonsense.
Yeah, we're still paying for what these faggot-ass boomers came up with, all their stupid garbage. Sven, what you drinking? Beer. Bintang beer.
The hobby didn't really have a name it was known by yet. The ideas of what would become LARP were evolving independently all around the world. One of the longest standing groups
I doubt it. I doubt this was all around the world. This is the boomer generation with no high stakes, nothing really going on.
Yeah,
so they had to make up conflict to be you know,
angry
founded in 1977 by
and
a
still
bunch of college friends.
now the world's falling apart, all their made up nonsense they entertain themselves with.
Yeah, and they're still doing it till the boomers will write a Netflix series and then ask parliamentary questions about the plot. Remember they wrote a series about a white kid stabbing black kids, and then the parliament had to ask, we need to prevent these white children from raping and stabbing. Guys, you wrote this. You were LARPing this story.
It's so fucked up. That just tells you everything you need to know about.
Oh my God. Isn't it nice though? The clock is ticking. We have I think 10 more years, and most boomers, most of the worst ones are going to be gone. What a breath of fresh air.
Then you know what? Gen X ain't that much better than, is it Gen X, the one after them?
I was watching that.
Much better.
I was watching that documentary. The Kurt Cobain documentary. What is it called? Something of Hack. Records of Hack.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a famous Kurt Cobain Nirvana documentary. And yeah, when you look, I like Nirvana, right? But when you're watching, it's like, okay, dude, you're too old to be revolting against your parents. You're in your 40s. Or 30.
In his life, where his mum and dad getting divorced. Loads of people's mum and dad get divorced.
And
it's not that big a deal.
Look, and again, now we're being contrarians against Nirvana. I think it's good mostly. But thank God he shot himself, because he would have been an insufferable douche. You know what I'm saying? Probably. Most likely. Because you see all his notes. It's like a very cool animated documentary. I forget. Montage of Hack is what it's called. Kurt Cobain documentary. And you see his actual notes. And you see drawings. It's like KKK. Or some shit like that. Fuck the K. He would have been a massive SJW bitch. It's like, love is love. People should be allowed to be who they are. He's just a complete queer lefty faggot, this Kurt Cobain, you know what I'm saying? And then he's in his 30s going, yeah, I am mad at my dad. I'm so mad at my dad. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is, basically. I hate to ruin it.
To be fair.
Huh?
I think he died at 27, to be fair.
No, I think he died at 33, right? Oh, is he 27 Club?
I thought he were part of that 27 Club where, you see him, Amy Winehouse.
It could be 27 Club. I thought he died at 33, Jesus, because I thought people made that comparison, but it could be 27. Yeah, it's probably 27 Club.
Yeah.
But at 27, it's still you're still doing that. You're going my dad was mean. It's you're right, dude. But look, again, it worked out. That was of the time. I think nowadays, something like that, modern day grunge, people are laughing at it. I see it again, my IG algorithm. You have a lot of these new bands, and none of them can really break through because everybody's just laughing at them and how gay it is. Sincerity is gay.
It's so gay.
Yeah, sincerely expressing your pain is all right, get a grip, faggot. We're being ironic.
The only thing that's not gay nowadays is just being really horrible.
Yeah, you know what's not gay? Brian from Family Guy. Shrek and Brian together. That's funny.
Amazing. Yeah, that was cool.
If you create a band that's called Shrek Brian and you're singing about the Holocaust, that's the shit. Okay? Honestly,
for a band.
Honestly, okay, guys, if you're just starting off here and you're writing your song lyrics, scrap all of it. Name your band Shrek Brian after Shrek and Brian from Family Guy, and sing about the Holocaust. Boom. You got a hit. There you go. #1 on Spotify. Well, they'll ban you probably, but Bandcamp or whatever. You're going to do really well. Okay, what is this shit?
Shared their enthusiasm for Lord of the Rings and medieval history. Regular battles were held and friends were encouraged to come out and play. They performed demonstrations at Maryland's local Renaissance Festival. I love that some of the earliest ever LARPers used Renaissance fairs as like marketing for their clubs. The term LARP became popular in the 90s for people engaging in this hobby, and over time
$5. I got a mate who works the burger vans. They work this Ren Fair and he told me there's a king and court and social hierarchy of different CL. The new people start as peasants and have to work their way up over several years of Ren Fairs. Cringe.
Whoa. So there's like a class system. I mean, that makes sense. And when you play an RPG, you can pick a class, right? You pick ranger, warrior, or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's actually a goal, then, isn't there? There's a goal to become the.
You're leveling up, but they're like actually create like a societal class system. So these in real life they're meaningless nothings. But then when they are at the Ren Fair for the weekend, they get to dictate. It's like, oh, you just showed up. You have to work your way up. They become their own economy. Oh my god, dude! This is
like a weekend. They got all these halls and shit.
Yeah, and trust me, like people mistake. You think, oh, it's just a bunch of nerds. Oh, it's innocent enough. Nerds are the meanest, the worst people. Yeah. Nerds are the worst. They're the rapers. It's not
to an angry, yeah.
You know, Hollywood Jewish writers, nebbishy, dorky Hollywood Jews have psyoped us through Hollywood to think that the jocks are the rapists. The jocks aren't raping anybody. They're getting enough pussy.
They get it.
It's the nerds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the nerds raping. They're like socially inept. You know what's funny too? When I'm looking at my IG algorithm, and you have some of these super horrible songs, people are calling it in the comments like, oh, typical coworker music. They call it. It's like, yes, exactly, because my coworkers they'd be into the worst shit. I hated my coworkers. Everything they were into. Some of them were cool, but most of them, I fucking couldn't stand them. They would be like into Ray William Johnson. They'd have the worst takes. They sucked. That guy sucked. Because that's the thing. Look, in your social circle, you get to pick the people you hang out with. But at work, they've been picked for you. You know what I'm saying? Now you have to deal with a guy that has nothing in common with you.
Tipped $5. Would you like to rise up the ladder, milady? Maybe if you came to the King's Quarter, you won't have to be a peasant. From the head of the anime club.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly how it works. They figured out their own world. By the way, aspects of this are in Butch Killigan 2 as well. If you haven't picked up Butch Killigan 2 yet, go to Iconic Comics, the web store. There is elements of escapism, fat people, nerd, asshole escapism as well in Butch Killigan 2. Okay, let's keep watching this.
The culture has branched out into more and more variety.
Actually look alright though, don't it?
Yeah, this is from a movie. This is a clip from a movie.
Post-apocalyptic LARP, whether wastelanders or survivors of a zombie apocalypse. Vampire LARP, complete with ornate Victorian costumes and a lust for blood. Historical fiction, which ranges...
Look at this bitch.
Complete with ornate...
Look at this. Vampire LARP. Like, how mentally ill. Like, imagine this. Imagine you work somewhere at the office and you find out that you go, oh yeah, next weekend I have the Ren Fair. I'm going to the Vampire LARP. And it's like, wait, what? And then you find out this guy is like mega into dressing up like vampires. That's like the thing him and his wife connected over. They're into like and it's like, fuck, now this guy is in my life. Now I have to deal with this fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like a fucking asshole.
Yeah, you just feel like you're on a different planet to them, don't you? Like you cannot relate to somebody.
I remember when I worked at that game studio, this guy, his name was Rene. He had an eyebrow piercing, like piercings in his fucking ear, and it was completely out of fashion, okay? He had a puka shell necklace. This was 2010 or 11 or whatever. And then we would go outside because he smoked and I smoked. One time, I might have told the story 10,000 times. He was wearing like a super gay ass like denim jacket with like, you know, like when you go to a cheap ass, dumb ass store, you just have like random ass clothes that just have like a patch on that says Pilot Wing 89 or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Super Pilot Industries. Just nothing, just stupid nonsense. Okay? Yeah. And he was wearing something like that. And as we were walking down the hallway to go smoke a cigarette, he's looking at me like this, and he's gesturing to his jacket like this. I'm like, what? And he's like, I should probably get a motorcycle or something, don't you think? I'm like, what? I mean, what did you say? What? Is it because of the jacket, you know? I'm like, I was about to fucking cry because I moved to a different city to work at this. I never felt so alone, okay, in this moment. I'm like, I don't want to be here anymore. I dropped out of school to work here. And then I'm smoking.
Like be alive from now on.
Yeah, dude, I was so depressed. I was genuinely depressed. I was smoking outside with this guy and he's like, oh, by the way, working on the query system for the color picker. He's smoking his cat. He rolled his fucking cigarettes, okay? And he's like, yeah, working on the color picker system. Yeah, so I got the query down. I'm like, Renee, look, I don't know what you're talking about, okay? I'm not a pro. I don't know what you're saying. He's like, oh no, look, all right, okay. So look, the query system is actually an established form of like several different systems that go on top of each other. I'm like, Renee, listen. I really don't care about this. I don't know what that means. He's like, no, it's actually very simple. And then he went another layer deeper and another layer deeper. I couldn't stop him. So he's explaining some technical jargon he's working on. Then when I tried to tell him, listen, stop talking about this, I don't care, he goes a level deeper instead of knocking it off. This guy was mega retarded. I fucking hated this guy. RT says, rolling your cigs is normal as fuck. No, it's gay. Just buy a pack of cigarettes, okay? Thank you.
I mean, that's easy to say when you live in Bali. It costs about 20 quid for.
Okay, look, nowadays, okay, this is like 20 years ago at this point, okay? Cigarettes were not that expensive. Right now, I could see the utility in rolling your own, but I would do it with a filter with like one of those ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk. I wouldn't stand there like a piece of trash rolling my own ciggy at the corner, you know what I'm saying? I would do it at home.
Smoke doobs, so I have to roll all my own.
Right, when you're smoking doobs, you gotta roll them, you know what I'm saying? Okay, let's keep watching this.
Victorian costumes and a lust for blood. Historical fiction, which ranges so many different
Okay, now this I would get. I would probably be playing as the opponent faction, though. Because it gives you an excuse to wear some pretty sweet-ass... What was it called again? Fred Perry? No, what were the uniforms again? Hugo Boss. Yeah, Hugo Boss. You'd get some sweet Hugo Boss stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Pretty cool.
And histories, Western, Edwardian, Middle Ages, Civil War, Vikings, the list goes on. And then there's horror, mystery, love. Think of it like this?
Concentration camp program? Kristallnacht roleplay?
Oy vey, I'm so hungry.
Oy vey, I'm the victim. Oy geval.
The classic murder mystery culture were mixed with fiction like that of H.P. Lovecraft. And of course, medieval fantasy LARP, which continues to be the most popular around the world. Local clubs holding weekly games and battles, annual events.
No idea what it means, or what he wrote, or what it's about.
H.P. Lovecraft, my most favorite thing he ever wrote was his cat's name. Do you know what his cat's name was?
I think it would. Yeah, go on, say
it. Should I? Maybe. How about you say it?
Okay,
it's on the tip of your tongue. What was it? I couldn't hear that. What was his name? The cat's name?
His cat's name was Nigger.
Man. N-word man. Yeah, Nigger man was his name. That's a name. We're not saying the word. We're not calling anybody it. Relax. That's H.P. Lovecraft's beloved novelist's name. Yes. But yeah, that's a pretty good thing that he wrote. I mean, just on the basis of that. No, but look, he was a horror writer. Now he came up with Cthulhu, Call of Cthulhu. You've heard of this?
Yeah, I've heard of Cthulhu, yeah.
Look, basically, the genre of horror and by the way, I've read some of the H.P. Lovecraft books, and honestly, it's not that good. But he was innovative because he basically came up with the horror of outer space. And it's called eldritch horror, like horrors beyond one's comprehension. You know what I'm saying? So back then you had slasher horror, vampires, monsters, that type of shit. But then to have like an elder god that's so beyond our comprehension that they don't even give a fuck about us. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just that expanded basically our fear. You know what I'm saying? Our concept of fear got expanded by him. And he wrote, like Shadow over Innsmouth is pretty good. He was a fucking extreme racist, by the way. There's a lot of like themes in his books, racist themes and stuff like that. But here's the thing: when you read Lovecraft, it's stuff like this, like, yes, and then the Grunkulbur Kutur, they went into the realm of Krakpuk Turking Taktuk, and there they found the staff of Rukutuku Puku. And it's like, all right, this is not creativity. Anybody just can come up with a Rukupukutoki. And it's just to the point where it's just like annoying. Where I'm like, okay, I don't have the time to sit through this shit.
Yeah, man.
It's a lot of type of stuff. But his cat's name's pretty cool. So plus points on that regard.
That take the LARP experience to the next level, such as Bicoline, if that's how you pronounce it, based in Canada in an entire medieval town built for these events.
This literally looks like my hometown.
There's Conquest of Mythodia in Germany with over 10,000 yearly attendees. Then there's Pensik in USA, again with over 10,000 annual attendees. And Swordcraft Quest in Victoria, Australia, which I was very excited to attend and had no idea what to expect.
I'm excited to see what this is all about.
Approach. The day had finally come. We drove to Swordcraft Quest, which is a 3-hour drive from us, to a far-off mystical land known as Suttenberg, where adventure awaited.
Imagine getting your son involved in this gay ass shit.
Many years now in various locations, but in recent years they've all been held at a property now owned by the Swordcraft Company. Set in.
Look, your son needs to either, like, if you're in Europe, your son needs to go join soccer because that's what everybody else does. It's just a good socializing.
Maybe normal.
Yeah, just let them be normal, please. Look, I was never into soccer as a kid, so I went to martial arts. That's the two routes for a normal boy. You either go in Europe, I'm talking about. You either go soccer or you go martial arts. So you had two groups of cool kids. And then you had, I remember this, you had Boy Scouts. They were, look, you might think Boy Scouts is pretty cool. No, because as a European kid, you're already playing it.
Boy Scouts is cool.
Some people think that's the shit. It's like, oh, cool. It's like in America. Yeah, in America, they think, oh, it's like, oh, you're doing like forest training, but you're already playing in the woods as a kid, anyways. At least back in our day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I remember there were even kids that were like choir boys. Those were the biggest fags. And then, you have the biggest nerds. I don't even know what they do. They do nothing. They had some band kids, too. They were also fucking gay.
Chubba tipped $5. Jazza's looking skinner than usual. Very gaunt, very disrespectful. Does he have AIDS or something?
He's looking too skinny to the point where it's disrespectful to the audience. Yeah, I agree.
In Western Victoria.
But yeah, look, imagine. So you're going to introduce your kid to like this niche nerd shit. You're setting him up to fail. But he loves it. Well, let him love it in his pride. I remember this. My friend Maurice, who was one of the cooler guys hanging out, in our friend group and shit. I one time walked in. Have I talked about this on stream? I think I have at some point. I've known this guy for years. All right. I went to his house. Back then, we did have cell phones, but I guess he wasn't picking it up or whatever. This was like Nokia N64 or whatever it's called. No.
When he got 10p per text.
Yeah, shit like that. This is like 1999 or no, 2002 maybe or something. So I went to his house. I knocked the door. His mom's like, all right, go in. And he's upstairs. So I open his bedroom door, and he's sitting there painting Warhammer figurines. Now, look, many of you guys right now in the chat probably are Warhammer guys. I'm not judging you, but back in the day, this is similar to me catching him in a gay act. All right? And that's how but I didn't even mind as much, but I opened the door and he's like, oh, son of, he's like,
shining his fingers.
I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, shit. You know what I'm saying? And I remember what he did, and I felt bad for him. I'm like, hey man, you don't need to be embarrassed. He's like, no, I'm not embarrassed. Like, look, and he gave me like a book. He gave me like a booklet because he knew I was always drawing. He's like, look, it's pretty cool. Look, you have like demon guys and stuff. He was trying to show me some cool stuff. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's pretty cool, actually. Like trying to help him out. Yeah. But that was considered a gay act. You know what's weird? People don't even realize this. Like in 2001, even though like I was like selling like burnt PlayStation games and shit at school, right? And everybody was into it, but you wouldn't. This is something we might not even imagine this because it's so accepted now. Being into video games was considered gay, sort of. Do you remember this, Ashley?
Never in my life, no. Everyone played games.
I know, but look, everybody played it, but it was like this unspoken thing. You know what I'm saying? It was like, it was kind of gay to be into video games. Kind of. Like, sort of gay. And I remember distinctly, I distinctly remember the Dutch equivalent of like MTV started having like esports type of stuff where you had like SSX Tricky. They were playing that game and stuff like that. And slowly it became a little bit more acceptable to come out of the closet as somebody who's a gamer because it was considered it was sort of gay. In a similar way, being into Dragon Ball Z. Everybody went home on their little bicycles to watch the new episode of Dragon Ball Z. But it was kind of gay to admit that you were doing that. That's real. That was socially unacceptable behavior to be a gamer or be into Dragon Ball Z. Yeah. But everybody was doing it. Everybody sort of knew they were doing it. And I remember over the course of my high school period, it became completely acceptable to be a gamer, similar with Dragon Ball Z. Because look, we forget this too. It's completely mainstream. Like I see guys here like bruisers. They have like a motorcycle helmet with like the Avengers on them. They think it's cool, right? I still think it's gay, but that's completely mainstream. Imagine if you admitted you were into like Marvel comic books, you'd be considered a major fag.
Well, yeah, back in the day, the ultra dark, wouldn't you? If you're into comic
books, but I think Ash, if you would travel back in time, you would realize even video games were like that. It was dorky, sort of.
Yeah, maybe.
You know what I'm saying? It was really strict back then. It was pretty strict. But okay, let's keep watching this.
Amongst the scatterings of volcanic rocks that have also been used locally to make stacked stone walls in the local area.
Somebody says drawing was considered gay. True, but I was drawing like my teachers sucking each other's cocks, and like my female teachers with their sagging tits hanging out. So that was cool, you know what I'm saying, when you were doing stuff like that. It just depended on what you were drawing.
Forming the locale into something reminiscent of the Cotswolds in England.
I'd say that remains true today.
As soon as
drawing, it's kind of gay.
Even as you turn 40, it's either what you draw is gay or what you draw is cool.
Yeah, it's sort of like based on what you're drawing. And again, look, if you look at it like animators nowadays, if you think of an animator, you think of a fat fucking tranny with blue hair drawing Steven Universe in betweens. But if you look at the 1930s, these were like burly men with big forearms and like hairy arms with thick pencils, you know? It was like a craft. And now it's like a bunch of trannies doing that stuff. Look, TK says, drawing men sucking dick was not... Look, if you're drawing your teachers sucking each other's dicks, that's not gay. That's satire, dude. That's rebel. You're being a rebel. We didn't have AI back then. Now you can just type in your teacher's name and you can see him sucking a dick. Another guy's dick. Imagine, dude, if I had AI in high school and I could make porno videos of my teachers sucking each other's dick, it would have been done, dude. It would have been a wrap.
I just remember this teacher that I used to draw in my book. He had he used to be like dead normal. He had dead short grey hair. He was a science teacher. And then one day we came back to school, like say year 5 or whatever. Well, year 5 in comprehensive high school. And he had dead long blonde hair, and he started playing guitar. But then we found out that he loves Doctor Who, so I used to just draw pictures of him sat at home watching Doctor Who, dead excited, and all his hair was stood on end. So it was like dead long. Like dead. Because he was that excited, his hair went up.
But wait, he had short hair and then all of a sudden he was wearing a wig? Or he grew it out? What happened?
No, he just grew it out like over the summer. He came back with dead long blonde hair and started playing guitar. And he used to, but then we found out he liked Doctor Who.
That's something that happened in Doctor Who? People grew out their hair and started playing guitar?
No, we found out that he liked watching Doctor Who.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with him growing out his hair?
I don't know, it's just another interesting part of his character. He had to make the cartoon make sense in your mind, so he was sat down watching Doctor Who on TV.
I got it.
All his long hair was stood on end.
I've never watched Doctor Who, so I just thought Doctor Who is a guy who has long hair and plays guitar.
Okay.
I remember I've told this story before probably, but my science or my math teacher, he didn't have an ass. Did I tell you about this before? He did not have an ass. Okay, wait, let me show you this real quick. So I would draw him. I would draw him from my perspective, like he's writing on the chalkboard, right? So he has like this muffin top like this. So imagine he's writing on the chalkboard like this with his thing. Here's his head, right? So he's like this. So and then he had like a belt on like this. But he had like it's like this. You know what I'm saying?
Completely flat.
Like this. And I would study this. So this is what I was, rather than paying attention to math class, I was studying his lack of an ass, okay? And I had drawn a full book full of like his lack of an ass. And then I only had one book, because back in the day, guys, if you don't know, there were no laptops. You had to bring a big backpack full of books. So I decided I'm just going to have one textbook for every class, which is not what you're supposed to do, but I did that. And then I had to hand in my book, my textbook at one class because I had to check my homework. And then the next class, they were like, Sven, where's your homework? I'm like, well, I had to give my textbook to the other teacher. Like, you only have one textbook? Go to the teacher's lounge and go fetch your fucking textbook. So I go to the teacher's lounge and I knock the door. I'd never been there. And I open the door and there's roaring laughter. Okay, everybody's laughing. And then all my teachers, oh, there you are. They're all laughing at these caricatures. And the guy, the teacher that has no ass, he was standing in the other corner of the teacher's lounge playing darts by himself, being sad. So he was being bullied because of my drawings. This fucking loser. All right, let's keep watching
As
this.
I arrived, I was met with tents and crowds of another world, making it clear my transformation into character would have to be pretty immediate.
Yes, guys, it's not gay to study a guy's lack of an ass. You know what I'm saying? That was his defining feature.
We're here.
Stop trying to make my
We've
art
definitely
gay.
jumped in the deep end. There's lots of tents, lots of people in costume, and it looks like people are gearing up before heading in.
What is this white streamlined chariot? Where's the horses? This is complete occult magic.
You leave yourselves at the car park. We are no longer who we are, and we shall become what I shall become. Jazza, that's right, I forgot.
Yeah, he has to bring. He brought 4 cars full. I don't think he should be showing his
And this
signs.
is
Erroneous Narpet. Is that what it is?
Erroneous Narpet. Let's gear up. Look at you, my boy. Ready for it.
Oof. I don't know.
Adventure. You want to see what I made
What a
yesterday,
burden.
son? Do you remember that time?
What a burden.
I saved our family from that rampaging wolf. Well, I turned the wolf into a lovely neck piece. It was at this moment that Jazza realised he forgot his boots.
After all
Excuse me,
that,
gentle bearded men. Is there a sign-in place?
There is. I think it's actually down.
oh, this already, dude. Having to do this role-playing thing, I just physically makes me uncomfortable, even to have to do that. Right? It's it's exactly the same feeling as those people at a party impromptu starting a boom bop doop doop doo and you having to chime in. It's the exact feeling of cringe.
Yeah.
Oh God, dude. Hi there, my squire.
There is the cart repairman. Oh, thank you, sir. Normally people are a part of war bands where they sort of share like a faction and they battle together and have groups, but...
I don't know if children should be allowed at some kind of a weird fucking fetishy, thinly veiled furry convention, you know what I'm saying? There's clearly a lot of mental illness happening there.
Definitely agree with that, yeah. These people that are going there are not child appropriate. They might be like docking into childish stuff, but in their minds they're sick as fuck.
Yeah, it's the same problem where you have like furries walking around the park, and then these parents that are none the wiser are like, oh look, there's like a mascot. They in their brain is like a corporate mascot for some kind of a promotion or something. No, these are literal sick pedophiles in a dog costume, and they're letting their kids go. Oh, go hug the wolf man. Go hug the cartoon fox. That's a literal pedophile, ma'am.
We were unaffiliated, so we were directed to set up in the unaffiliated section. Thanks for the friendless noobs. Yeah, on our way to finding a camping spot, I witnessed my first roleplay event, which seemingly had a dead guy in the middle, surrounded by others, some kind of funeral or shrine or something. They were definitely paying their respects. I can swear they're looting a dead man's
By the way, actually, you know that I now have a mini fridge next to my desk?
Getting free stuff off a dead guy.
Yeah, you told me.
This whole ritual
awesome.
will make much more sense to me by the end of our adventure, which you'll see later in this video. But I just wanted to point out
it's just beer at this point. But yeah, I need to restock it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably only like 3 left, maybe. At this point, but it's enough. I have some vodka too.
You'll come to see that it's kind of poetic that a funeral would be the first thing I witnessed at Quest.
Wait, what?
I have no idea what would happen.
There's a funeral?
We picked an empty patch of ground in the unaffiliated area and set up our tent. A canvas tent I purchased from Bunnings to fit in with the thematic surrounding as much as possible. Should be no problem, mate.
Somebody says JT would love this, and then JT says I wouldn't. Yeah, why would JT love this?
Theme-appropriate tent.
I don't think JT would love this at all.
I'm really happy I spent that extra time adding the personal touches to my creative campsite.
What is it? Is this like a real funeral? Like, imagine, they would do that too, these fucking self-centered cunts. They would go like, yeah, my child died prematurely. We're going to have a burial here at the Ren Fair. And just attention-seeking, you know? Remember that thing where they did a funeral once in World of Warcraft? Remember that thing? This is years ago. Remember that, Ashley, or no?
No, did we see it on stream or something?
Yes, okay, maybe we can pull this up. This is so fucking funny, dude. If you don't know about this, this is really funny. This is so good. Like, they did so one clan, they did a World of Warcraft, one of their guys' clan, the Crumb clan, holding a memorial for a teammate who had died in reality. So look, they're doing like a, oh, I know, okay. I think this is what happened. So one of their clan mates died in real life, and they were having a memorial, and out of respect, they left their gear and their weapons at the home base or whatever, right? And then a rival clan runs up and they take, let's say, they take advantage of the opportunity. This is one of the earliest like little memes. This is Windows Movie Maker. Yeah, look at this.
Wow.
Here they come. Here come the badass.
Entry about this. I've got to see that.
Look, so these guys, they're going to the funeral memorial. I think it cuts to the memorial. It's so stupid. I remember, by the way, when this first came out, thinking this was much gayer because now you're sort of used to like in-game events and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Back then it was like complete. Look this. So they're standing in a line to pay their respects for their fallen brother. But this right now, something like this, Ashley, like guys in-game paying respects to their fallen brother, it seems less odd than when this came out. It was like unfathomably gay. You know what I'm saying? Like this probably came out. This came out 18 years ago. 18 years. So yes, 18 years ago, this was like, what the fuck are these? This is retarded beyond belief. You know what I'm saying? The level of escapist nonsense. Now, we already live. We live with one leg. In like digital reality already.
In there, yeah. Definitely.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, I guess this keeps going on. When do they start killing them? Because here's a funeral procession. Everybody's there without their weapons. They're in line. They're all very sad.
These are the legends coming to kill them.
These are the legends murdering. They're gonna murder everybody. Imagine how pissed those guys are. This is 18 years ago, dude. Holy fuck. That's crazy, huh?
Yeah, man. They're a different world. Entirely different world back then.
Here they go. Oh, look, they're here. They're murdering everybody. Look at this. They're just killing everybody that's in the line. That's fun. Like, that is... Like, griefing is what it's called. When you just can enter a game world and fuck everybody's shit up. That's so fun. Good. Like, that's like... They need to bring... Like, they sort of, in the Dark Souls games or the From Software games, they sort of bring that into the game as a... sort of a directed gameplay element, because you can invade people's single-player games and just fuck their shit up, right?
Yeah.
Which is fun. And it used to be like in Minecraft, you could enter a guy's server and just blow up his fucking structure that he built a month. He spent a month building a village and you just blow it up with some dynamite, right? That's fun, dude. But they patched all that shit out. That's like cyberbullying. Imagine how gay that is. So this would be now, they would be asking questions about this event in Parliament because it's cyberbullying. That's how our reality is being blended with like the digital world. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. For real. Back in the day, it was just good fun. It was not serious at all. You know, they're patching all that shit up.
Taken seriously.
Yeah, there's no more online lobbies because people say the N-word. You know what I'm saying? I remember it was so fun. One of the funnest things about playing this game DayZ is the griefing element, because basically when you die in that game, it's done. Okay, and I remember playing that game. You're running through a field. I would play that with some of my friends online, and all of a sudden, just zip, you hear a bullet whiz, and then poof, your screen goes black, and it's done. All your progress is done. You're fucked. You have to start all the way over. I love that shit. Because there's like there's like stakes involved. You know what I'm saying? So when you die, you're actually fucked. So whenever you encounter another player, you talk to them through your mic, like, okay, I'm friendly, and it's this psychological game. Like, can you actually trust these people? Like, that's so cool. You know what I'm saying? And then what you could do, you just tie two people up, and then, all right, we're gonna interrogate one of your friends right now outside to see if you guys are really cool, and then we might let you go. You can roll with us, okay? They're like, all right. You bring one guy out, you kill him, chop him into pieces. Cook his human flesh, then come back to his friend and go, okay, look, how are your stats? Are they good? Okay, here's some food. Here's some cooked meat. And you feed him his friend's flesh, and then and in game their character would get like like scabies and shit. They die from diseases.
That's amazing. Actually.
Isn't that awesome? Like, that's the shit. But they're patching all that shit up. And you know what I did, by the way, in Dark Souls? What I used to do is I'd do a full work day, and then at the end, I would wind down. I'd play some video games in my old apartment. I barely play video games anymore in my current. By the way, I will be playing Night Rain on release next week. We will not be doing a regular stream. I'll be on the Chudcast again. I'll be with the Chudcast. This is going to be a disaster, actually, because these are like professional fucking game players. This is like one of the biggest gameplay channels. These guys rule. Yeah, look. So the synthetic man, he's like, this guy rules. I watch his reviews. He's like a game reviewer. I was on their stream, and they're going to be playing Night Rain, which is like a co-op game. So they need a team. I'm going to be one of the team members. I'm not good. Even my wife said, I said, okay, babe, we're going to be playing with these guys, and she's like, are you sure about that? I'm like, what do you mean? Are you sure about that? She's like, well, listen, honey, you kind of suck. I'm like, what did you just fucking say to me? Because she wants me play like Lies of P and shit like that. And I mean, maybe I suck. Do I suck? Is it that bad? So I'm like kind of self-conscious about this whole thing. But I'm going to do it next week. I'm going to be playing fucking, look, Chris, this cocksucker, he's laughing at my face. Yeah, because the last gaming stream we did, I didn't do that great with Berserker Kazan and stuff like that. Anyways, we're going to be doing that. And then afterwards, yes, Chris and Liz and I will also be playing Night Rain. That's next week. But what were we talking about again? Why did I start talking about this?
Because
griefing
games coming out. Night Rain.
Oh, yeah, this is what. Oh, wait, my camera's frozen. Let me fix that real quick. Oh, what the flip? What the frickin' ick? What the hacking flip? What the splicking flick? What the hacking flip? No, my camera. For some reason, wait. Deactivate, activate. Boom. I'm back. Okay, so in Dark Souls, right, you can get invaded. So it's a single player game, but it's like halfway multiplayer. So you can choose to summon people, but sometimes bad players, they have like a red glow, they can invade your game and they can kill you and they can fuck up your progress and you have to start over. You know what I'm saying? Here's the thing. I'd be playing that game. I'm just kind of walking around, killing some mobs, just to wind down. You know what I'm saying? So I would get, and by the way, somebody would invade my game and say, "Oh, you've been invaded by Ragnarok, cool guy 86." You know what I'm saying? And you know what I would do?
Yeah.
I would just. There's a spell you can use or an item. You can use a spell and then you turn into one of the background props of the level. So let's say you're in a cemetery, you use this item and you turn it to a headstone. Cool. And I would just go position myself realistically somewhere, and I would just leave my controller and I would just go do something else. You know what I'm saying? So
while the people are just running around,
and then they're like running around aimlessly trying to find me in this open world. Meanwhile, I'm a headstone in a corner. And here's the thing: when they decide, okay, I'm gonna give up, I get the reward. You know what I'm saying? I get the reward. So I would just fucking do nothing. Okay, so Zararuda says I would just unplug the console. No. That's bitch made. You just need to let them, because now you're wasting their time. You know what I'm saying? So I went to do other things. I'm reading a book while a couple of guys are trying to fight me for an hour. This happened all the time. So I like those types of mechanics in games, at least. Okay, so we got this. Okay, let's keep watching this.
Made me feel like I was.
But I got some other show notes too. But we got to watch this, right, Ash?
Immersive.
Definitely.
Normally, our stream would start in 10 minutes, so we're really early today. Got about 110 viewers, pretty good. Thank you guys. Hit follow and subscribe and like and bell and all that stuff.
First critical failure in character. Never worn these things before. But I'm overall disguised with the fact that I am wearing silly shoes. I'll just grab some of this and.
Yeah, your son should never witness his father wearing silly shoes.
It's actually cow shite.
Cow poo.
Pretty wrong, as they say. Well, in for the penny, in for the pound. This might be why I'm in the unaffiliated tent area. People don't want to affiliate with me. Now, I should also mention at this point and moving forward, due to my unbridled...
He's in the unaffiliated tent area. The fact that such a thing exists, it really proves that they have like a social hierarchy going on here. in this at this weird autist event.
Enthusiasm. And
So when you just show up, you have to sit. You're sequestered to like you're unaffiliated. The fact that they call it that as well. You know what I'm saying? So rude, basically. Doesn't make you really feel welcome as a newbie.
Touch of naivety. I felt the need to stay in my character voice 100% of the time. I chill out on this a little.
Oh yeah, he has a character voice. Let's not forget.
Yeah. And all the voices are just like old-timey British voices.
Oh yes, of course. Imagine having to keep that up, dude. That's fucked. That's so fucking retarded. It's so phony too. You know what I'm saying? It's so fake. Like it's exactly like we described before. It's like if you're usually at a music festival and you meet a couple of new guys in your tent camp, you share real stories about yourself that actually happened.
Yeah.
Like that might be part of the aversion that I have to this because you're socializing, but you're not really. You're not actually socializing because it's not real. Like what are you?
What you get to do is act like the characters you read about in comic books or on your games. You just get to repeat their dialogue rather than actually having the authentic dialogue.
Yes, and that's why it draws socially inept people, because to them, that's a net positive, because it's like, oh, I get to go there, and I do not have to take off my mask, show the real me in a true social interaction, flaws and all, you know, connect with real people connect with the real me. No, they're just lying. They're just a bunch of liars. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
A little bit, a couple of days.
Shout out to Chudcast.
I was committed to being Jazzrick at all times.
Jazzrag.
So now that we were geared up and I was authentically weathered and naturally textured, we set into town to see what there was to explore. The first tent we stumbled across was some sort of wizards guild, so we thought this would be a good place to start a Benny or erroneous Snarpert to be a wizard. Now the guild master in here tried very tactfully to explain things to us in character. It soon became clear this wasn't getting through to us because of how inexperienced we were, so he dropped out of character to help us understand why this.
Whoa. And why didn't they show this? That's the most interesting part. So there's a guy in character going, he's trying to explain in character, in lore, what's happening there. Like, we don't understand what you're talking about. And then he had to go, okay, listen, guy. He had to just be his normal self. And you could see how annoyed that guy was with the milky eye.
Going to drop out of character here.
Yes. Also, I'll interrupt here just to point out that this is the universal roleplay sign, at least in Swordcraft, referred to as deer antlers, where you speak out of character. So if you're not doing deer antlers, you're considered in character. And if someone wants to check if you're consenting to whatever is happening in roleplay or just speak as themselves and not as their character, they do that.
Yo! Consenting to whatever is happening in roleplay. What the
fuck are they doing?
This literally took the wind out of my sails. I'm aghast. I don't know. He goes this. Are you consenting to my roleplay? Yeah, what the fuck? What kind of heinous, crazy things could be happening? But I don't think they had like -3 vision spectacles in ancient medieval times as well. So you need to take those off, ma'am.
Bro, generally indicative of the style of magic you're doing. You would not confuse me for a warrior if I were to come to watch.
So what they're saying is you look like nothing spectacular. Some person walking in the Mage's Guild like, how can I learn your ways?
Looks like you're holding dwarven devices.
Wow.
Perhaps I'm a tinkerer of some kind.
We entered the tent.
Ash. So they were like, yeah, so I'm a mage, and this guy's a mage, and then they were like, actually, he's not sufficiently magey enough. I'm about to punch something. I'm about to scream. So he went, okay, he went like this with his hand next to his head with deer antlers. I'm about to break character. To be honest, if you want to be a mage in this fucking event, you got to do better because you're not magey enough, basically. So if you want to get in here pretending to be a mage, we're not going to allow you to pretend to be a mage because you don't have enough. And then she goes, yeah, you have more like dwarven stuff. So they're so mean and strict that they're gonna go, no, you're not a mage, you're a dwarf.
That's what I'm gonna say. You can see that mean darkness coming out.
Yeah, mean nerd. So that's the classist system that they have. It's like, you think you can come waltzing in here like a mage? Think again. You're a dwarf, you fuck. All right? And you're gonna act like one. And you're gonna act like one. And if I see you breaking dwarf character going for it, you're out of here.
Tent, assuming we had a wizard companion, who by the time we left, it transpires, was a tinkerer who dabbles with dwarven devices. So I guess you could say from the very first roleplay interaction we had, our LARP experience was very transformative. Anyhow, we'd been informed that we were owed copper when we signed in for use throughout Quest, so we went to the trade house to pick it up. And on our journey, we were introduced to some of the event.
Your son is a young warrior apprentice, you say? No. He is a bedwench, and he shall be in my quarters before the clock strikes noon. Before the hen crows twice. Your son shall be in my bed quarters.
Do you consent to roleplay, newbie?
Let me break character for a bit.
I knew I was coming because I had sent some emails explaining my YouTuberiness and my intent to make a video. Now, I'm assuming they were very busy leading up to Quest because I never heard back from them, but they found me to have a chat. I think to get an idea of what sort of video I was intending on making and probably to make sure I wasn't one of those.
This is like communist North Korea with how strict they are.
What is my
You're planning to film here?
I signed up before I thought of making a video.
Whoa.
Just him and I turn it into a video where basically it's what's the first time experience. I have no
this
idea
is such a beta.
Yeah.
So
easy. Yeah.
So he has to go and look. I mean no trouble. It was just meant. I didn't even mean to make a video. Really, it was just gonna be me and my son. Trust me. Like, all right, okay. Look at this fucking guy. Look at this fucking guy. What the fuck? Oh my god, dude.
I'm not refusing to drop out of this ridiculous voice.
Okay, no worries. I just thought it was your normal voice. So
Did you?
I did.
Was it convincing?
For someone who's never heard you, maybe it is, yeah.
All right. The sort of encouragement I need to continue my obnoxious display.
Wait, this is his voice?
Honestly,
Yeah, it is barely anything.
Were very friendly and weren't in any way restricting what I wanted to do. They just wanted to check I wasn't going to be intrusive to anyone else's Quest experience, which I completely understand. So after my exclusive YouTuber pre-screening, it was time
Quest
to get some
experience to the hot dog stand. Shut the fuck up, Ashley. This is so good. So they're so strict that they're gonna prevent the cameraman from being a mage. He now has to role play something else. But they have a fucking hot dog stand there. That doesn't break their immersion. It says chips, pizza. Are they gonna pay with like shabloons? What are they gonna pay with? No, I'm sure they take credit card. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Wait, I hear my phone going off somewhere, I think. Oh shit. Where is that? 1 second, I need to take care of this. Can you read the chat real quick? Where is this happening? It's in the living room, I think.
P says this looks like a car boot sale we have in England. Yeah, it does look exactly like that. With a little table. Shane Von Russell says, diabetes vendor, I wish to partake. Those sort of vans that sell the most delicious burgers possible. They're like the greatest burgers. And those little ones that you find on the side of like a dual carriageway.
The CEO is here.
Cookie Cheese says, ask check your phone, bruv. I've left my wallet on your nightstand. You've been saying some stuff to me all day, Cookie Cheese. It's a funny joke, I just don't know why you're doing it. TK says, Ash, what would you roleplay as?
Yeah, what would your class be, actually?
Mage.
I think we already talked about this. You were going to be a jester and stuff like that, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's watch this. The CEO of SvenStreams is here, by the way. Bobby Bubberton. Here he is. Let me show him real quick. He snuck in real quick. I guess I'm just going to let him stay for a little bit. Oh, I just gotta fucking lick my chin.
Fortunately,
again.
they had some food vendors on site, sort of on the outskirts of town because their modern appearance didn't quite mesh with the medieval aesthetic.
Yeah, exactly.
And with our bellies full, it was time to properly set out.
Bellies full of Coca-Cola Zero.
There were all sorts of really cool things. Costume pieces, weapons, pouches, gems, anything else you can think of for roleplay.
Oh, look at this.
There was even a
that
large
just
shop.
looks like fetish gear, like purple 3D printed dildos and shit.
Yeah.
Set up of science and swords, which is the website I pretty much bought all of my costumes.
Look at that. Look at this. They have like little
from online. So you could absolutely
like cobblestone flags.
Go to Quest and leave with enough costumes for a dozen new characters.
Go to Quest.
Now, while vendors did accept shadow currency, the term used for FPOS and credit card machines, many also accepted copper for the wares that they sold, the currency that you were given a bit of at the start of your Quest journey. Currency, I would come to learn, could also be earned and further.
Okay, so Ash, you tell me, what do you think? What is a Quest journey? How does it work? Is it something you make up yourself? Is this like D&D? Like, what is your Quest journey? What could that possibly be?
Maybe that mean nerd comes up and he comes up with something for you to do, and you have to do it, yeah.
He dictates what you're gonna have to do the whole time over there. That sucks. Who would ever want to do something like that? Imagine you go to a music festival and there's like a fat nerd with a milky eye at the beginning, and he goes, okay, first of all, I don't like your shirt. Take that off. Here's a different shirt. Okay, now there's several different areas. You're gonna have the heavy metal area. You're not allowed there because you're gonna be more of like an EDM guy. So you're gonna be more spending your time at the EDM. Like, I don't want to do any of that stuff. What the fuck? How is it fun?
The traders.
I think also the way you're dressed, you can't go in this club.
Yeah, and just remember, do not be yourself, okay? Be something else that I say you are.
The day we arrived at Quest was market day, which means that there were no official battles that were happening that day. On market day, weapons and combat were strictly outlawed in town.
This is gonna be
that
fun,
wouldn't
dude.
Stop us from
They're
witnessing
gonna
our
do
first
battles.
murder of the event.
Hey, I was accosted by one of your rat-even dog scum.
My God.
Is he a baddie or a goodie?
He's a deadie.
And now that guy has to be dead for the whole time.
Weren't just all props and costumes though. There were all sorts of different things. My favorite being the stall of the Mad
you have to play dead now.
The Mad Mage is a character who ran a stall dedicated to himself, selling alluring artworks and.
Yo, look, Ash. This is what's happening there.
What are they selling?
A fucking picture of a sexy anime cat, something like that. Like
telling fantastic
hentai.
tales of his own adventures.
I have been in Sudenburg for 13 years. Here is a lovingly detailed collection of all the different stories that I've been telling over years.
Wow, dude! Holy fuck! I couldn't imagine a worse person to ever converse with. Look at this dick fuck. He's just sitting there with his shitty deviant. He printed his deviant art out into a folder, and now people have to just.
I faked my own election. By the time I helped Rook find love. The time I tortured the librarian. Now we're best friends. Psychedelic.
Look, so he's literally regaling tales of yore that never happened. That never happened. This is from the time that I defeated. This is from the time that I defeated the troll princess. Like, that never happened. What the fuck are you talking? What is this? The fuck is this? I'm gonna have to get my cat out of here because I'm gonna break his neck out of anger. Wait 1 second. I'll be back in 1 second.
And this is the time I said something really funny over here.
You gotta get out of here, brother. You gotta get out of here, son. Dude.
That binder is breaking my immersion. I know. You really don't fit in.
Can you believe this shit, Ashley? This is not good,
That's
huh?
crazy, isn't it?
Mad Mage. Mad Mage Flowerfield. Sexy Mad Mage.
Sexy man.
No, hang on. Slow down.
This is like a pin-up as well.
This is
this weight of many
Yo, look, dude. He's selling sexy pin-up
of himself.
DeviantArt pictures of himself.
Can't help but think you're putting together a sexy calendar.
Not deliberately.
I mean...
Vote mad mage, I faked my own election and lost my own fake election.
Involve the body pillar.
Oh my god!
It's the body pillar! We buried the lead!
It was delightfully nonsensical to be introduced to the Mad Mage, the stuff of local legend at Studenberg. Moments after we met him
It's
and left
not
his
as
head,
funny
I
as you
couldn't
think
help
it
but overhear that he also realised who I was. At the next stall we visited, the simple surface level of the market started to slip aside as a facade and showed us a sneak peek at the dark roleplay underbelly that might unfold to us if we should be so inclined. Is this controversial? Like, if the town knew what you were doing, you'd be in trouble?
This is very on the down low.
So what happens, like, if someone finds you out? Or snitches on you, for example? Not that, just as a off the top of my head.
Well, I would hope that
Wait,
since we were so gracious.
Jazza, is Jazza doing his voice still? Because I can't tell the difference.
Is he definitely not in character at all? He's just uncomfortably asking questions.
He just went, oh, yes, of course. Well, can I slip out of my character real quick? Yeah, sure. All right, thank God. I've slipped out of my character. It's like, it's the same thing. Like, I can't tell the difference between your character voice and your normal voice. What the fuck?
Showing you that you would understand the implications
and the
of that kind of situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for showing us your dodgy wares. We'll never be back again. It wasn't long before we came across
this
another
is such
one of
childish.
the dark paths.
This is literally what you would do when you're like, maybe like, okay. I remember this moment, actually. I remember this moment. I think I was like, 8 maybe, or 9, maybe even younger than that. I don't know the exact age, somewhere around that. I remember I was playing at least with G.I. Joes, okay? And I remember I was mega into playing with my guys, okay? I had my guys and I had like in our attic, we had like a play attic. I made a paper mache town to play in with my guys. And I had all these scenarios, you know, like, you got to save the woman. Yeah, and then they come in with the Jeep, right? You're playing with your guys. Yeah. I remember the moment where I'm like playing with my guys, with my younger brother. And I'm like playing with my guys, and I'm like, yo, this is not really hitting as it used to, you know what I'm saying? This is not really hitting as much. It's kind of, what am I doing? Like, I'm going like, And I remember like, ugh, I just kind of got disgusted with myself. It's like, ugh.
Then you just realized you were too old for it.
The day my childhood imagination died, and I was like, this sucks. And I was like, okay, let's just go play Tekken. I said to my brother, let's just go play Tekken, and I never touched my guys again. My guys.
All your innocence was lost.
Yeah, from there, then forward, the Cobra Commander was sequestered to a box that he never came out again. My Turtles action figures were collecting dust from that moment forward. Because, yes, I had that moment where I'm like, ugh, I'm playing pretend? Like, what is this? It's so gay. But that's what these guys are still doing. They're like, he's like holding a plastic sword to another man's fucking throat, pretending that there's something happening.
Did you ever watch Robot Wars?
I remember that being on TV. I wasn't hugely into it or something, no.
Yeah, I used to take my remote control cars and like glue scissors and stuff to them.
Hell yeah.
Like Robot Wars.
That's such a 90s kid thing. I remember I put like my hamster in the Crash Test Dummies cannon. My little, I had dwarf hamster, and I shot it out of the Crash Test Dummies cannon toy. Those were the days. I remember I even put my hamster in my CD player once. Anyway.
You want something?
I put my hamster in my CD player.
So
yeah. It fell through the hole like this, and then I just pressed the eject button again, and then it went this, and it almost got squashed. But what are you going to do with a hamster? Like, hamsters are sort of made for that type of stuff, you know what I'm saying?
For that little experiment, yeah.
Yeah, just kind of you're seeing where the line is, sort of. A hamster, I saw always in American TV shows, they make American kids look after an egg.
Yeah.
I feel in Europe they just gave you like a little hamster, like to see if you could take care of that.
I had hamsters. I had a friend who had an hamster, and he put it. He thought it was cold, so he put it in. You know, your boiler, where your boiler is in your house. He put his hamster in there to warm it up, and just left in there, and it like died from being exhausted.
I remember one time my friend Kevin. Maybe I shouldn't say his name. Forget that I just said that. But there was like a party in her backyard, and they had like one of these metal grates with like fire in it. It's like it's not like a barbecue, but it's like to heat up, like a fire pit thing.
Like furnace.
Yeah, like a furnace, but it's like an open fire thing that's like in the backyard, like a controlled fire for heat. Anyways, we found, well, first, his mom was like, look at this. In their hedge, there was a bird. You can only tell where this is going. There was a bird's nest, and they pulled up a chair for us to look at the miracle of nature. And then my friend took the bird's nest, was like, cheep, 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 cheeping birds, and he dropped it into the fire. That's awful. I remember that same fucking guy, there was there were two kids. They were like, look at it. We saw two kids. They had like what's that called? Like a bucket, like a white spackle bucket. And they would walk around it, and they were acting weird, and we went up to it. People are going, that's not funny. I know it's not funny. I'm just relating. I'm not saying this is funny, okay? This just happened. This is just trauma from my youth that this psycho freak did this stuff, okay? And then we went up to these guys with our bicycles. It was me, one other friend, and this guy, the same guy. And there's these two kids with a bucket with a hedgehog in it. And then that guy convinced them you need to release him. And the kids were like, oh, really? Yeah. And he made them release the hedgehog next to the highway. and let's just say that the hedgehog kind of exploded under a truck's wheels moments later. This is really 90s stuff. I remember one of these kids, like that guy and another guy, we went into the woods and they had crucified frogs. Like these are legit,
holy
like
fuck,
psychos.
Psycho kids.
Yes, legit psycho guys. One of those guys is legit like schizoid on. By the way, this is the funny thing. He's like one of the rich kids. He was like one of the rich kids of the neighborhood. Those were the most sadistic.
We were absolutely loaded, but a complete fucking.
We would witness this type of horror, right? We would witness that just as a group. And we would laugh. It was disturbing as fuck, right? You know what I'm saying? But you always had like this sick kid, one of the sick. And this sick kid, he was one of the rich kids. And he's like, now he's like legitimately schizo. Because he went like way crazy with like peyote and like a mushroom or what are peyote seeds? Where does that come from? Like a cactus or something.
Ayahuasca.
You know? Yeah, I know it's peyote, I think. And we met him one time at a festival years later, and he was completely schizo. He's like, and he said, I remember he told us, he says, I never came back. I'm trapped in the realm of shadows. That's what he said to us. And I'm like, all right, cool. It's nice seeing you again. Yeah, this guy's completely nuts. You know? Yeah, but these are just 90s village stories where you have like crazy shit happen. Like there's like kids crucifying frogs. You know what I'm saying?
To us at Quest in the dark recesses of a massage parlor was the host of the Underworld game.
Hello, what's this?
This is Lucky Clover's massage.
Oh, lovely.
I don't think that these guys in the Middle Ages.
The Underworld games.
Assassination games, mugging.
Oh, so you're like evil. We almost got recruited.
Oh, so you guys are like evil.
Before.
Did you?
Is it one of your friends?
Which cult?
The one with the blood and the death and the corn. Corn?
Corn? Oh, we know each
Jazza,
other.
you're forgetting your cool voice.
Oh. So you're a different evil cult. We don't want to be evil, do we?
I'm a legitimate businesswoman, thank you very much.
I would never ever question
that, especially when I'm in someone's back room. I keep getting recruited by evil people.
This is sort of the same thing we just witnessed with that D&D improv thing. It's just a mediocre improv that falls short every single time.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the fun in this, Ashley? What's the fun in this? It's just a completely different type of person. Like, I cannot relate to any of this. Like, I could not enjoy this at all unless I was going there with a camera to mock everything and be ironic about it and act like a retard and mock them.
Yeah, I think in their minds, everything's going way better than it actually is. Like all these improvs they do, in their mind, it's amazing. So, like that fat guy with his drawings, in his mind, his adventures are so epic. He can't wait to get home and draw him and relive the moment.
Yes,
but if
he's
you actually
really
filmed it, it all looks like this.
yes. He really thinks he's a compelling character. That's what he thinks of himself. But Mike Hunt says, as an Australian, I find Sven not being able to tell the different accents offensive. I can, but wait, maybe I'm not. Do you think he's doing a non-Australian accent the whole time?
No, it sounds like he normally does.
It just sounds like he always does. Jazza is regret. Yeah, imagine bringing your child to this, dude. It's so strange. It seems like such a burden. They have to.
Yeah.
So in
just like this, look. So you're this guy. You're among super strict autistic fetishistic nerds. You're expected to play this weird role. And now you have the added responsibility of having your child there, and you don't want him to get negatively influenced by any of this degeneracy. So how is that fun at all?
First few hours exploring Sudenburg, we saw plenty of shopkeepers and creatives, as well as a few quest paths that we could follow, at least if our characters were.
Yeah, it would be funny just to show up to this, Ashley, and we just wear full astronaut uniforms. It's not even fantasy, just a legit an astronaut, like NASA. Yeah, and just we are the outer space lords, and no, this is like medieval. No, but listen, hear me out. And we have this whole lore, and then we're super pissed and we're contentious about it. No, you guys don't understand. You're really trying to fuck with our creativity here, to the point where they have to let us in. And then we're just ruining their immersion. They were just two astronauts walking around.
We're going around.
Just too stupid. Just not completely ill-fitting.
Massive machine guns blowing everything.
I win. No, actually, I win. Or is that again? Maybe we're not getting this because this is probably where the dice come in. Where you have to roll a dice, something like that.
Interested.
I'm not sure.
Murder or death cults. I wasn't yet sure how to go about finding quest lines more suitable to our characters. More.
All right, he's gonna. You have to find quest lines like a game.
We can figure that out after.
Yo,
headed back.
That'd be interesting to go there and find quests.
Part 5.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Now, you might have noticed that my son and I have been wearing these really cool-looking adventurous clothes. They are not only cool-looking, but they are incredibly comfortable.
I didn't really think that was that cool.
I purchased them as soon as I saw them in Christopher Claflin's TikToks, knowing I wanted them for Swordcraft quests.
It's an ad for cloaks, dude. What the fuck?
Oh, yeah.
Part 6, Meeting the Mentor.
Aha. This is the quest. Oh.
I am so comfortable. While we were resting in our camp in the afternoon, we were approached by Chris with a gift from someone in town.
Oh, you got the sexy man mage!
Now, I'd met this Chris at my local swordcraft group that I very briefly was able to attend a month earlier. He was one of the people that inspired...
He's pretending that he's this noob, but he went to a swordcraft group. Fuck off, dude. You're not a noob. You're not a noob and new to all of this if you've went to a sword crafting group and your brother is the greatest sword crafter of the realm, all right? You're not as new.
Me with the creativity put into his character and made me want to put a bit more effort into my own stuff before attending. And he was one of the very few friendly faces at Quest
Wait, that was
I
a guy?
had met before.
Fuck
and
off.
because Chris had delivered a gift to me from the Mad Mage's official artist, I had a connection who I could learn some of the mysteries of the Mad Mage and the other tales in Suttenberg from.
We have so many questions because we've seen his image in other shops.
Yep.
So he's a character.
Yep.
That's just been he's just been
This is supposed to be a man, actually? What the fuck? So this is also like transcoded, all this shit.
Is it just a trans? Yeah.
Yeah, like a furry, tranny shit's happening there. Why would you ever get involved in any of this shit?
Around a lot of
He's almost like a celebrity, so he's like...
So now you're involved like strict, mean, autistic, tranny, furry LARPer people. That's what you're gonna expose yourself to in your free time with your child?
That's what all the arts feel like though now.
Yeah, nowadays, yes. Every like nerdosphere, niche culture, it's all like occupied by these fucking degenerate psychos. So sad.
What created this celebrity?
He's just Mad Mage, question mark. There was once a time he was...
Random, lol, Wafflecopter, waffle bacon.
In a boy band. He was a juror, not a juror, he was a judge yesterday for a divorce of 2 characters.
Is this the sort of thing people aspire to become in the LARP community?
I mean, some people.
Chris was
Excuse me, shouldn't you be holding your hand up next to your head when you're out of character? Because, you know, I thought that was the rule we established.
Before he explained so many of the different activities and quests I could participate in.
You can do trade runs. You literally carry a cart and you take it up and you drop it off and you put your little token in.
Great.
I was in a battle a few days ago where we went into the wilds to try and chase down the necromancer to rescue a dragon that had been stolen.
Actually. Did you hear what he just said?
On a quest to get the necromancer from the
dragon in the wilds. I want to
But
hear
you
that
didn't
again.
actually do that, did you, lady? You just said
Yeah,
you
what
did
did
it.
that look like? You and a couple of nerds were running through a field?
Poland or a few days, and you take it up and you drop it off and you put your little token in.
Great.
I was in a battle a few days ago where we went into the wild.
But she has a huge mole. She has a huge mole with a giant tuft of hair that's rivaling her sideburn. She has a mole with so much hair sprouting out of it that it's almost eclipsing her sideburns. It's
To try and
disgusting.
chase down the necromancer to rescue a dragon that had been stolen. Rook,
Oh.
who is a half-orc, who is actually in some of Mad Mage's artwork and was also
Of
in the
course.
boy band with Mad Mage. He's like known for
this
going
is
around with his
so
drums and
crazy.
things like that. He is also
No,
the person
that's
who was getting
crazy.
divorced yesterday. We've got, I
Oh
think,
my god! What is madness? Oh, this is positively mad.
no, 5 different companies at the moment that are all sort of like vying for control of the town at the moment, which is Suttenberg. And that's what these clear, you might have seen them, they're called Renown.
And even showed
It's
me
exhausting.
what the wallet of someone who truly participates in quests can look like, giving us a hint of what we could aspire to achieve in events like these.
You earn Renown and then you use your Renown to vote over in the trade house.
So you've earned this through this quest?
Yes.
Including the copper?
Yes, pretty much.
The more we
Wow,
talked, the
dude.
more expansive the whole experience was revealing.
This is
to me,
worthless.
with guilds to join and ranks to earn.
So each of these
Worthless way.
represents
Look
a
at this
level or a
fucking
rank
pudgy
that I did
faggot.
within the Healers Guild.
What a waste of
And once I
time.
got to 3, I became, I think what they called a Grandmaster Herbalist. And
Oh,
then
fuck
basically,
off.
as I did each level, I gained Renown.
Right. One of the
I
biggest
gained
revelations is there's
renown.
actually a winner to quests.
The Renown is what decides who wins.
A person or a guild?
It's like a company.
And perhaps most importantly, Chris's
Look at
husband,
this
Ewan,
fuck.
helped us figure out who
His husband knew Ewan. His husband Ewan. So this is a gay medieval couple. Gay, medieval, weird, confusing, transsexual, wacky situation going on here.
who our characters were a little more. Up until this point, I'd gone with generic country folk from Bretonia, but after talking through our intent and the kind of vibe we were going for,
Again, they're all telling them who to be. How funny is that? So you have trannies When you say, okay, ma'am, they get super pissed. They'll try to get your bank accounts removed. They'll get you fired from your job. But here in this realm, they're telling everybody else who to be, what their quest is, what their lore is, their backstory. The irony.
Well, we realized that we were more fitted for Albion. I had no idea what
to speak reality into existence. By
Yeah,
saying,
that's when I got to the.
A man's a woman, then it counts because of Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, you can be an orc or a mage or whatever. Wait, I gotta grab a beer real quick. Did I finish that beer already? What the flip is happening here? 1 second. What the fuck?
Ran out of beer.
Oh shit. Jeez, come on. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. All right. Turns out that beer's already finished.
Nightmare.
Okay, let's keep watching. Are we gonna finish this video, Ashley? What do you think?
Sure, yeah.
Right? We're vibing. We were early anyways, right?
Yeah, man.
Right? We're chilling? We're maxing.
Yeah, chilling today, yeah.
All right,
It
man.
was a better starting point to figure out who our characters were from here. So that was good to know. Finally, Ewan
See, he's
showed
so
us his
nebbish.
horn and
He's such
explained
a
how
cock.
he became the town
All right, I
crier,
guess
which
so.
led
Is
me
that
to
what you want to
learning
show
about a
your
guild
son?
that might be the right fit for me.
So do you get paid to be a town crier?
Look, Jazza's son is like on the road to becoming trans because he's watching his father getting fucking bullied by a bunch of the cockiest, pathetic betas that have ever existed. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, I guess that's all right. I guess that's what I am right now. All right, I'm starting to understand what I'm supposed to do. All right, okay.
Yeah, you can do.
You get copper. If you go to the Bards Guild and say you'd like to do a town cry.
Ooh,
If there's
there's a
any
Bards
chips.
Guild?
Yes.
What else can you do with the Bards Guild?
Anything.
Can you join a band?
Probably.
Probably. I mean, the Mad Mage was once in the weekend.
Just
What
like
is
that,
this?
our rest was over. It was time to head back into town, this time with a guided tour from our new friends as we headed back into town and explored more.
This is
Ugh, imagine now these guys. Ugh, now you're like attached to these guys.
He's just carrying that thing around everywhere he goes.
Fuck. Yeah, but now these are the two guys that like are like your guys that you have to hang out with. You're like, that's his guild. Two fucking tranny retards.
so much better with a guy. Thank you. We just sort of wandered bombing around.
In Uncle
It's
Istafan's
positively
Emporium, I
insane.
experienced the thrill of my first barter. Because there was this cute little bunny rabbit that I knew my daughter back home would love, and I only had 3 copper.
Is this for sale? Ah, I'm 1 copper short. Do you take dark currency?
Shadow currency.
Is this his voice, Ashley? Is this his wacky voice?
Whose life will
don't
be
you
all
go.
sunshine and rainbows and...
What could you offer me?
Oh, is this... Oh, we're bartering. What have I got?
What have you got to offer? I'll take a song.
All right. Pink Pony Club, I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club.
Keep it. Well worth it. Have you thought about going and joining the Bards?
What? What the fuck is this?
Holy shit! I mean, there's just so many layers to this. Like, his son just had to witness him belt out. He put all the effort in it, singing about the Pink Pony Club. What the fuck is that even, first of all? I mean, this is... I mean, if my friend did this there, I'd lose so much respect. Like, dude, you shouldn't have done. Like, you gave that too much. Like, you... I understand you... I even understand that you want to role play and you kind of want to go along with things, but this was... You gave it your all, dude. Like, this was... This came from your toes. Like, this is too much. Like, even you made these seasoned role players uncomfortable. People left the tent. People were like, okay, this is too much role playing for me. The role playing levels are off the chart. Okay, you're role playing too hard, you know. And then and on top of that, you're singing about about Pink Pony Club. God knows whatever that is. That sounds like some John Podesta type of stuff that I don't want to get involved with. But yeah, this is not good. This is horrible.
It was in that moment, having purchased the treasure for my daughter back home with the magic
I'm
of
sure.
my voice.
Was that worth it? Was that worth it? This stupid fucking plushie.
But I unlocked my true purpose. I was going to join the Bards Guild. And not only that, I was determined to gather like-minded individuals and form a band.
Faggots?
Which had only been done once before.
A bundle. I was going to form a bundle of sticks.
The ordeal.
Stick like men.
If I was going to form a legendary band, the best place to start would be with the manager of the only other band.
This is actually exciting. We're going along with this stupid
I needed to learn more about
adventure.
this mysterious character, and with some luck and a touch of charisma, perhaps even recruit him to our cause. We went back to Laney.
Guys, who is he selling you guys on this concept? Guys in the chat, press 1 in the chat if you're sold and you're like, this excites you and you really want to go to one of these things. Like just in a field with a bunch of white tents. It's just like a Comic-Con with vendors, but less normal. You know what I'm saying?
Everyone is unbelievably socially awkward to the point they can't even be themselves for the entire weekend.
Yes, it's exactly. And it's not, you're right in saying they can't be themselves. It's not like they're like they'd rather not be themselves.
Yeah.
So this is the bottom of the barrel of humanity. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm even like when I have a mechanic over to fix my piping right here in Indonesia. And I asked him, all right, so can you be back here tomorrow at like 9 to fix it? And they'll go, yeah, no problem, no problem. And they're just being polite. I can tell by their face that that they can't be there at 9, you know? I can tell. I'm like, all right, it's fine if you're going to be here at 12. That's fine too. No, it's fine. I'll be here at 9. I'm like, I can tell that you're not going to be here at 9. Just say that you're going to be here at 12, right? So that level of lying and social not being real is above and beyond irritating to me. Just be direct.
Yeah, definitely.
And then to have a whole festival that's built around being a phony piece of shit, I couldn't take it. It's literally like hell. That's actually hellish, dude. Just like, hey man, hey dude, can I get like a Wi-Fi reception here? I need to, I need to pay my bill. Whoa, Squire, I am the Lord of the Night. It's like, dude, come on, man. He used to do that stuff.
I'm doing the thing next to my head. Can you just please give me the Wi-Fi password?
Yeah, or imagine like a guy coming up to Ashley, imagine you're walking out and a guy comes up to you, oh my God, and they're trying to rope you into a role play thing, like a scenario. Imagine you're there and a bunch of nerds come up to you to try to rope you into a scenario.
That'd be so insane. And these quests so far seem shit. He just walked into a tent. That man said, "What can you give me?" And he sang a song, and then he walked out with a little plush toy.
He didn't just sing a song. He sang his heart out. He gave it his all, as if his life depended on it, to the point where it made even the most phony of LARPers awkward. And now he's going to join the LARPer Projared Guild. The worst guild of all, by the way. That's the faggotiest guild you could have. Like in Asterix and Obelix, the Projared, he was the butt of the joke. They'd beat the shit out of him and tie him up in a tree because he was such a gay-ass fag. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, oh my God, I get to be a Projared? Like, that's the worst guy to be. It's the worst
Mad Major's official artist, who we hoped could enlighten us as to the details of the original band.
The Penguin.
Having been its official tour.
But he was in a boy band.
He was in a boy band.
Why is that was? Why is there no longer a boy band?
It's so quirky. He's in a boy. How is a mage in a boy band?
Broke up the boy band. What? To become the silent monk.
It was becoming clear that there were many.
So this guy's like, I'm gonna come up with this the wackiest fucking lore. It's gonna make everybody laugh. I'm like a mage, but guess what? I'm in a boy band. Oh, isn't that positively ridiculous? Like, shut the fuck up.
I hope somewhere in this video they're singing a song as a boy band.
Listen, nigga, he's gonna join the Bards Guild, and he's gonna get together a couple of bards. So I'm assuming there's gonna be a little bit more singing, and I'm looking forward to it. Let's see.
Different, interesting characters whose stories with the stuff of legend around Swordcraft Quest. One of whom was a notorious orc known as Daruk.
This one here, Daruk, died this afternoon.
Oh no!
They were married and then they got divorced.
And the Mad Mage
was the judge.
Was the judge of the divorce.
Yes. Well,
there is so much.
Yeah, so it's all that type of shit too. That autistic, the shipping, the relationshipping. Now she was actually married to him, but then she got divorced, and now she's with that guy. Like this like relationship intrigue, but it's all just because of degenerate fucking furries.
Yeah,
just like are like
relationships in their own mind.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's also like sex-past, filthy, polycule type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Where they're all swapping fluids in their tents and shit.
I could believe that too, definitely.
Okay. Ewan was on the jury.
He oversaw a divorce.
Look, the fact that they are now with a grin on their face, relaying this nonsense, made up, wacky backstory. Like, I know, get this. I know, this is so great. So they were married. None of this happened. This is not a real thing. You fucking cringy cocksucker.
The Mad Mage was the judge, but he was also the priest who was divorcing them. And he failed the divorce a couple of times before he succeeded.
Look, Ashley, if this was like a travel channel and the host was like in a village and somebody was saying, yeah, look, this crazy village priest, he fucked this woman and then that would warrant the host to look at the camera like, what the hell is going on around here, right? But none of this happened. This is just nonsense.
Yeah, there's never that look at the camera like, come on, guys, I see what you see. It's magical and wonderful.
This is magical. Good night, Mr. Taz. Good night.
Succeeded.
So how does one succeed or fail?
Sleep well.
Magic. Yeah.
There's so much to learn.
So little time.
Yeah.
I even met the famous drunk pirate from the original Suddenberg boy band.
Are you the drunk pirate from the poster?
Yes, that is me.
Hello, I'm a big fan.
Another tranny.
Now.
As I've only
Another
heard of the
weird
boy band
tranny.
15 minutes ago. You're the only Quest celebrities I've ever heard of.
HRT
pirate. I've been an
HRT for 3 months. Has his handshake on all
Continuing.
All the pieces were starting to come together. And by this point, it was pretty late in the day, so we were content to head back to camp to set up for dinner and continue our quest the next day. However, even our journey back to camp wouldn't be without its drama.
This sucks! This whole event sucks dick.
All right, when you say something big.
Wait, look, this is what I was talking about, Ashley. Imagine we're just walking around this festival and then a fucking cock-sucking asshole walks up to you trying to rope you into his narrative. Look at this. Look at this.
I want to keep the little ones off the road in the next couple of minutes. Something big's going to come through and I don't want to get accidentally hurt.
All right, when you say something big.
Big people, big is a lot of people are going to huge out.
Thank you for the warning.
Something will hit the fan.
All right.
Oh no! Oh my god, it's so scary.
It's a bloodbath.
This is a bloodbath.
We've got to get to our tent.
It's another show. Look at this.
Quick, come this way.
His kid really believes all of this is real.
Oh no, we haven't escaped. Is there another way around? There isn't. We're going to have to make a run for it. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
I don't know if I would have thought this was fun at this age. Like, how old is this kid? Like 12? Like 11?
Yeah, the 12 is a bit old. Maybe when you're like 7 or something, it looks amazing.
Yeah.
Like everything does at 7.
Look, I get. Look, like he's an involved father. You know what I'm saying? He's doing all this stuff, but I just feel this kid is way too fucking old to enjoy this. You know, I feel like if I was in this kid's class and this video got uploaded, that would have been enough material for me to make his life a miserable hell for the rest of the semester. That's what I think this is gonna be. You know, and it just goes to show, like, this guy is so out of touch. This guy's an algorithm man. You know what I'm saying? He thinks this is cool to hang out with a bunch of trannies. This is like a sex. This is a degenerate sex fest with a bunch of trannies. A thinly veiled furry fest with a bunch of mentally ill trannies. And he thought it would be appropriate to bring his kid to that, to role play. Yeah, this is irreparable damage being done to his son. I will never goof on his son directly. I'm doing this through the father, despite him uploading footage of his children, which is ill-advised, and I would never advise anybody to do that. It's just stupid, but you know.
Now, I should mention at this point, as a side note,
what
that
an
combat
epic
is a
battle.
pretty big
Look at
part
this
of
epic
LARP, as
battle
you
of
can probably
proportions.
tell, but I wouldn't be participating in any of it at this quest. You see, the minimum age to participate is actually 15, and my son is quite a while away from that. So while it does
How
look like
old
a
is the
lot
son?
of fun, my purpose here
This
was
son
to
is
spend
12.
time with MJ, so he could enjoy quest with me as much as possible. And if he loves it, he might stick around long enough to one day fight by my side on the battlefield. But for now, we were here for a combat-free adventure.
I'll take his head. Yes, I'll take.
So do we want to work on dinner?
You love
Yeah.
camping,
Chicken
mate.
stew. So it was dinner time,
love
and I
camping?
didn't know before attending Quest that you actually
I
can't
like camping
light
too.
campfires on the ground
Yeah.
here, or at least at this event, because
I can relate to that feeling when you see your
all
tent.
of our
Usually,
meals
I'm
would
drunk
depend
when I see it, but
having a campfire.
there's a
Yeah,
nice
that's
feeling.
much nicer to hang out with your mates, have a couple of beers, have a campfire, sleep on your tent. Now you're a retarded son at a LARP fest.
Perfectly workable fire pit, which kind
Yeah,
of
man.
rescued our whole camp experience.
Watch videos on your phone
Thank you
and
to the
listen to music.
Quest for facilitating. I promise I will read the instructions next time. And
That looks like a pretty decent meal, actually, that they're making
Yeah,
there.
it was
I honestly
lovely.
can't fathom camping without campfire cooking. So with that problem solved, we got to work on our chicken stew.
He bought like, oh my god, look again, this is him going above and beyond. This is a brand new pot. That pot's never been used. He bought that for the occasion.
The overwhelming
Yeah, because the fortune.
Yeah, he knew I'm gonna go, like, I'm gonna make the biggest fucking camp meal ever, you know?
evil outfits.
Yeah, you imagine probably about 20 people stood around loving his stuff.
Yeah, but you
Yeah.
imagine like a couple of cool guys, and then he knew, okay, the only friends I made is two mentally ill trannies. I'm not gonna invite them.
Continued in the frosty morning with another campfire cooked meal, rugged up in our cloaks and filling our bellies with a hearty breakfast.
Okay, look, that's kind of cool. This is a cool
I think
moment.
that experience
Yeah,
Yes.
this is the best part of camp is sat around the fire,
out of
just
your
chilling.
LARP.
Yeah, but you can do that without the trannies.
Knowing what you want to
Yeah.
You can do that without trannies. And how much cooler would it have been if he took his son out to the hills, to the wilderness,
Way cool.
and just done that? Look, son, this is how you do that. This is what. Instead of just with a bunch of mentally ill psychos.
Experience. Except the fire pit. But if that sort of thing didn't matter to me, I could totally just go to the food truck for breakfast, grab a coffee from the coffee van, gear up and go fight if that's all I wanted to do and enjoy at Quest.
You're not
My
gonna
son and
fight
I are
anything.
much
You're
more
gonna stand there.
roleplay
I
first.
hit you first.
But with that
Time
said,
out for
market
10
day was
seconds.
now
Put the hat
over.
next to your
And
head.
even that was sprinkled with violence, so we had no idea what to expect on this day. We needed to make sure we were prepared for anything.
This is exciting stuff.
Heading into town on day 2, the first thing we saw, or heard, I should say, was a glimpse at my potential future in the Bards Guild questline. We saw
Hell
a street
yeah.
performance singing with the copper in the street.
Aw, come on.
A lovely voice.
Oh my god, that's so sad.
The first order of business was actually
That
my
girl,
son's
they made the girl just standing there singing with the fucking.
Acting like a pauper.
That's
literal pauper.
Actually, when I see this in Bali, and I've seen this many times, I buy their entire stock and I say, please go home. It's okay. You've done enough for today. Please go home. I've done that multiple times. These guys have no need to do this to their children. They're making their children be like beggars. for no reason.
Quest. At 11 o'clock every day, they have a kids quest, a daily event held for the children in Suddenburg.
Better keep an eye on them.
My son MJ tripped over about half an hour before the event. The landscape is scattered with these volcanic rocks that poke out of the ground.
Oh no, his shitty son is like, I hurt myself, I can't do. Oh, he's one of those.
Trip over.
We got one.
Stuff you got there. Whoa, bloody hell.
He's proving. Look, no, it's actually really dangerous. He's not a pussy. My son's not a complete bitch.
Can't walk, dickhead.
Yeah, no, my son's not like a whiny pussy bitch. He's not one of those little cunty assholes that didn't want to participate in any of the kids' activities because he's too afraid to be away from his dad for 1 minute. He's not. He's pretty socially adapted. He's really good. Actually, he's not retarded and fucked up.
His motor skills are perfectly fine. It's the ground.
Yeah. Look, there's actually a lot of really scary rocks around. See? No, your kid was a whiny bitch.
Uncoordinated little faggot.
Was pretty upset. We'd gone back to the tent to recover emotionally and physically. It definitely soured his morning, so much so to the point where he was insisting he didn't want to go to Kids Quest. But after 20 minutes and a little bit of encouragement, he plucked up the courage to go with me, saying that he doesn't have to participate. He can just watch in the background and follow along as the other kids do the quest. So we went to Kids Quest.
Yeah, why would you even mention all that stuff? Why would you mention that your kid was a pussy? Okay, so look, my kid was really being an annoying little pussy for a little bit, but eventually, you know, he mustered up the courage to not be a complete fag. So why would you upload this? Why would you? Ashley, if I was in this kid's class, this would be a wrap for his whole semester. It would be done. You understand?
He's gone just for context for this next part of the video. My son is a massive faggot. Just before this, he completely embarrassed me. So just keep that in mind as you watch this. Okay, let's go.
Ash, you know what I used to do? We had like nerdy kids. This was in high school though, like when I was like 14 or 15. And this was my friend Maurice, the Warhammer guy. Sorry for putting you on blast, Maurice, but he was really funny. We would get like the nerdy kids. I would sit on one end of the nerdy kid, and Maurice would sit on the other end. Because as cool kids, you would just buy food from like the cafeteria or something. You'd have money at this point. You'd have like a side job. You'd have money. You'd buy your food. And then the nerd, if you were a pussy, you'd get your lunchbox, right? And we would have them. We would sit on either side of the nerdy kid. There was this little nerdy kid, and we'd go, "All right, let's see what you got." And we'd make him review. We make him review his lunch. Okay, so we're like, "All right, let's see. What do you? Hey, Kevin, what did you get today? Let's open it up. Let's see. Oh my God! Hey, is that a Snickers? Is that a Snick? Did your mom put the Snick? That's gonna be yummy, right? I bet you're gonna leave that for last, right, Kevin? Yeah, I thought. Yeah. What is that? Wait, is that brown bread? And then white bread on top? Oh my God, that's so good. Show me that. Oh my God, it looks so good. You should take a bite. I bet you're gonna take a bite of that one first, right? Yeah. Take a bite. Oh my God, is it good? Oh my God, yummy, yummy, yummy. That's what we would do. This type of bullying. we make them review their lunchbox. That's fucking hilarious. That's hilarious. That's still hilarious. That's still good. I teach my child to do that. Like, hey, if you want to do something funny, get the nerd and make them review their lunch with you. That's funny, dude. That's good.
His previous
That's good stuff.
The Kids Quest event entailed completing quests to find magical swords, and on the day we attended, a quest to find the fourth of 4 swords entailed cheering up the town's silent monk. The monk was sad, and nobody knew why, because, well, he couldn't talk due to his vow of silence. So the kids had to figure out a way to cheer him up.
Oh no, the monk! The monk is silent. He wouldn't talk. The kids needed to figure out a way to cheer him up. What a great quest.
They are telling me that this poor fellow is extremely sad. What's a way to cheer someone up?
Be funny. Give him a Kit Kat.
Be funny.
Does anyone know what's good?
Make them go home. Make him go home.
No, know about a tin can.
That's actually pretty good. That was pretty good. Remember the other day with the bard? What happened when he got to sing again?
These kids are too old for this.
I met someone yesterday.
These kids are way too old. Like,
he can sing a pretty decent.
I remember when I was like 5, you know, you'd go like to, oh, the gnome, he's very sad. What do you do? These kids are like fucking 9 years old. Like, what is
way
it?
too old.
The priest is very sad. What do we do when the priest? This is like infantilization. Like these parents don't understand the level where these kids are supposed to be socially.
True, but what we're saying is these kids are too old. Look at these adults are way too
Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is not good. This is like infantilization. They're perpetuating their own sickness.
How you was it? Oh no! Maybe we can convince him to sing a song.
No, oh yeah. Like, this guy's like, oh yeah, remember when this dumb fuck sang a song about pink ponies? Maybe we can get him to do it again. Oh no, Ashley.
I'm happy like when you feel like with a room without a roof. Now that's a. All right.
Oh my lord, what was that? Oh my god. Why did he leave that in?
Wait, is this part of the play where the children need to cheer him on to get better and better? Is that what's happening or no? I hope that's what it is. Yeah, I think
couldn't improvise a song.
No, I think it's like he wants to like bring the happiness of the sad monk back in like phase, because if he nailed it immediately, you know what I'm saying? You know, sort of what I'm trying.
Yeah, he's weaving a narrative. Yeah, if it is, that's clever.
That didn't work at all.
This is impossible.
Okay, no, I guess I was wrong, and that was just really bad.
I found just the thing.
Okay, I was actually wrong. I really thought I was right about that. No, that was just. Yo, that was just a mega bomb.
Attempted, it went terribly.
Hey, nigga, that was a bomb. Hey, nigga. Yeah, that's what we call a bomb. Holy flip.
Him up. A toy
Yo.
that needed a good bomb.
You got a bomb to go?
Shit, dude. No.
Keep that chant going. Make sure everybody knows. Keep that chant up.
Bonk the monk. Oh, I thought it was a bonk the monk.
It's the drunk pirate. Oh, don't drop the gong! Don't drop the gong!
Keep the chant going.
All these children are going to be like maladjusted, crazy people in society. Look, and this fucking side, he's like, he feels like he's one with the kids. He's like adopting their mannerisms. Look.
And so the silent monk was cheered up, and to show his gratitude, he gifted the children with a magical sword he'd recently found, which happened to be the 4th and final magical sword required to defeat an evil foe that would emerge the next day. At the start of Kids Quest, MJ was pretty miserable, but by the end, he participated with this shameless silliness. Maybe the other kids didn't know it, but the silent monk wasn't the only one who they cheered up that day.
Slash with this thing if you don't subscribe.
He has to make shit this maudlin, pretentious, sappy shit, right? So this is really, so he is editing this video together and he's like, okay, I need like emotional highs and lows for my video to land. And he's abusing his kid basically by going, look, he thinks that, okay, my kid wasn't really participating, but eventually he was. So he's making like one of his video narratives out of his kid. Yeah. And he's like, little did they know, they also cheered up my overweight autistic child. And it's like you're setting this kid up to fail.
Needy kind of thing to help his son.
Yeah, my child was the odd one out who wasn't participating. Yo, dude. He put his kid on blast.
Uncle Istvan's Emporium the day before was the one who ran Kids Quest. He did an incredible job. And I'm unsure as to whether it's the fact that I was obviously a YouTuber or that he was so touched by my musical performance the day before, he graciously took us aside after Kids Quest to explain a little bit about how and why they put Kids Quest together.
With each
fucking hell.
to teach the kids an important part of role-playing. An orc kidnapped a maid into Mario against her will.
We're trying to teach kids how to not be themselves and escape into fantasies and not deal with reality and escape from the horrors. We want them to not take any responsibility for themselves, reality, and we need them to shut down their egos, escape their egos, and just pave that over with fantasy nonsense that's not applicable to reality to make them as maladjusted as possible and fuck them up completely forever.
Will teaching them about consent. On Tuesday, they
Consent.
had to
Look, that's another thing.
His job was at risk.
Back when I was growing up, nobody was teaching anybody about consent. You know why? Because there wasn't even look, consent is like a method to prevent something bad from happening. That bad thing wasn't even happening. Nobody was raping anybody when I was a kid, you know? Nobody was getting raped. Okay?
Yeah,
so there was no consent.
Anyone in my school got raped. I don't think anyone were.
We're teaching kids about consent. It's like, what's the necessity of that? What's the danger happening there? Well, if adults come up to them and they want to touch them in weird places, they need to be able to know how to resist that. Okay? Why is that? Why is this such a fucking pressing matter? You know what I'm saying? Well, whenever weird adults come up to your kids and they want to touch their behinds, they need to be able to draw the line. Okay, why are there even adults coming up? Why is this a thing that they need to be taught? It's kind of fucking nuts. So I'm saying, yeah, we're trying to yeah, and amongst other things, we're trying to teach your kids how to put a anal dildo on a giant black cock. It's like, why are we teaching them that? Why are there... It's just good to know. In case they encounter a giant cock, they should be able to practice safe sex. Oh, I guess that's a good thing then. I guess that's good. That's a noble pursuit.
He let the sacred flame go out. So it was about identifying someone who is in need of desperate help and doing what you can to support them through it. On Wednesday...
Okay, so that's like, these guys are all depressed, suicidal messes. So it's like, we're teaching kids how to recognize somebody who's in need of help and is depressed, and how they can help and make them feel better. That's why that's the monk. Okay, so the monk is like a stand-in allegory for a manic, depressed millennial faggot. And kids can recognize the signs of depression. That's what that is.
Had made some very bad bets, and it cost him his voice and his busking license, so he couldn't make a living. So taught kids about making better choices. Yeah. Yesterday was about the earth, so there's all these little poisonous mushrooms around. The kids had to collect it and cleanse the earth, and that was to try and get them to, you know, be mindful of Mother Nature. Today, honestly, was about mental health. Someone who's really depressed, sometimes you can cheer them up, sometimes you can't. So the fact that stages through he couldn't be cheered up, continual support, we got him to be cheered up.
But there's actually methods to this, like we've had like age-old methods and lessons. These are just, they're just fucking making this up as they go along, you know what I'm saying? Like these might have the complete adverse effects of what they think they're doing, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like when I worked at that game studio, we were making like educational material for children, right? So you had to make little games and cartoony little educational games and stuff like that. You couldn't just put anything in there that you like. There's like guidelines and shit like that, like psychological research that spans decades. You know what I'm saying? That's like according to age groups and shit like that. You can't just come up with shit like this because you happen to be in a community that deals with transsexuality identity issues and you're an environmentalist. You know what I'm saying? We actually teach about the environment because we're psycho-environmentalists. And we teach them about identity because we're transsexuals, and we teach them about depression because we're all mentally ill. So this is actually really cool. I'm going to take a quick piss real quick. Do you want to take a piss too? Otherwise, I'm going to go... Yeah, you want to take a piss? Okay, guys, we're going to go to the piss and the do break. We will blah, blah. Scum down, Dutch, can go. Tiger. Tiger. Ah, fuck. Hello, how's everybody doing? And we're back. Hey guys, SvenStreams continues. Hey, have you subscribed? Have you liked? Have you commented? If you're listening back to the VOD, please leave a comment. Of course, hit the bell notification and all that stuff. And if you want to send a super chat, of course, use the TTS right now and it will be read out loud on the stream and I will be able to hear it and respond directly. Can you guys hear me still? Press 1 in the chat, please. If you can hear me, I would like to know that. I'm getting a little bit drunk. By the way, I have not slept. Usually we go live an hour ago. We went live 5 hours ago. And we're still doing it.
5 hours.
Hey, No, we're 4 hours. We're 4 hours. Hey, but look, Ashley, next week you'll have the day off because we're doing the other streams. We're making it a big fiesta. What do you think?
For this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can stay on for like another hour or something, dude.
Yeah, come on, that's pretty cool. We're doing it because this one, we're almost done with this. I think it's like 20 more minutes, and then I have a couple other more awesome show notes to go through. What do you think?
Cool, man.
Yeah, pretty cool. Here we go.
With Kids Quest complete, it was time to head back to camp for a snack and a short break before heading out again.
Out of character.
What a nice guy.
We just had a lunch break over near the food van.
That's so cool.
For my outfit. I'm so used to making stuff that I show on the internet to, internet people, but it never feels like it translates in real life. And someone went up, everyone else looks so cool, but someone came up to me and said, that looks cool. And I went,
this is just such...
That feels nice. It was very genuine. Now I can see why people get
Ashley, imagine your dad. You're going to an event with your dad, and your dad says this.
Everyone else looks so cool, but it never feels like it translates.
Imagine your father. I want everybody to imagine your father acting like this. Now, we can talk shit about boomers all we want, but they didn't act like this. This is millennial.
Someone went up, everyone else looks so cool, but someone came up to me and said, that looks cool. And I went, that feels nice. It was very...
Ashley, This is not right, dude. Like, this is fucked up. The fact that there's not 1,700 alarm bells in his spine going up like, dude, stop, stop, stop. Oh my God. Actually, I'm so glad. I'm just so appreciative and nice. And like, this is the algorithm, I think, that made him this way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because every time there was any masculinity that he showed, downvote, this is toxic by all these Tumblerinas that follow his accounts. He's like, oh my God, okay. It's all right to show your emotions. It's okay to shed a tear. So whenever he cries, upvote, this is good, this is great. So this guy's just been primed and directed by an algorithm by a bunch of faggots and trannies to act like a complete fucking beta bitch.
And then he wonders why he's so upset all the time.
He's always completely upset and crying about nothing.
Now I can see why people get into this and put so much pride into it.
Human moment. With another boost of confidence, it was time to pick up my main quest line. Find and join the Bards Guild and form a legendary band.
I've never joined a guild before and I'm a little bit nervous.
They all...
There's very little paperwork on
That's
your
a guy, dude. I thought it was a chick. Another tranny.
Pin to acknowledge your presence with us. And then you find all sorts of jobs, employment, and other things with us.
Yeah, can you just look? You're already a strict, mean tranny in real life. Can you be a friendly elf at least? In your fake life?
Just drop the mean tranny bullshit.
Yeah, can you please drop the strict, mean tranny nonsense for once and just be a happy? You could have been a happy elf.
Happy elf, yeah.
Earn copper in plenty. We pay our bards.
Hey!
Now you'll be starting out with us as a rank 1 bard, but perhaps through time you'll be able to make your way up the ladder and the skill set that you'll be bringing to us here.
Well, I have no instrument, but I can play drums if required, but I can sing.
This shit's only gonna get worse and worse and worse, by the way, this infantilization and this escapism, because as the more the digital realm blends with our real lives, people's identities are gonna get more and more fractured, and it just opens itself up for this type of shit.
Yeah.
Because it's like I described, that World of Warcraft event where like people were doing a memorial for a guy that died in a game. This was 18 years ago. Back then, I remember it vaguely, but I remember it being so absurd, okay, that anybody would have a digital memorial that was so crazy, right? And the fact that people would kill the opposing force, that was so fun, and it was so funny. Now it almost feels like that would be rude. It would be punished. It would be like, that can't happen. Like you would literally have like articles written about how crazy it is, and how
sick
rude
it was.
Yeah. Even though it's just means nothing, right? Nowadays, that would be like that. This is it's like a microaggression, and this is like I don't fucking know. But they would come up with some vernacular to where this digital event is almost as bad as the Holocaust or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You were right about
internet bullying and stuff like that.
You were right about how they debated it in Parliament.
Yeah, they'll debate stuff like this in Parliament now. Like it's real. Like it's not real, dude.
Excellent. I'm happy to
I'm looking forward to the big musical number.
Dude, I want him to get his band of bards and do a big gay-ass musical number at the end.
Well, if you want to ride the bus, we have
What do I do now? How can his wife look at this guy lovingly at all? Like he doesn't take control of anything.
Busking permit, that's one copper.
He's just this bumbling, soft-spoken faggot constantly.
Go straight to the Mad Mage to form a band. I needed.
That's so funny too. So you have this outer, like he has like a wolf skull that's made out of plastic, right? So if you just look at the symbolism, he's wearing this Viking berserker outfit, but he's this soft-spoken guy who loves to be like validated. Oh, I didn't love that people complimented to my outfits. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like it doesn't jive with one another. It's just this absurd farce that's being played out in front of us, you know?
prove my worth as a solo performer.
I'm a qualified bard, musician.
Okay, what do we do now?
Like, do you think a real Viking warrior would be acting like this guy? I don't know. I don't know if this is okay. Am I doing the voice okay? Is this all right? Like, what the fuck?
Well, I can earn some coin by singing on the streets. And we're on the streets. Can I borrow your hat?
Did you wear his kid?
What did the kid say?
Said I think that'll be embarrassing if you start singing.
Really? Look at this guy, by the way. Look at this guy.
Oh, for Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the kid says, "Dad, please don't embarrass me." Even the autistic kid.
Your hat. And we're on the streets. Can I borrow your hat?
Yeah, the kid says, "Please, it's embarrassing, Dad."
Sweet. Are we gonna jam?
Yeah, the kid has some natural instincts left. Oh no, no, no!
Oh, and the guy stopped.
The guy's like, please.
Yes, that is the clock. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. All right, sorry. I took the wrong cue. That was lovely. Let's see if I can earn my copper back. I used to be a busker.
Yeah, his character's bumbling faggot Viking.
Makes it look like someone liked it at least. Psychological manipulation.
Yeah, the bumbling. No.
And I'll take the low road on the bonny banks of Albion. It's quiet. King Pony Club.
No.
I'm gonna keep on dancing at the King Pony Club. Now don't you cry.
This is crazy. So he quickly became the most annoying one. I don't know. So he's like this maladaptive new guy that's interacting with a bunch of mentally ill trannies. And then all of a sudden, he becomes the most annoying guy of all of them. To the point where everybody else is like going like, oh my Christ.
Yeah, nobody's looking at him as he sings.
No, it's not. Nobody's participating in his quest lore. Nobody's going, oh, I guess you're the broad and will participate in this lore. And everyone's like, I'm gonna get a hot dog.
This new guy is going a bit far with this.
Yeah. Again, he's going way too far. He's giving it way too much.
Accounts would like it if you stopped bothering their customers.
How many coppers is that worth? Wait, bothering...
These are words that I am telling you, not from me.
Someone's literally complained about it.
Yeah, they're complaining. Okay, can we get this YouTuber out of here?
I was now officially a paid musician, so it was time to find the Mad Mage and see if I could recruit him to my mad plan to bring back the band.
You told me all about this boy band thing.
Yes?
I was wondering if you wanted to start a new one.
I really, really do. It's been 10 years since the boys last performed.
I have no idea what the repertoire is. I have no idea
We
what...
had one song, only one performance. The town was burned down shortly
please
after,
spare
and
me.
The exact nature of the song has been
Spare
lost.
me the goofy
I
stuff.
kind of remember the rhythm. Some of us kind of remember the words, but...
I earned my first income as a busker. Ah! Then I dropped it in the... What do you reckon?
Have you noticed that all the wenches, all the ladies are like massively overweight? Literally every single one of them. And then when you think, oh, look, that's a thin one. You think, oh, that's a thin one, the librarian. Ah, that's a man. That's a guy. It's a tranny. It's a mentally ill tranny that cuts themselves.
Tell me to shut up.
That's definitely worth not talking.
It's a great... Even he did the same thing.
Might be the lead singer.
I had officially impressed the Mad Mage and convinced him to form a band with me. So our first order of business was to pick a band name.
We need a new name!
All right.
The Mad Mage is not this aloof, funny, what a goofy character. This is a sickening, degenerate pedophile that's sitting there, you know what I'm saying? This is not a funny guy to interact with.
From this point on, you'll notice that the name of our band is censored. That's because the name that we improvised was, unknowingly to us, an obscure term in another language that has been used
black
at times
slaves
by anti-Semitic groups.
The kikes. The kikes.
Really good, actually. Really good. We, of course, had no idea of this, and we proceeded to shout the name of our band.
Ashley, he called his band the Kikes. I can't. I mean, what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck is happening? Okay, he called his band the Kikes. Let's go back.
Good academic groups.
All right.
From this point on,
Kikes.
you'll notice that the name of our band is censored. That's because the name that we improvised was, unknowingly to us, an obscure term in another language that has been used at times.
We had too many Wolverine
groups.
Yeah, actually, I was on the Ethan Van Sciver stream a couple of weeks ago, and we were talking about the Rippaverse comic misprints, and Ethan brought up a legendary misprint in Marvel Comics, and it says it was like, what is Wolverine's brother again? Sabretooth. Yeah. So like in one of the pages said Sabretooth the legendary kike or something like that. Sabretooth the kike. And they said this was printed, it went into stores. It was like a major disaster. And now this misprint is like worth like a lot of money if you have like the kike version. That's hilarious. Yeah. But yeah, this guy, he just named his band the Kikes. How do you not know that?
That is really good, actually.
Really good.
That's really good, he goes.
No idea of this, and would proceed to shout the name of our band about town for the next few hours until it was.
Oh, they were screaming the band. They were screaming the name about town. We're the Kikes. Ashley, this is so funny, dude. So they were screaming this. We're the Kikes. We're the Kikes around the fucking Ren Fair. Holy fuck. That's so funny. Wait, I mean, how could you even imagine the twists and turns in this narrative?
That is really good, actually.
Really good. We, of course, had no idea of this, and would proceed to shout the name of our band about town for the next few hours until it would be brought to our attention later. Whoops.
It's like,
anyway, my main quest part.
Why are you laughing at this? This is really serious.
Find and recruit members for my legendary
They were screaming
band. The first
kikes,
was actually
kikes,
immediately
kikes.
presented.
This wholesome guy is yelling
Is
kikes.
intended towards boys in particular.
Absolutely, I have maracas.
Really?
Yes.
You have maracas? You can be our lead maracist.
Hooray!
Oh, can you guys not act like a bunch of infantile children?
No, I will be.
You better. You're our only maracas. You're the best maracas we've ever had.
Ryan's the one with the hurdy-gurdy.
The hurdy-gurdy man. I know him. You with the hurdy-gurdy.
Ugh, God, fuck off.
Mad Major's in. He's the only one in the original boy band.
When?
I'll see you at 4 o'clock. I'll see you at 4
Ashley,
o'clock.
imagine if we meet in public. Oh my God, it's you! It's the Ashley from the Britain. No, the United Kingdom. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You get the fucking grip. Shut the fuck up. What is this? Grow the fuck up. Oh, it's Ashley from the Like, what the fuck are you guys doing? What is this? Can you act like a man, please, for 1 fucking second? Everybody here's like on 11, like being goof troops, being goofy the whole time.
Very goofy.
Because they think, here's the thing, if you're being brought up in this fucking culture where you're constantly being taught that you're toxic and evil, I think it's just your modus operandi becomes like, I'm disarming. I need to constantly show that I'm not a threat. So you just go about your life going, blah, 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 blah. Hey guys, blah, 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 blah. Look, I know I'm white, but blah, 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 I'm a friendly guy. Like, that's what's happening. I'm not dangerous. Hi guys. That's what these guys are doing the whole day. It's exhausting.
I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm being proactive, at least. We have created a boy band. Let's just call it the band. Right.
The Kike Band! The Kike Band! What a fucking idiot! Let's just call it the Kike Band. What a fucking dumbass! Hey, please.
Created a boy band. Let's just call it the band. Right.
Perfect.
We're going
this
to
better.
meet for the first ever.
Oh wait, the Goy Band. Oh, that's what it is. Goy instead of boy. It's the Goy Band. That's what they're saying. We're the
Yeah, but that don't
Goys.
refer to Jews.
No, but I guess tangentially. But yeah, you are a Goy. That would be the best possible name for you and your stupid band. Is the Goy Band? Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're going. So they were going. They were going around the festival. We're the Goy Band. We're the Goys. And then they went. You understand that that's a derogatory term that Talmudic Jews call you to people who believe that Christ is burning an excrement in hell. And they're like, oh, we better censor this. What a fucking faggot. Anyways, yeah. How is Goy anti-Semitic? But they were saying that's something that's being used by anti-Semites. No, it's the Jews that call anybody other than the Jews. They're the goyim. They're cattle. They're to be used for labor. They're like a slave class. That's what the Jews call us.
Yeah.
And then imagine being so politically correct that you go, okay, well, we can't even use this, even though it was a mistake. Because why would they call themselves Goy instead of boy band? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. What would be the joke?
I'm feeling it must be Kike. Are we saying there's a G in it?
It's either Goy band. A Goy band to me makes more sense, I guess, because it's like the least funny thing. And they would come up with that.
Oh yeah, maybe yeah.
We'll
On
see.
The Bard's Guild, 4 p.m. today.
4 p.m. today. Daruk's funeral is at 5
Boy
p.m.
band, Goy band. Well, what is the joke though when it's boy band or Goy
The
band?
funeral of Daruk.
It's meant to be.
You are. It is the passing of the torch.
Right.
As Sundberg's first, as Sundberg's second. Boy /
By the way, in 4 days, this fat fuck has not left his chair. This is the first shot we see of him getting up.
A lot inside me.
Absolutely.
This is a degenerate fat fuck. You can tell that, look, he's never washed his hair.
Oh yeah, it looks greasy as fuck. Looks disgusting.
How, when you go to, look, I get it, right? But this is not like the 6th day of a festival. This is day 2. You should have washed your hair. You should have gone to the shower. So you can tell this guy has an apartment with 17 cats. There's piss everywhere. This guy smells like ammonia. This shit was in like some kind of a box somewhere, like a costume box, reeking of piss and mothballs. This guy stinks, right? You can tell he stinks. This guy smells.
Several places, and I'm grateful for the chance you've given us to.
Thank you so much. I shall make sure to tell the world.
Let me.
Do you want a hug?
Yeah. I had done it. I had successfully become a bard and convinced the Mad Mage to start a new band and recruited members of this band.
Where's his son? His son is crying in a tent. Listen, Daddy has to go shoot his videos. I get that you're sad. You can stay in the tent. The son is in the tent playing a Game Boy. Right? Where is the son? Where is he?
It would be in a few hours' time, which we hadn't rehearsed for. I also wasn't sure what our genre of music would be, what songs would be performing, or who some of the members of the band were. But I was pretty sure everything would turn out just fine. At this point, I'd certainly had enough of my obnoxious turn of roleplay. Now it's time to focus on MJ, who wanted to figure out a way to earn more copper at Quest.
His son has given up on wearing the uniforms.
So with a few more coppers in hand, we headed back to camp so I could change out of my armor and into something a little more boy band appropriate.
Dude! So
it was
you're
4 p.m., the time I'd asked my new band members to meet outside.
So you're at the Ren Fair with your son, and your quest that you end up doing is you're becoming a boy band?
And it has your son can't even get involved in the quest. He just has to sit there and watch you perform.
But he said, listen, we're not gonna do any of the fighting stuff because he's a little bit too young. The kid's fucking 12. We're gonna become a boy band. Like honestly, man. What the fuck are you doing?
The Bards Guild. A man mage had assured me that he would also recruit band members to join us.
Is it happening?
We're hoping. We're hoping.
Now, I have been I'm talking to people like this like crazy, and then inconsistently, because I got distracted a lot. So I have no idea how many people are going to arrive. But I feel like we're loud enough. Competition now!
That's so cool.
What's a goy?
The Grand Tapestry was further revealing
What's a goy? Or what's the question we shall answer?
Playing the Silent Monk, and it turns
that's
out
why nobody
the
showed
Silent
up,
Monk was the
probably.
same Silent Monk that was in the boy band, and that was the reason the boy band broke up was because the monk took a vow of silence, and he was the lead singer. It's all connected.
This is the history. The boy band broke up because our lead singer took their vow of silence.
Right, and that was.
Imagine all this.
Very similar thing.
But anyway, with the way things were starting off with my new band, the Goys, I couldn't even tell if the second ever Sudenberg band would even get off the ground. Oh, and apparently our lead maracas had quit because she was nowhere to be seen.
Oh, you were collecting the instruments.
You guys are gay, dude. This is gay.
Where's our maracas?
Where's our maracas?
You guys are gay guys.
For a second time in the day. I want an
The maracas were never to be seen. It's like you're a gay. You're like a fully gay guy.
Now it will already be bigger.
Well, let's just do it now.
This was just turning out to be a complete
Well,
disaster.
everyone, we're gonna
He's literally, this was turning out to be a complete disaster. I put on my sassiest outfit, and the maracas were nowhere to be seen. It's like, what the? This is a. You're supposed to be a warrior with a skull and stuff? No. Oh.
Okay, I'm already considering this a massive success. Anything from here on is just a butter on the dumpling. Okay, that's a really good second song. I'm feeling it.
Just as we had started to find our voice as a band, a local shopkeeper came up and tapped me on the shoulder and showed me the Googled definition of our band name. Whereupon we realized we needed a different band name.
No, that's a bad thing.
Was that a bad thing?
That's a very bad thing.
What did we do?
Accidentally did racism.
Oh, good. No,
You accidentally did a racism because you use a term that Jews call you. You accidentally did a racism.
How cocked to white people.
This is just.
Oh no, we accidentally used the word people used to call us.
Yeah, look, I don't want to do the. Imagine if the races were reversed. But yeah, imagine that a black guy came up to a group of black rappers with, you just said nigger. Oh my God, I don't want to offend the white slavers that used to call us nigger. Let's just use that word. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck are you guys doing, man?
At this point, our lead maracas finally showed up in the midst of our scrambling to completely rebrand and quit the band again.
I did an accidental racism.
No, we did. We're not anti-Semitic. This is the second time.
What is it? It's not anti-Semitic. It's anti-white.
We found the perfect name. A band name so perfect that if anybody in Sudenberg
The
asked it, they
faggots.
would know exactly who it was referring to.
We will call ourselves the SS.
Because we're not bringing people joy. Let's face it, we're bringing people
The Nazis.
That's it. We are the noise. It's our third iteration, but we got it. We got it. Let's make some noise. That's our tagline. We are the noise.
And so, the noise had its first public appearance. Joined once again by our estranged lead maracas and a new guy who played the accordion, apparently. The noise lifted the town of Sudenberg, healed broken hearts and brought tears of joy and other emotions. I guess you could say the noise was a critical hit. We even played the entrance song
we didn't
to
see
an
any of the
infestation
crowd.
of giant rats in Sudenberg. So that's pretty cool.
Who let the rocks in?
I really am trying to ask a question!
Alas, our debut performance came to a bittersweet ending. For our first performance would also be our last. It was time for farewells and speeches as we departed.
Brothers, sisters, thank you for being here. I shall forever cherish the time that we spent together as the noise.
The noise. I got it right this time. I am so glad to have been a part of this. Something that came together out of such small pieces, and such a fresh experience came together. And I want to thank every single one of you, for being part of the noise.
That's right, because we are all part of the noise when you think about it.
Now,
we all have a little bit of noise deep down inside us.
Actually, I'd like to introduce you to someone.
No.
Part 8, the reward. After our performance,
this is gonna be maudlin.
To out of character.
This is gonna be
Darren,
some
who also
pseudo.
happened to be a fan of my content. So we got to chatting a bit, and it turns
he's
out that
mentally,
many of the legendary
he's like
stories that I
terminally
was
ill.
hearing he had been a part of, and it started to take on a new depth.
He's
Darren
terminally
explained
ill.
that the character he was currently dressed as was a temporary fill-in character, but that his main character, who had been playing for over 4 years, was the famous orc drummer known as Daruk. The same Daruk of legend from the original boy band, known for his many marriages and divorces and his drumming, and for his notable appearance on The Bachelor. The same Daruk who was killed the day prior, and whose funeral would be held later that day. See, Darren had decided that Daruk would die because he, in the real world, is from Singapore and his visa was expiring. So he had to
fuck.
say
I
goodbye-
thought he was, I guessed he was going to be terminally ill, but he's going to get deported because he's a filthy foreigner.
to all of the LARP friends he'd shared this hobby with over his years here in Australia. People who he'd seen and played with for years as this music and
Played with.
orc who now they had to all say goodbye to. It became clear that Darren really cared about his character, Daruk, as did many of the other people here at Quest.
Fuck off.
This character is basically just a new character that I created up because Dude died and everything.
So you made this character just for this quest?
Just for this
for a
quest.
few days?
Wow, that's such a just monumental accomplishment. Like you created. Wait, let me get this straight. Wow, let me get my bearings here. I'm about to faint. Like you created this character of LeBrock the Orc, who went to 17 divorces and was in a boy band. You created this character? You're the mastermind, the genius behind this beloved character. Wow, that's just like, I can't even believe that I'm like in the proximity of such an amazing creator.
We're going to kill your character. Oh, wow.
I'm people to Dirk, so I'm going around asking people, hey, I'm looking for a blue drummer orc. And I'll see the face, I'll see that face, I'll say,
No.
yes, I did it.
He's giving a little bit of insight behind the thought process and the creative process of creating such a brilliant piece of art. That's called Brarok, the blue orc mask.
And because it became clear that Daruk was so well known amongst questgoers, and because his mask looked really cool, I asked Darren if he would don his mask and duck away with me so we could take some photos for this video thumbnail, which we had to do in hiding because technically his character was dead and we didn't want to break immersion. I invited the Mad Mage to take a few photos as well, and after posing for a few, he decided the best way for me to get some authentic photos of the Mad Mage would be for him to do what he was most known for, which was
masturbating.
1 year ago today, to start all of this, you received a letter. Hot singles in your area. Please tell them to come to the Chaos Shrine with all of your money and no weapons and make as much noise as possible. Not only
Okay,
Daruk not
gross sex stuff.
Daruk wasn't even mugged.
As Daruk's funeral drew ever nearer, the LARP facade started to slip a little bit, and the characters before me started to show a bit more of their real selves.
Fuck off!
Happy. Because if I don't make it silly, fun, and happy, I'll get to it. I'll be really sad that my friend Darren is coming away. Anyway, sorry.
If I'm sad going away, I want all of you to be sad going. Seeing me off.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Love's fun.
Ugh.
Really fun. Yeah.
So here's the thing. So there's just so much sadness and depression in these people, unfulfilled dreams, unfulfilled, untapped potential, unrealized potential, just due to pure incompetence and laziness. There's just so much sadness in these people. that they will take any opportunity to where it's appropriate to show sadness, like some fucking dumb fuck retiring his orc character. Like, this is just really getting to me. It's just like, can you just shut the fuck up with your stupid bullshit?
That's not why you're upset. You're upset because you're a man.
Yes, there's other things that you're upset about, and these tears, they represent something deeper, okay? Can you please be real for one fucking moment?
And shortly after this, we headed off to Daruk's funeral, where I witnessed something magical. And not like
shut the fuck up. He's playing into this. He just needs to have this emotional tone. And this is when you can see that the community really comes together.
For Daruk began. Daruk's mask was laid in the center beside his broken drum. The drum that Darren had carefully made many years ago for this character, now shattered and laid bare in front of his mourning friends. And then as the sun hung low in the sky, the funeral for Daruk was held. Friends and even many who once fought against him on the battlefield bid farewell to
This is so mentally ill.
What unfolded in front of me was a duality of moments. On the one hand, it was LARP, a bunch of
on the one hand, it was mega
dramatically
gay
inclined
and
people
cringe.
partaking in a wholesome theatrical exercise, enriching their shared world. The funeral itself was a crucial part of the ongoing narrative of Sudenburg. One man going as far as forsaking his own god for the loss of Daruk.
Oh my god.
A close friend and a great ally under my own faith that my god does not deserve my worship.
It wasn't without its whimsy. Daruk's friends
Oh,
and
look at this
members of a
mentally ill
former boy band
faggot.
from many years ago reunited for the first time since they were disbanded for one last performance without their drummer.
It's been a long day without you, my friend. And I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again.
And even the silent monk, whose character hadn't uttered a word in years, like
Oh my
real
God,
world
just shut
years,
up.
broke his vow of silence to sing for his fallen.
My heart speaks. Good night, Daruk, in eternal peace.
Actually, are you getting emotional?
Is someone actually? Is someone crying or laughing in the background?
I feel like they're actually getting emotional. Like he's playing it off as if this is emotional. Okay, here comes the screaming at the heavens, liberal. A true sign of a powerless person is when they start screaming into the heavens.
Oh yes.
Yeah, guess what? Your stupid friend is getting deported. Ha
See ya.
Yeah, how are they gonna explain that in the lore? He overstayed his visa. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, he died. Like, it's so pathetic. Such copium. There you are in your warrior uniform with your sword.
Theatrical as this whole LARP experience was, this moment felt incredibly real. Darren sat in the costume of another character, witnessing the funeral of an orc character he'd played for many years, participating in one last dramatic event. But the reality of the situation was profoundly touching. All these people standing around mourning the loss of a fictional character have other lives. I imagine some of them are teachers or tradespeople.
Yeah, that's the sad reality.
Or a nurse or a garbage truck driver or a doctor, but none of that mattered. What mattered were the parts of themselves that they decided to share with others. Darren shared his love of drums with his friends through Daruk. His playful nature participated in improvised stories that would become the stuff of hilarious legend to be told for years to come. And while everyone at that funeral was in one way performing their mourning, in another way, they were real people expressing heartfelt love for a friend they were genuinely going to miss. We live in a
So this is somehow a thing that's commendable, that they were partly real. during this moment where a guy was getting deported, but they had to pretend that he died as an
In order
orc.
to express emotions if they've seen it on TV.
So this is commendable because their friend gets deported because he overstayed his visa. And instead of just taking that bad news, I guess, head on and dealing with it realistically, they have to pretend to make up some kind of a narrative to deal with it because he died as an orc. And that's good? Like, that's sickening.
World
That's
of
really bad.
Social expectations. Like, if you have a friend who's going to go away who you may not see again, maybe you get together and have a little goodbye party. You bring a card, there's finger food, there might
Like
be a
normal
speech
people.
or two. But in my experience, it's very unlikely that people would openly mourn missing their friend, grieve the circumstances that takes them away from you. I witnessed an open vulnerability shared between everyone here, where in any other situation, one might be worried.
Yeah, so he's playing this off as if this is actually more real than real goodbyes. So yeah, know about that.
Foolish or silly, expressing themselves emotionally. Everyone here came to be foolish and silly. Therefore, there's no risk. Ergo, there is also now a safe place to cry, to mourn or wail, to give gifts or express sentiments that in other settings would be overdoing it. But here is just the unfiltered, genuine expression of love for a friend and a gratitude for the way he's brought joy to them through being a part of their own story and assuring him while he is here that he will be remembered.
Ugh, with their plastic little swords.
That is a gift I've never seen given to anyone in such a real, genuine, heartfelt way. As
It's not real and genuine. They're pretending. You're still if you can only show genuine emotion through this veil of like make believe and plastic swords and little characters, that makes it less real. That makes it so that you are incapable of confronting the harsh reality that sometimes somebody's going to get deported. And you have to cover this up with some kind of a narrative. And then within the context of this narrative, you get to express your emotions freely. That's not real. That's the opposite of real. That's copium. You're coping. That's not real. Like, it's absurd to claim that that's... And that's why this is really important that we pretend and lie to ourselves and cope and pretend that we're things that we're not.
At a LARP camp. Part 9, the road back. I spent my last night at Quest with a feeling of swelling in my heart. I wasn't sure how much it was the performances and the shared love of this world that felt so fulfilling, or how much it was just being a part of a genuinely emotionally cathartic event, seeing so much raw and sincere expression. But in the end, I think it was both. The suspension of disbelief I enjoyed.
It's raw and real
true
and
love
sincere
shared by everyone
and
around me,
expression.
genuine care for each other. At the beginning, I was worried about fitting in or knowing the rules. I was anxious that my efforts to contribute, be it through my bone thrones or my costume, would fit in or be contributing in the right way. By the end, I felt looked after. Every moment I felt unsure, I was met with encouragement and guidance.
You're an adult man, dude.
Were noticed and
You're an
appreciated
adult
in a way
man
that
with a
felt
child.
uniquely creatively
I felt looked
gratifying.
after.
When it all started, I knew none of the characters or stories.
Thanks, Trevor
from previous
Belland.
Quest or people who were attending. But when I left,
The
not only
quest.
did I
Do we need to see his pontificatory ending to this, Ashley?
Not necessarily, dude. No.
Right. I think we got the gist of it. What is our finishing notes on Jazza's display here? What do you think? What are our thoughts?
That you can't possibly be a normal person if you're willing to LARP.
That's true. And I also think Jazza, he has figured out the algorithm. He wants to hit these emotional notes. These maudlin, I call it maudlin, like these pretentious, where like the snares come up. Like, and he said as much in the beginning of these other videos that we were watching. Oh, and here's the sad piano. Like, he's very well aware of the structure of like a video like this.
Oh yeah.
So he's like, he films a bunch of horse shit, and then in the editing bay, he's like, okay, where do I hit the emotional notes? where do I make this like sappy? And it's like, it feels so contrived and fake. And the funny thing is, as fake as his commentary and editing is, and point of view is, it's the same amount of fake as the whole event was and the whole LARPing shit. And by the way, his son was missing from the last part of that. They probably had to come pick him up because he was like crying and being a little bitch the whole time. Probably. I don't want it anymore. I want to go home. Probably. That's what I think.
Yeah.
All right. I guess that was that. Are we going to go through the rest of our show notes, or are we going to call it today, Ashley? What do you think? Do you still have something in you or no?
I'm absolutely knacking me, dude.
All right.
I don't know about you.
All right. I think we're going to call it here because we've been live for almost 5 hours. I think that's about it for us, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. We impromptu went over Jazza because some people started mentioning him in the chat. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed our viewing of Jazza's LARP.
Yeah,
cool. Yeah. I think that's it. I think I'm going to go to hit the sack next week. Saturday, I don't know, with the 30th. I'm going to do Night Rain with the Chutsters, the Chutcast, Synthetic Man. Look out for that. And then afterwards, we're going to be doing some streams as well with Chris and Liz. Please subscribe, hit the bell. And that's about it. Thank you so much, Ashley. And the whole freaking hacking chat. See you guys next time. Sven out. Sucks. Sorry, dude. Bye.